production. Combat. Starring Rick Jason. And Vic Morrow.
You know, I have all the combats on a DVD. I got a box set.
Oh, wow. Hey, Al, don't you have a question for me?
What? What time is it?
It's Podblast time!
You know, that's a nice logo, but I don't see mine up there anywhere.
Oh, I'll have to fix that. You know what? I'll get an alternate version with your Nostalgia Rewind Facebook group.
Well, that'll work.
On the billboard. How about that? Next time that we're on together, we'll do that.
Well, happy Memorial Weekend, everybody.
Oh, yeah. It's a somber weekend, actually, for a lot of people, but it's an important one.
Unofficial beginning of summertime. Because summer comes around, I think, June 21st. But for all of us, summer really begins this weekend.
Right? Yes, it does. But of course, on the actual Memorial Day, Monday, we want to remember those that sacrificed everything for this country. I know we have a lot of people that watch in Europe.
Do you have a flag you can put out?
Oh, yeah. I have a flag constantly out front. I have an American flag.
Well, I have a
and I know you do. You have a flagpole.
Yes.
That's what she said. I'm sorry I'm being immature again. But
well, we are a little late because we couldn't figure some stuff out, but we got it done.
We did.
Yeah.
We, meaning, yes, we. I'm glad you're here, man. I want to talk war movies with you. By the way, we have a quiz. Over the course of tonight, I'm going to ask 65 questions about war movies. We're going to break 65 questions. But,
what about 10 or 12 questions? Why 65?
Well, because I prepared a lot and I want to have this be interactive with the people in chat, but you and I will start with like maybe 10 to 12. These are all multiple choice. These are not trick questions. And we can get started whenever you want, but I thought maybe we'd just do a little introduction. Al Hardee and I started this show almost 5 years ago on June 15th, 2019. And I'm hoping we can do a big 5th anniversary blowout with Tom Williams, Basil Chesterman, Al Hardee, and myself at Al's studio, where he is on the right side of your screen.
We started it over here. We started, I think we've mentioned it before. We started because we got fired from Cumulus. And so we figured, hey, let's do a podcast.
Well, let's back up. You make it sound like it was an ominous thing, like we got fired because of something we did. No.
Cumulus old, you know.
What Al did, Al would put together weekend programs that were pre-recorded in our studios at Cumulus Atlanta, and some that were sent in. And that was his job. And unfortunately, Cumulus went into bankruptcy some years ago. And Mary Berner, the CEO out of New York City, struck a 4 radio station deal, which included a heritage rock station in New York City and our station, WYAY, to be sold.
Which used to be a country station I worked at, too.
And the outfit that bought these 4 stations was in California, and it's called K-Love. And they're religious programming, but they don't care about ratings. They just want a strong signal, which YAY had. It was a really powerful 77,000 watt signal because they operate on donations. So they want people to give to the Lord.
Right.
And so, no, we were given severance packages. I mean, you make it sound like we were fired because we were drunk on the job or something. No.
Well, but then COVID came around, and then we just never got called back.
On another radio. This show, the Nostalgic Podblast, for a brief period was on a 50,000 watt radio station, AM, and on an FM translator, WTZA. And we were on Saturdays at 2. But it was a lot of fun. And then we just kept it going, on the interwebs, right?
Yeah. And then you got set up at home and then did more at home, and that's fine, Yeah,
we just, and that's like Al doesn't like as many clips as I like to play. And sometimes a lot of times I talk too much and I tend to talk over him, and we just couldn't get along. Now we're getting along better than we did then, but it was a lot of friction. And plus I wanted to go every week, and Al's like, why don't we just go every other week? But that's because you're more laid back than I am. And I'm like, well, people know at the time we were on Sundays at 3:30 Eastern time.
That's true.
12:30 Pacific. And I'm like, people are looking for us. They'll find something else to do Sunday afternoon.
I think Tom came in after about the third or fourth show, didn't he? I think.
The third show. First one we did with him was on the Honeymooners.
That's right. And that was actually one of the better shows.
Yeah, well, I like Podblast 3, yeah, and Podblast 1 was just a 45-minute. I put it on YouTube, a 45-minute introductory piece about what we're going to do with this show, and then the second one was about game shows.
Right.
And it went on from there. And we did a 2-parter on horror movies, like Podblast 7 and 8. The first one was like Universal Horror. Then the second part was a little bit more about the slasher horror movies and stuff like that. Anyway, this isn't about the history of the Podblast. This is about Memorial Day. Al, what did you have anything else you wanted to say, or should we start the quiz? What do you want to do?
Well, there are so many war movies. I mean, you can't pick all of them is good, but there's so many good ones, but you can't list them all. You know what I'm saying? So I compiled a list of the top 10 according to IMDb, but I have my own favorite war movies, as probably you do, right?
Right.
Okay.
And in my quiz, the funny thing is it focuses on basically the world conflicts, World War I, World War II, a little Vietnam, a little bit of Korea, not much about the Civil War, which I found unusual. In all 65 questions, there wasn't a lot about the Civil War, if anything.
Well, I mean, I have my favorites, and like the top 10 from IMDb, I somewhat agree, and some of them I don't agree with, but we all have our favorites, right?
Yeah, and we've seen some together that were very underrated. Well, there's one that's not so underrated that we liked, and that was 1917. Would you like to talk about that?
Put yourself back on the screen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hang on. I'm trying to share us out.
Oh, that's what you're doing.
I didn't want to be on camera looking like I'm tax exit. Okay, there we go.
Oh, okay.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey. So we saw a movie called, of course, 1917, as most people did, and that was released, wasn't it, during COVID?
1917 was a Netflix movie.
No, it was in theaters. We saw it. World War I. It was about World War I. Remember that we watched a making of special too on HBO before.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
And they did some really unique camera maneuvers. They had all those terrible battles in the trenches,
right,
with the bayonets and stuff.
Well, that's 1917 was kind of like a remake of All Quiet on the Western Front. That was released in 1930.
Yeah, and remember when the guy crashed his plane and then they stabbed him, and there was all sorts of interesting battle scenes in 1917. All right, I'm going to tell you exactly when 1917 was released. It was in 2019, actually, right before the pandemic began. It was released Christmas Day 2019, in fact.
Oh.
Directed by Sam Mendes. You don't seem to remember much about it, huh?
I don't remember much about it. 1917, I know was on Netflix. I remember seeing that on Netflix.
Well, maybe this will refresh your memory. I'm going to play a 2-minute teaser trailer to 1917 from 2019. Is that okay?
Play that and maybe I'll remember.
Okay, let's watch it.
have a brother in the 2nd Battalion.
Yes, sir. Is he alive?
And with your help, I'd like to keep it that way. But they're walking into a trap. Your orders are to deliver a message calling off tomorrow morning's attack. If you don't, we will lose 1,600 men. Your brother among them.
There's only one way this war ends. Last man standing.
What the hell are you doing, Lance Corporal? No! No! No!
If you fail, it will be a massacre. Good luck.
All right, I stand corrected. We did see it in the theater, but I also saw it on Netflix later on. They picked it up after the theatrical run. It's really, really a good movie, and basically it's a remake of All Quiet on the Western Front. This one is from 1930.
It even looks like the kid.
Yeah,
that you see on the DVD.
This one's a really, and of course this is in black and white, but it's really good.
Wow.
I got a show and tell. I got a lot of these movies on DVD.
We have a lot of people that are joining us here. Hey to
Sarah's
Brandon
here, and Brandon's in here, and
he's in Canada. Brandon Priest.
Yeah.
Let me go back to the top and acknowledge our wonderful audience, Podience, as Danny's wife coined it. Of course, the wonderful Southern California Sarah's in the house, my flock. And she'll be on later. A lot of her people and fans in her flock are in attendance tonight. She'll be on later after Al signs off. Hello to Keebler. We did a live game show the other night, Al Hardee, Wednesday night.
And who is Keebler? Who is Keebler?
Keebler, no sugar coating the truth. He's in Texas State.
Okay.
And
that's his name. Okay. All right, that's cool.
It's a woman.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. And she did a game show. In Keebler, like Keebler cookies, Keebler elves. And we did a nice quiz with her with teams. I lost, but we played Jeopardy style with lifelines. It was kind of a combination of Jeopardy and Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Oh, okay.
Is that the final answer? That show. So hello. And that was a lot of fun.
I mean, are you a fan of war movies? I know you. I don't know that you've never really talked about war movies and stuff. Are you a fan?
I like them. I wouldn't say I'm a fan, but I do like them. They're not my go-to movie when I want to relax. It just depends on my mood. Hello to Music and Fun, etc. is watching on YouTube Live. By the way, if you're listening at Fistful of Radio out of Atlanta or on Apple, just go to the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube channel if you want to see the video of our pretty faces and you can see the clips and the things that Al's holding up before the camera, some DVDs and stuff. Okay, some private conversations going on. We'll get back to the main topic, which is Memorial Day war movies. Sorry I was late, Danny Staten in South Carolina. We just had some technical stuff. Hello to Lobo. Lobo Gris is in the house. He is a guy in California, really nice guy. He's multilingual. He can speak German. He can speak Spanish. He can speak English. He speaks all different languages, and he's in the security field professionally. Hello to you. How goes it? It goes pretty well. Hope that your holiday is off to a really good start, Lobo. Danny says he's listening. And let me just go down the list really quickly. Now, another war movie we saw, it was more about the Vietnam conflict. I really liked it and had an all-star cast. And it's called The Last Full Measure. And you invited me to that. It was a special
screening through AARP, and we went to the Midtown Cinema and saw it. You have a clip from that, don't you? It was actually a good movie.
Yeah, I'm going to play a clip.
It didn't, since COVID came, it just didn't do well because the theaters were closed, but it's really a good movie.
Yeah, I think it was in limited release. You're right. It didn't, but it's Samuel
Jackson.
It
was considered an art house type picture, and they don't get wide releases normally. and the Midtown Art is an art house. It's owned by Landmark, but I think you have a clip from it, don't you?
Yeah, I'll play that clip. But that for those that don't know the Atlanta area, it's in Midtown, and we had a heck of a time trying to find that theater. You may not recall that. You drove, and we were just like circling and circling. Like, where is this theater at?
Well, it's right almost downtown Atlanta. So plus it was, I think it was raining that night. It was just not a good night to go out, but we finally found a theater.
We did, and it was a nice crowd. And also afterwards, we got free movie posters, which was cool. So hello to Woo Riders DG. Thanks for tuning in to us, and Fab Daddy 44. Welcome back. Appreciate you being there. And our friend on Facebook Live, Jim Von Spiegel. I got it right for a change.
Oh,
says,
okay.
Hi, Chance and Al. He's saying hey to you, Al.
Well, hello there.
He's a very nice person. Very nice man. And hello to Hurricane. Oh, it just went off the screen. Look at this is someone I'm not familiar with. Sarah, is this one of your subscribers? The Hurricane Spliffy Show. What a cool name. Hi, all. Spelling it like they're having a good night. And then hello to Mark Frito watching on Facebook. No, he's on YouTube. Sometimes he's on Facebook Live. Looking forward to this show. Thank you, Mark.
I'm seeing the comments on YouTube mostly.
And they've gotten better. StreamYard, the software we use, you can actually now see the names of the people on Facebook Live that are watching. Hello to PDF Elves. How's it hanging? All right, so let's get to that clip from The Last Full Measure. Oh, guess who's texting us? Our buddy Tom Williams in the group text. Your phone will probably ding any second now, Al.
Yeah, he already sent me something. Let me see.
Now I'm going to play. Now, before I play the clip, while you look at that, I just want to mention the cast of The Last Full Measure. Listen to this all-star cast. Sebastian Stan, who Marvel movie fans will know from the Captain America movies. And he played the Winter Soldier, and he played Bucky Barnes in the first Captain America movie, the sidekick that everyone thought was dead when he fell off the train in the snow. And then you have, it's one of the last movies of Peter Fonda, his second to the last movie, probably the last one he shot in production order. Ed Harris is in it. I mean, these are big time actors, big time talents. Samuel L. Jackson is in it. And Christopher Plummer, one of his last movies. Remember, Christopher Plummer's in it. I mean,
yeah, he was basically the lead in The Sound of Music.
Correct, absolutely, and he was a Klingon in Star Trek VI: The Undiscovered Country. Cry Havoc. He loved his character.
6/22/10. Hello there.
Hey, that's Shane B, and he's going to be on with me Sunday, going through a box of comic books.
Who is Shane?
Yeah, Shane B. Now, The Last Full Measure, here's the basic plot. In the year 1999, true story, an up-and-coming political staffer at the Department of Defense, Scott Huffman, is given the job of investigating a request to upgrade an award to the Medal of Honor. After suspicious acts of gallantry, Airman William H. Pitzenbarger was killed in Vietnam in 1966. He was recommended for the MOH, but his award was downgraded to the Air Force Cross. For over 30 years, his comrades and family had been lobbying for him to receive the Medal of Honor.
Tom was going to tilt the camera down.
Okay. Huffman cares more about his own career than this case, but the more he looks into it, the more convinced he is that this man deserves his medal and should have received it back in 1966. But why didn't he then? So he uncovers not really a conspiracy, but there's a lot of cover-ups.
It's really a touching story, actually.
That's right. It is. And Sebastian Stan plays a lawyer for the Pentagon. And anyway, it's really good. Let's just play a clip because, video and audio speaks better than words. So I know I pulled a clip. Here's the trailer to The Last Full Measure. Now, it's about 2 minutes and 40 seconds long. I'll try to stop it early. Little long, but it's a very good movie. Let's watch it.
Operation Abilene was one of the bloodiest battles of the Vietnam War.
Everybody down!
An entire company nearly wiped out.
We are taking fire!
Prayed for a miracle. One came. His name is Pitts.
Pitts saved lives. We put him up for the Medal of Honor.
But he never got the medal.
Justice delayed is justice denied.
The Medal of Honor is the highest recognition of military valor there is. You'll prepare a full decorations review.
Mr. Pitzenbarger, sir.
I'm from the Department of Defense.
I'm here to learn about your son.
If you want the real story, you'll need to talk to the mud soldiers.
I've never seen lost men like that. Pitzenbarger comes down that wire and saves men he never even knew.
Sounds like a suicide mission.
Suicide is hopeless. What Pitzenbarger did was valor. I kept telling him to get out, but he wouldn't go.
He was there to save lives, and that's what he was doing.
Why are you here?
Because you're here.
Hell, he shouldn't even have been there. None of us should.
What are you saying?
That's friendly fire. We were fighting our own men.
The after-action report is missing. Who even thought up Operation Abilene in the first place?
It's not a can of worms you want to open.
Why not? Information was removed from the original review.
You have no idea where you're starting.
I have never seen you back off of anything.
Usually we're judged by what we do. But what we don't do is what haunts us.
I'm gonna go public with the story.
Sounds a little dangerous.
But it'll be great television.
Getting that medal for Pitts, for the men I lost, might be the only decent thing I pull out of that war.
Pitzenbarger's father. He's dying.
Dying isn't harder than losing a child. Do what you can.
Guys like Pitzenbarger do what they do for each other. Life for a life. I need to finish this.
Give praise as this young man and show us that the sacrifices of the fallen will never be forgotten.
See, I should have cut out.
Oh, good movie. Good movie.
Yeah, it was really good. Really good movie. Well done. The only thing I didn't like was there's a scene where Peter Fonda snaps the neck of a bunny rabbit he finds in his yard. He's a real hard man in this movie, Peter Fonda. He's opposite of the way he was in his personal life. He's a very honorable, like, soldier, you know, like, I won't say a hawk, but he's different than he was in real life. And you know it's not real, but I have a pet bunny rabbit, so I'm a little softy when it comes to that. I remember I was like, ooh, when that happened in the movie. Anyway,
I want to talk about now the top 10 movies rated by IMDb.
Yay.
All the way up to number 1. You ready?
War movies. Yeah, top 10 war movies. Cool.
All right. Number 10 is Paths of Glory from 1957, directed by Stanley Kubrick. And it's the story after a failed attack on a German position. A general orders 3 soldiers at random court-martialed for cowardice. And I have a scene from that movie, Paths of Glory. You have it in your system. If you go ahead and play that now.
Okay.
This is from 1957 with Kirk Douglas.
Paths of Glory. Oh.
Yes.
Is it this one? No, that's Das Boot. I gave it away. Hang on. Paths of Glory. Is it?
No, Paths of Glory.
No, you didn't send that one.
Nope.
Remember, you could only send 4, and that's probably the 4th one. Is it not? I bet it is.
Okay. Well, listen, we'll go back and play that.
We'll play. Yeah. Because I got to delete one. Right.
All right. Number 9. You have this clip. I know you do. Das Boot, 1981.
Yeah, right here.
Directed by Wolfgang Peterson. Wait a minute. No, I didn't say play it yet.
Okay.
Wolfgang Peterson directs this movie, and it's a wonderful submarine movie about a German U-boat who stalks the frigid waters of the North Atlantic. And when you watch the movie, it gives you claustrophobia because most of it takes place inside a submarine, and it's a wonderful movie. So play the clip. Das Boot.
Rechnung stimmt? Jawohl, richtig. Was ist denn eigentlich? 310? Eben! Warschau! Wollen wir euch jetzt zeigen? Was ist denn eigentlich passiert? Ja, U-32, Boot von Berthold. Der hat einen Geleitzug entdeckt, nicht weit von hier. 10 Stunden müssen wir dort sein.
Mal herhören. Boot operiert auf Geleitzug an den U-32 Fühlung hat. Ab 18 Uhr ist Zusammentreffen zu erwarten. Ende.
Hoffentlich pust mal geradeaus, damit ihr Platz wird.
Über 30 Dampfer! Bertolt darf jetzt nicht angreifen. Fühlung halten, bis die anderen Boote herangeführt sind. Für mich gibt's nichts Schöneres als ein U-Boot. Und Segelschiffe. Es gibt keine schöneren Linien als die von Segelschiffen. Bin früher auf einer Dreimastbahn gefahren. Wunderbares Schiff. Laderäume so groß wie eine Kirche. Da schafft was weg, was? Blöde Sau. Scheiß Waschküche, verdammte! Kann einem glatt passieren, dass man einen Brüdern vorbeikajolt! Wir müssen noch längst da sein! Warum meldet sich Bertolt nicht? Warum hören wir nichts vom BDU?
We're down.
That's a wonderful movie. It's a long clip. But it's a terrific movie. And one thing good about the movie, it's German actors and they speak German.
Uh-oh. I did the wrong thing. I kicked him out. The stream went down for a second. Hang on. Al, come back. Click the link. Uh-oh. Oh, dear. Sorry, everybody. I think the stream went down for a little bit. Let me call Al and tell him what I did. Uh-oh. Hang on. Oh, dear. Low. We're going to start the quiz in just a little bit. Hang on. I'm calling Al. This is so bad. Sorry, listeners. Al. Al Hardee. Al, click the link again. I clicked the wrong button. I kicked you out by mistake. Click the link I sent you. I'm so sorry. We're still on the air. Just go in your click the link again. I'm so sorry. You're not paying attention. Well, the stream went down because of the clip anyway, but it's back. I think it's back up by now. On YouTube, it went down because of the clip. I don't know. But let me just click that link and come back and we'll resume the show and start and we'll keep going with your list of the top 10 war movies of all time. Are you in your email? Sorry, folks. One moment, folks. I got to check something while Al clicks that. Oh, there you are. He's back. Okay, Al. Continue with your list now. That was Das Boot. Wait, I don't hear you.
What did you do?
There you go. I'm sorry. I tried to take the clip out, and I kicked you and the other clips by mistake. It's okay. You know what you could do right now?
Let's just talk about movies. It's
that's okay.
I'll just do one later because it's kind of confusing and it kind of it knocked the wind out of my sails a little bit, to be honest with you.
I'm so sorry. It was an accident. But now, where was Das Boot on that list? Was it number 9 or number 8?
No, that was number 9.
Number nine. Now the thing is, when it comes to dub movies, do you like movies when you can read the subtitles, or do you like it when they dub over the voices better? When it comes to
Reggie, I don't like dub movies at all. No.
Yeah, that was a German release.
I told you it was Wolfgang Peterson is German. It's a German movie. He directed it, but they released an American version with dubbed English, but it didn't do all that well. I mean, they just so.
Now, yeah, the remake. Now, what did you think of the remake of Das Boot? Wasn't there a remake?
No.
Oh, I thought there was a remake. Okay, well, I'm surprised there hasn't been one. We're back, YouTube. Sorry about that. The clip got us taken down from the live stream, but it'll be up after the fact on the replay. The clip will still be there, but I had to cut the clip short.
One thing about Das Boot, it's got a great soundtrack on it. I mean, the score fits the movie so well.
Who did the music?
This is an older DVD. I like to get the Blu-ray.
Who did the music for Das Boot?
That I don't know. I'd have to look up.
Well, it's right there in your DVD. Can you see it, or is it too small of a print?
Small print. It's so small.
That's okay. Don't worry about it then. I can look it up.
No. One of the guys, Unapologetic Geek, says submarine movies were his favorite. I mean, they're good. They're really good.
Very atmospheric. And I know one of your favorite TV shows out, Hardee, is Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea.
Yeah, we're not talking about that, though.
I know, but it takes place on a submarine, the Seaview, a super sub.
Right.
That's all I was trying to say.
I'll just mention these. We don't, Platoon is number 8, directed by Oliver Stone, which I liked.
I'm going to play a clip of that I pulled, but go ahead. You say your piece, and I will play a clip of that.
1986, and it's basically a shrewd examination of the brutality of war. I liked it all right, and so do you have a clip from? You have a clip from that?
I do, and then I will look up the box office, and hopefully this clip will not get the stream to go down again. Good Lord, that's freaked me out when that happened. And I have a lot of people acknowledge in the chat, which I will get to in a moment. I'll put some comments on the screen. So here is a trailer. We'll get to the trivia game in a little bit. We have 65 trivia questions. Al may not be able to make it through all 65, but he'll hang as long as he can. Here is the trailer to Platoon.
We've been kicking.
And I just realized, Al, before I roll this, I hope this doesn't make the stream go down, because isn't this owned by Prime now? Amazon Prime owns the MGM library up till 1986 or something. You're muted. Al, I can't hear you.
Oh, you'll get muted. I wouldn't play it, but that's up to you.
Well, what was the year? Because you know a lot about this stuff. What was the year that MGM's library is owned by Prime? You told me it was up to a certain point in time. Did you not?
They bought from 1980, I think, on up.
Oh, okay. So this would be under there. Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try to play a little bit of this Platoon trailer.
If you play,
what's that? What'd you say?
Play just a few seconds of it, then dump out probably.
Okay. 10-4.
We've been kicking other people's asses for so long. I figure it's time we got ours kicked. What happened today is just the beginning. We're gonna lose this war.
If you're gonna get killed in the Nile, it's better to get it in the first few weeks. I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm so tired. I think I've made a big mistake coming here.
We're going back into that NBA bunker complex tomorrow.
Skook's a lot smarter than you think.
Well, there's the beast. He's hungry tonight.
Shut up! Curse the pain! You don't sleep on no fucking ambush.
Lieutenant! What did you do?
All right, I'm going to stop it right there.
Yeah, I liked it. I thought it was a good movie.
Well, it did big business. The budget was only $6 million, only I say, but it was $6 million, just like Steve Austin, the fictional.
Well, think about it. It is 1986. It didn't cost as much money. to make movies as it does now.
Right. But do you want to guess how much money it earned at the box office?
No, I can look it up. It's not.
No. Don't look. Just take a guess, just for fun.
I don't know. 50 million.
138 million.
Oh, okay.
That's quite a return on investment there. ROI 6 million, but yielding 138 million. It was released December 19th, 1986.
Right. Well, number 7 is Patton, 1970.
Ooh, I have a clip of that too.
Directed by Franklin Schaeffer, and George C. Scott was a controversial character, the American general in it. And he won the Oscar, but he didn't show up to get it. Remember?
That's right. Just like Marlon Brando had an issue.
He was upset at the treatment of the American Indian, so he just didn't show up. He had this lady show up and said that he wouldn't accept it. George C. Scott was a pretty good actor, but he was a weirdo too.
Yeah, he did a lot of strange movies like Carnal Knowledge, a lot of weird movies, man. Absolutely. Well, I'm going to play a little bit then of some scenes from that great film, Patton. There's a trailer. It's 4 minutes, 41 seconds long. I'm not going to play that.
That's too long, yeah.
But let's play a little bit of the trailer.
All right, go ahead.
I want you to remember that no bastard ever won a war by dying for his country. He won it by making the other poor dumb bastard die for his country.
This is Patton, a salute to a rebel, a man whom the New York Times described in an editorial 2 days after his death as a legend, spectacular, swaggering, pistol packing, deeply religious and violently profane, a strange combination of fire and ice.
I thought I would stand up here and let you people see if I am as big a son of a bitch as some of you think I am. If they followed my plan, I'd be there by now. I'd cut off the retreat of every goddamn German battalion on this island.
Are you telling me that I've got to slug it out over those mountains with heavy resistance just so you can make a bigger splash than Monty?
About 15 minutes, we're going to start turning these boys into fanatics. They'll lose their fear of the Germans. And I hope to God they never lose their fear of me. Commence firing. Magnificent bastard, I read your book! God help me, I do love it so. I love it more than my life.
There he goes, old blood and guts.
Yeah, our blood. His guts.
His guts, yep. I'll stop.
Yeah, it was, I remember going to the theater and seeing that when it came out. When I lived in North Carolina, I liked it. All right, that's number 7. All right, number 6, Full Metal Jacket from 1987. And it's directed by Stanley Kubrick, and it's basically about a brutal boot camp training from 1987. Did you see Full Metal Jacket?
Oh, yeah, and I have a clip, just a minute and a half worth of Full Metal Jacket that we can watch whenever you're ready.
I'm ready. Number 6.
The enemy has very deceitfully taken advantage of the Tet ceasefire to launch an offensive all over the country. In Saigon, the United States Embassy has been overrun by suicide squads. Quezon is standing by to be overrun. We also have reports that a division of NVA has occupied all of the city of Hue south of the Perfume River. In strategic terms, Charlie's cut the country in half. The civilian press are about to wet their pants, and we've heard even Cronkite's going to say the war is now unwinnable.
Sir, does this mean that Anne Margaret's not coming?
Whose side are you on, son?
Our side, sir.
Don't you love your country?
Yes, sir.
Then how about getting with the program? Why don't you jump on the team and come on in for the big win?
Yes, sir.
Son, all I've ever asked of my Marines is to obey my orders as they would the word of God. We are here to help the Vietnamese because inside every gook is an American trying to get out. It's a hardball world, son. We've got to keep our heads until this peace craze blows over.
Stanley Kubrick's Full Metal Jacket, coming in June to a theater near you.
Yeah, that movie starred Matthew Modine, and I actually worked with Matthew Modine on a movie called Fluke that was filmed here in Atlanta. I ran the dailies for it, and he was really a nice guy. He was the kind of actor you could actually go up and talk to him. He didn't snub anybody or anything. So, but that was a good movie starring Matthew Modine.
And Matthew Modine was in Vision Quest with Linda Fiorentino before.
Yeah,
I'm mispronouncing her name.
Yeah, he was. What?
Nothing. I think maybe the stream went down on YouTube again, but hopefully it'll come back. Keep going.
Oh, okay. Social media is it's getting too weird. You know what I'm saying? I mean, everybody is so picky about what you show on a podcast or something. I just don't know. All right, number 5. You ready?
I am ready.
Saving Private Ryan, 1987, directed by Steven Spielberg. And basically, the story of a Normandy landing where U.S. soldiers go behind enemy lines to retrieve a paratrooper whose brothers have been killed. And it's really a good movie. It's got a great soundtrack, too, by the way. I like the music in it. Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah, let's look that up. I was going to say...
I think that's one of everybody's favorite war movies.
Yeah, but back to... I was going to mention before the whole stream thing distracted me. The Full Metal Jacket. We're still live on Facebook and Twitter and Twitch, by the way. Full Metal Jacket had a budget of 16.5 to 30 million. That's a pretty wide range. They can't pinpoint what the actual budget was, but it made 120 million at the box office. There you go. But Saving Private Ryan's what we're talking about now. So let me look that up.
I liked it. I saw it in the theater.
And
I don't have a DVD copy or Blu-ray. Maybe I'll get it one day, but I do like the movie.
We didn't coordinate when we prepared this Podblast or this show together what we're going to talk about, but ironically, you are actually revealing a lot of the answers to the trivia questions. So if you're paying attention, you're going to get these questions right.
All right, are you ready for number 4?
Just a second. Saving Private Ryan. I just finished looking it up. Hang on, buddy. I was going to just talk about the box office. I always like to do that. Make a note of that. It earned, and we're back on YouTube. It was released July 24th, 1998. Can you believe that's like, 27 years ago or something? That's crazy. Anyway, the budget was about 65 to 70 million, according to Wikipedia. But guess what? It earned $482.3 million at the box office. That's Saving Private Ryan. Okay, continue on.
Barking. All right, number 4. And I love this movie from 1962. Directed by David Lean, Lawrence of Arabia. Did you see that one?
Yeah.
It's basically of T.E. Lawrence, who led the Arab tribes against the Turks during World War I. And it's Peter O'Toole. He was 22 years old when he did this movie. And Peter O'Toole is a wonderful actor. Of course, we lost him years ago, but that's an all-time favorite movie of mine. It's got a great score, too, by directed by David Lean, Lawrence of Arabia.
Woody Wise.
But we'll play it next time. What?
Remember Woody Wise, whom we interviewed on the Podblast together, you, Tom, and I?
Yeah.
There's a documentary, Brotherhood of the Popcorn, and he used to be affiliated with Warner Brothers before he retired.
He met Peter O'Toole and became friends with him.
Right. And he was friends with Peter O'Toole right up until the end of his life.
Peter O'Toole, he was always one of my absolute favorite actors. I like Peter O'Toole a lot. He made some really good movies.
Yeah, and later we'll talk about James Tim Walker, who's part of the Brotherhood of the Popcorn. He's an artist and Academy Award-winning animator who suffered from Parkinson's disease, but he's overcome that battle. I have a great trailer that he sent me of something And there's his book right there, Shaken Not Broken. But that's later. That's after we're done talking about war movies. Go ahead, sir.
But Lawrence for Arabia is a wonderful movie. It's long. When I used to run movies over at Emory University, we ran that in 70 millimeter over there, and it looked great on the screen at Emory University. Emory University's got 2 wonderful theaters over there. I used to run movies for them. Okay, number.
Hang on 1 second. Lawrence of Arabia. I'm just going to talk about the box office real quick. Hang on. I'm not trying to interrupt you.
Okay.
Lawrence of Arabia, got it right here. Lawrence of Arabia was released on December 10th, 1962. $15 million budget. It earned $70 million. Okay, that's all I had to say.
That's a lot of money back in 1962.
Oh yeah.
All right, number 3 is The Bridge on the River Kwai from 1957, also directed by David Lean, and it was about a British prisoner of war. People, they were forced to build a railway bridge across the Kwai River by the Japanese. They had captured them, and a picture won 7 Oscars. And it has a great score. Hang on a second.
The whistle. Yeah, I used to be able to whistle it too. As I age, I can't whistle as effectively as I used to. But yeah.
I'm gonna play this. Here you go. Listen. This is from The Bridge on the River Kwai. Isn't that great?
Love it.
It's a really good movie, and I had a clip from it. We'll show it next time.
Yeah, we'll show it next time. I'm a little leery of the clips
It will probably show up on television somewhere over the weekend when they show war movies for Memorial Day.
Yeah, and speaking of clips, I predicted it. Prime, why don't they let us show trailers? You're promoting their product that they sell and that they stream. And Prime is one of the worst offenders of charging a monthly subscription, yet you have to pay extra to see certain programs. Even old TV shows, you have to pay a premium on top of the monthly rate. Wow. At least you get free shipping with that subscription.
But The Bridge of the River Kwai is from an album. I got this. Remember Mitch Miller?
Oh, let me make you big. Look at that. Yeah.
Now see, there it is. The Bridge on the River Kwai, right there. Title song.
What did he think? He was some sort of beatnik or something with that goatee?
He ran Columbia Records for years. He was the CEO of Columbia Records.
He was a big wig then.
Oh yeah. He had a TV show, Sing Along with Mitch.
And I think that was recycled in the Peanuts gang. One of the, Snoopy was whistling that Bridge over River Kwai.
Oh, really?
A couple of times. Oh, yeah.
I don't remember that. Well, that was number 3. All right, number 2. And this movie, I watched it, but it's disturbing. It's directed by Steven Spielberg, Schindler's List from 1993.
Oh, yeah.
It's basically the story of an industrialist, Oscar Schindler, who becomes to his Jewish friends. He sees how they're persecuted by the Nazis, and he saves them. And it's from 1993, and it's a wonderful movie, but it's really kind of hard to look at sometimes for me, anyway.
At the end, they played of course. At the end, they played the Neil Diamond song. They're coming to America.
Yeah.
But you said Oscar Swindler. I know you meant Schindler. If you play back, maybe I misheard.
It's
Swindler. Swindler's List. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
A used car salesman.
All right, the number 1 movie rated by IMDb, war movie, and absolutely, I did not like this movie at all. I could never watch it again. It was very disturbing for me. From 1979. You know what it is? Directed by Francis Ford Coppola.
Apocalypse Now, got to be.
Yes, Apocalypse Now. It's basically the story of a U.S. officer serving in Vietnam, and he's a specialist, but he thinks of himself as a god. You know what I'm saying? I like the smell of napalm in the morning, I saw it in the theaters, but I never want to watch that movie again. It was disturbing.
Marlon Brando was weird in that movie, his character.
And he was paid a lot of money.
He was for Superman too, 14 days of work or something. He got over like 1.6 million. Well, he was a good negotiator, I guess, or his agent was.
I did not like Apocalypse Now.
Well, you know what? It was released on August 15th, 1979 in the U.S. Budget was $31 million. It made $104.8 million. Yep. And you know who was in that, of course? What an all-star cast. Robert Duvall, Martin
Well,
Sheen.
Robert Duvall is the one that says, I love the smell of napalm. And he was the one that thought he was a god.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, he was
Larry
good in it, but I didn't care for that movie at all.
And I forgot Dennis Hopper's in it.
Now, 6/22/10, he said it's a great movie. Well, it is a great movie, but it's difficult for me to watch again. I just don't want to watch it. It's so brutal. I mean, the Vietnam War, you know, back during the Vietnam War, I was a lot younger and I protested the Vietnam War. I had the peace sign on my Volkswagen, you know. And I was a big,
you know, it was nominated for 8 Academy Awards, including Best Picture, Best Director for Coppola, Best Supporting Actor for Robert Duvall. It went on to win Best Cinematography, which it had, and Best Sound.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I saw it in the theaters, but it was just very disturbing, and I don't care to see it again. Well, I mean, you know, like I said, it's a wonderful movie for that sort of thing, but I just didn't care for it. All right. But there's some honorable mentions. It didn't make the list that I liked. You know, like Inglourious Bastards with Brad Pitt.
Oh yeah,
and from 2009.
Yeah,
that's a good one. And it's kind of dated today, but The Dirty Dozen came out in 1967. And another good one from 1941 is Sergeant York, starring Gary Cooper, directed by Howard Hawks. That was a good one. I liked it. And The Longest Day from 1962.
Very good.
And
very good.
I got some show and tell. Hang on a second.
Oh, good. Let me make you big.
Show and tell. Hang on a second. I got some DVDs of movies that, that didn't make the list that are favorites of mine because I have them on DVD. This is a good one. The Guns of Navarone.
Oh, yes.
And it's got a great score, too. Wonderful movie. Get that. All right. That's a good one. Hang on a
Do you have any laser discs you're going to show us?
Well, I have some on Laserdisc. Also, this movie here is a good one. The Train with Burt Lancaster.
Oh, yeah. That's a good pick.
It's when the Nazis stole the artwork from the Jewish and they put him on this train to take him to Berlin. And
they stole the gold.
Burt Lancaster is the conductor of the train, but he sabotages the train because he doesn't want that artwork to get to Berlin. He wants the artwork to go back to the Jewish people. But it's good. The Train.
And I like the movie. We saw kind of similar to that plot, The Last Vermeer.
Yes.
With Guy Pearce, whom I worked with in Lawless, playing his henchman. Yeah.
And another great war movie with James Mason and Jessica Tandy is The Desert Fox.
Oh, yeah. We watched that. Rommel. That's good. Yeah.
It's a wonderful. Now I have this on DVD. I also have a film print, 16 millimeter. But
how's the color on that print?
It's black and white. The movie was made in black and white.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. God, I'm not with it tonight. Yeah. There it
black
is.
And white. And
I was kidding, actually. That's the ticket.
Another good war movie with Robert Mitchum and Kirk Juergens is The Enemy Below. It's a submarine movie, and it's really good. Robert Mitchum. Good war movie. All right. I have another one. This is a wonderful movie too. Is Paris Burning?
Ooh.
When the Nazis invade Paris and they set fire to it. It's a true story. And it's just really, really good.
I've never even heard of it.
It came out in 1967, I think. There it is. Is Paris Burning? I have a poster for it too. I have 2 posters. And
a lot of those DVDs you could probably get for $1 a few years back at the Goodwill, but now they go sometimes for hundreds of dollars.
Oh yeah, well the DVDs are out of print now. But another submarine movie is Sink the Bismarck from Fox Classics.
Look at the guy on the right with his mouth hanging wide open. What's that all about? Right there.
He's talking into a microphone. See.
Oh, now I see the mic. Okay. Who's that actor? Who is that actor playing the guy on the mic?
Kenneth Moore.
Don't worry about looking if you don't know.
Kenneth Moore.
You're muted. For some reason, your mic's muted. Al, I can't hear you.
What?
Al.
I'm here.
Oh, I can't hear you.
What have you done? I'm here.
What the heck happened? Maybe it's my speakers. Hang on a second here. What's going on here?
Now, Kenneth Moore there on the left, he played in A Night to Remember, a good Titanic movie.
Al?
Yes, I'm here.
Can anyone in chat hear Al? Or is it just me?
I don't know.
Hey, Jerry Dobson, Nostalgia World of Michigan State. Can anyone hear Al? Al, you can hear Al? Well, dang, then I've got a problem at my end.
Yeah,
this is
Mark
not
said he
good.
can hear me.
Let me put my headphones on. Oh, no. Well, keep going, Al. Oh,
right,
no.
I have another one. Hang on. I got a few more. Now, this is a Blu-ray.
I see what happened.
Frank Sinatra did this movie. It's a good one. It's a movie called Von Ryan's Express with Sinatra. It's also from 20th Century Fox. There you go. And let's see. Also, Turner Classic Movies released, this is out of print. They released this some years ago. Errol Flynn, the actor, made a lot of war movies, and I have a box set from Turner Classic Movies of all of his war movies. You can see the titles there, and it's a good box set.
Wow, that's cool.
It's a good one. They're there on the back. It's out of print, and I've had it for a long time. TCM. And now we mentioned Lawrence of Arabia, and this was a really wonderful box set I bought years ago for Lawrence of Arabia. That's Peter O'Toole on the front. And
that looks nice at Lawrence of Arabia. I can hear you on delay in the other room, Al, so keep going.
Yeah.
Please.
Lawrence of Arabia is good. And
that's nice stuff you've pulled out from your collection there. That's great.
And another good movie that came out some years ago with Gary Oldman, I saw it in the theater, and about Winston Churchill. It's called The Darkest Hour. It's a wonderful movie. Gary Oldman looks just like Winston Churchill. It's amazing the transformation he made. The Darkest Hour. Really, really, really good. Okay. Hope they don't fall.
The Darkest Hour. I've never heard of that.
What, The Darkest Hour? It came out about 3 or 4 years ago, something like that. All right. And another, I don't know where some of the people on here in chat might remember a series called The World at War. That was produced by Thames Television and narrated by Sir Laurence Olivier. And so it's wonderful. And I had a clip from when they remastered these, and I have the complete box set of The World at War.
Look at that, The World at War.
It's a wonderful series directed by Laurence Olivier. It's every one of them. And this was an expensive box set. When I bought it, it was $75. It'll probably get a lot cheaper now, but I've had it for a while. It's a great series on the war. I mean, it covers everything. It's World War II, but it's wonderful. World at War.
Incredible stuff.
That is my show and tell. Like that there.
That's very cool. Out. I'm listening to you on the delay. Dude,
well,
I don't know what
have you done
happened.
over
I
there?
apologize. Let me try one thing. Keep going.
Yeah, Mark said The World at War was amazing. It really is, Mark. It's a great series. When I worked at Channel 17, we used to have film prints of it. We ran it on the weekends. And there's some scenes, it's mostly black and white, but they do have color footage of some of the series has color footage in it of the war, which is really nice. I can't, a chance you're talking, but we can't hear you. I don't know what's going on. They can hear me, I guess, but they can't hear you. Gary Oldman is so good. He could be playing Chase right now, and we wouldn't know. That's true. And Gary Dobson said, decades ago, I could do Wednesday in Churchill, but my voice has changed since then. Yeah, voices do change.
It works. Now I hear you again. Perfect. Thank you,
What have you
Sarah.
done?
I dropped out and came back in. Now I hear you, and we're good. We're good. All
Maybe
that stuff is so cool that you were showing.
I got a lot more. I mean, I got thousands of DVDs. You know, I buy them, and some of them I'll probably never watch again, but you know, they're there if I want to, right?
That's right. Can you hear me, Al?
I do hear you now. Yes.
Perfect. All right. I apologize. I don't know what the heck happened. This has been a comedy of errors technologically.
Yeah, the unapologetic geek says we can't hear Chase. He means Chance.
He's joking anyway, I think. He's messing with me. He has a great YouTube channel. You would like it, Al. He reviews Twilight Zone episodes.
Oh.
He has a lot of interesting trivia. I think you'd like it. The Unapologetic Geek. Folks, listen at Fistful of Radio or on Apple. Go to YouTube and look up The Unapologetic Geek. It's a great channel. And look Al, the PDF Elves YouTube channel linked you. And look what she said, or he said. Be sure to follow Chance's guest, Al Hardee, with Nostalgia Rewind.
Well, thank you, sir.
Now that's to be clear, it's a little confusing. He has two different brands. He's Al Hardee Entertainment on YouTube, but he's Nostalgia Rewind on Facebook.
Yeah.
His Facebook group. Anyway. And I agree with Shane. Gary Oldman is a chameleon when it comes to movies. Yes, he is a man of many faces, and
he's one of the best actors around.
Yeah,
I mean, he transforms himself. You know,
I don't know what I'd do without Sarah. I swear, I would be lost.
Sarah to the rescue.
Yep. I knew you were messing with me. That was funny. Okay, well, do you want to play a little trivia game? It's multiple choice. It's not hard. No trick questions about war movies.
I'll do it for a little bit, then I'll probably go.
I know you like a book. I can see that you're getting bored with it.
It's like,
so we'll get started with some trivia. But again, of that list, you know, yes, that was a great list that you read earlier, the top 10 according to IMDb. Did you make note of who compiled that list, or does it just say IMDb? Like, is there a name attached to that?
No, I think it's people vote in there, you know, and I think they do it when people review movies and stuff in IMDb. I think the ones that get the most hits, they you know, they had a lot more than 10. I just did the 10. I think they had the best of 25 movies.
Now, about that last full measure, and then I'll get to the trivia. I don't know if I mentioned this, that the man who died in 1966, he was a U.S. Air Force para-rescue man. Yeah. And it's a really compelling movie. I would highly recommend it. I don't know where you would find it to stream. I should have researched that, but hopefully it's out there somewhere, because it was very, very moving and a true story. So, and let's see what it did at the box office, because I'd pulled that up. Like you said, it was a bomb.
It probably didn't do all that well, you know.
Oh, it did horribly, because it cost $20 million to make. Get this, it earned $3.4 million, but it cost $20 million. $3.4 million is all it took in. But that's because it was in limited release and during COVID lockdowns.
Well, the way I see it, Comcast owns Universal. They can afford to lose the money.
The way they gouge everybody.
They rip us off, so they can afford to lose the money. Right?
Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah. Well, let's start the trivia game. Guys in chat, feel free to play along. I'm going to play there's 65 questions, so I'm just going to do the first.
Stick around for 65 questions.
Remember, we talked about this. Let's do the first 10, just you and me, Al, and then we'll do the rest after you sign off in chat. All right? Can you handle 10 questions or multiple choice?
I'll try.
Question 1. Good, thank you. This is so easy. Robin Williams stars as Adrian in a movie, Adrian, that has the power to make you both laugh until you're soaked and cry with sorrow. Which film am I referring to? A, Black Hawk Down. B, Born on the 4th of July. C, Good Morning Vietnam. Or D, Saving Private Ryan.
Good Morning Vietnam.
Ding, 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 ding. We have a winner. I'm going to play a brief clip, even though I've not been lucky with clips, but it's a trailer.
You're going to get knocked out.
I'll play just a little bit because I love Good Morning Vietnam. I won't try to burst out your eardrums with my terrible impression of Robin Williams in that film. Let's look at a couple seconds of Good Morning Vietnam.
Picture a man going on a journey beyond sight and sound. He's entered the demilitarized zone.
Good morning, Vietnam! Wow! I feel good. Time to rocket from the Delta to the DMZ.
It's 0600. What's the O stand for?
I'm going to cut it right there because of the song.
It was James Brown. I feel good.
And he was a Georgia guy. What was sad when he died, little trivia, they didn't bury him for like a year or something. They put him on ice, reportedly in the basement of his home. That's where his body was.
Next question.
Terrible. Okay, yeah, exactly. Next question. Question 2. True or false question, Al. The film Saving Private Ryan is about the attack on Pearl Harbor and a few battles that followed that attack. True or false?
That's false.
You are correct. Saving Private Ryan is not about the attack on Pearl Harbor. It is set during the Normandy landings and the subsequent Battle of Normandy, which occurred in France in 1944 during World War II. The mission in the film is to rescue Private James, the last surviving brother of 4 soldiers who have all been killed in action, and bring him back home to his mother. The film is widely regarded as one of the most realistic depictions of combat ever put on screen.
You know, well, speaking of brothers, there was a series on HBO. I have the box set. It's called Band of Brothers.
Right. That wasn't a theatrical release, but man, is that a great series.
Yeah, I've got that.
But Saving Private Ryan, last thing I was going to say, it won 5 Academy Awards, including Best Director for the great Steven Spielberg.
Yeah, it's got a great score, like I mentioned.
Question 3, Al Hardee, multiple choice. In the World War II movie PT-109, which future U.S. president is portrayed by actor Cliff Robertson? A, Richard Nixon. B, John F. Kennedy. C, Harry S. Truman. Or D, Dwight D. Ike Eisenhower.
JFK. John
Correct. You are correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
The answer, in the movie PT-109, Cliff Robertson played the role of future U.S. President John F. Kennedy.
That was actually a decent movie. I liked it.
And the film was made in 1963, sadly, the year that Kennedy was killed on November 22nd, 1963. I'm adding that. It's not in my little script. But the film made in 1963 was the first ever to depict a sitting U.S. president at the time. It was based on true events from World War II when Kennedy's PT boat was sunk in the Pacific, and he had to lead his crew to safety. It's a fascinating glimpse into a piece of JFK's past before he entered the White House. Okay, next question. You're doing great, Al, so far. Question 4.
Well, wait a minute. PDF Al's, he corrected you because it's actually Hardee Entertainment -Al's Place on YouTube. Thank you, sir. Okay.
Thank you for that.
All right, next question.
Question 4. Which film focuses on Navy and Marine Corps JAG lawyers and the court-martial of 2 U.S. Marines accused of actions committed at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba? A, A Few Good Men. B, Black Hawk Down. C, The Hurt Locker. Or D, We Were Soldiers.
A Few Good Men.
You can't handle the truth!
Yep.
That's right. A Few Good Men.
Tom Cruise.
That's right. And of course, Jack Nicholson. My God. Amazing actors. So yeah, it was A Few Good Men, in the film that centers around the court-martial of 2 U.S. Marines and the Navy and Marine Corps JAG lawyers defending them. Remember that TV show JAG? My dad loved that show.
I do.
It's a riveting drama that depicts the intense legal battle over actions allegedly committed at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. The film is not based on a true story, but it is inspired by the kinds of trials that Navy JAG attorneys might face. If you remember, it's also where the famous line, "You can't handle the truth," was born, delivered by the fantastic Jack Nicholson. Question 5, Al.
All right.
Which I think you're 5 for 5. You're doing
so
perfect.
far.
Which film portrays a British captain contending with Spanish rebels in the Caribbean and French forces in the Atlantic amidst the turmoil of the Napoleonic Wars? Here are your choices. A, the Admiral. B, HMS Victory. C, Captain Horatio Hornblower. Or D, Master of Ballantrae.
What was the question again?
Which film portrays a British captain contending with Spanish rebels in the Caribbean and French forces in the Atlantic amidst the turmoil of the Napoleonic Wars? The Admiral, or HMS Victory, or Captain Horatio Hornblower, or D, the Master of Ballantrae? I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a hint. Let me see. What would be a good hint?
Did one of them star Gregory Peck?
I'm not going to. Yes, it did. I'll just tell you. Yeah.
Well, the one that starred Gregory Peck. That's the one. Captain Horatio Hornblower.
Good job. You're perfect. You're still perfect.
Yeah.
Answer is C. The film Captain Horatio Hornblower features the character portrayed by Gregory Peck contending with both Spanish rebels and French forces. The movie is set during the Napoleonic Wars, a time of great international conflict in the early 19th century. Captain Hornblower, a British naval officer, navigates these complex political waters using his wit and strategic genius to outmaneuver his adversaries. It's a thrilling representation of naval warfare in the age of sail, showcasing the heroics and challenges faced by naval forces during that period. Okay, question 6. I think you're going to like this question now. Ready?
Yes.
In 1986, Clint Eastwood starred as a sergeant in the U.S. Marine Corps, guiding a group of hip young recruits into combat. Can you name this film? A, Heartbreak Ridge. B, Pale Rider. C, City Heat. Or D, A Perfect World. Repeating, in 1986, Clint Eastwood starred as a sergeant in the U.S. Marine Corps, guiding a group of hip young recruits into combat. Can you name this film? A, Heartbreak Ridge. B, Pale Rider. C, City Heat. Or D, A Perfect World.
A.
You are correct, sir.
Heartbreak Ridge.
That's it. Heartbreak Ridge is the correct answer. This 1986 American war film was not only directed by Clint Eastwood, but he also starred as the main character, Marine Gunnery Sergeant Tom Highway. Highway is portrayed as a tough, seasoned military man who has seen action in Korea and Vietnam. The film died.
Keebler said Heartbreak Ridge, but I didn't see that. I just knew, but yeah, he got it right too.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, it's an educated guess too, because the other, it's not City Heat. It's not Pale Rider. That's a Western anyway.
City Heat was a terrible movie with Burt Reynolds too.
Yeah,
and
he got paid. But by the way, Heartbreak Ridge dives deep into his character, Clint's character, as he trains a group of unruly recruits for combat. Eastwood's portrayal of Highway has since become an iconic figure in the film industry, a must-watch for any Clint Eastwood fan. Okay, question 7, Al.
All right.
In which World War II film does Steve McQueen portray the character Virgil, quote, the Cooler King, unquote, Hiltz, known for his glove and ball? A, The Great Escape. B, Kelly's Heroes. C, Casablanca. Or D, Inglourious Bastards?
No, it was A.
Your guess is A? You are correct. You are absolutely on the money again. The answer, Steve McQueen plays the character Virgil Hiltz in the iconic World War II film, The Great Escape. Do you have any anecdotes about that film? Did you see it in the theater, Al?
That came out in the 60s, didn't it? Somewhere in the 60s. I may have. I don't remember. I've seen it on TV quite a few times.
Well, it's based on the best-selling book by author Paul Brickhill, and it tells the story of a group of POWs who plan and execute a daring escape from a German prison camp.
I think it also stars, what was the guy that was Maverick? What's his name?
James Garner.
I think he's in it too.
Let's look it up. because I know, but let me just.
I think James Garner's in The Great
You asked
Escape
about
also.
the release date, and I don't know that off the top of my head. Hang on. Great Escape. Here we go. It was 1963. So you're right. It was the 60s, early to mid 60s. Released in the U.S. on 4th of July, 1963. That's pretty cool. 4th of July release. Budget was $3.8 million. It made $11.7 million, so it made money. And the cast: Steve McQueen, James Garner. You're right again on that. And Charles Bronson's in it, and Donald Pleasance, Loomis from Halloween. He's a great character actor. I saw him on Columbo. Donald Pleasance, and James Coburn's in it as well in one of his earliest roles.
What was the other TV series that James Garner was in?
The Rockford Files, maybe?
Yeah, Rockford Files, yeah.
Let's see. Oh, the glove and ball is memorable, by the way, that Steve McQueen's character had.
He bounced the ball against the wall,
Against the wall. Man, it's right when I'm about to read off my script. He bounces a baseball against the wall of his solitary confinement cell to pass the time. Next question for you, Al Hardee. Question 8. Which actor portrayed Sergeant John Stryker in the World War II film titled The Sands of Iwo Jima? Was it A, Charlie Chaplin, B, John Wayne, C, James Stewart, or D, Humphrey Bogart?
John Wayne.
Correct. Correct answer is John Wayne. He brought the character of Sergeant John Stryker to life in the film.
And John Wayne actually made a lot of war movies too. You know,
he sure
the Fighting
did.
Stevies. I mean, he made a lot of them.
He did one I know you didn't care for. It was shot in Columbus, Georgia, of all places. The Green Berets. The 1968 film in 67, and actor who played Sulu was in it. He had to leave the set of Star Trek for most of season 2 to film that movie.
Sergeant Barry Sadler had the hit song, "The Ballad of the Green Berets."
That's
Fighting soldier, ballad, you know.
You played that before on the Podblast.
Yeah, we played it. Yeah.
Let's see here. John Wayne's portrayal of the relentless and hard-nosed Marine sergeant became iconic. The role was originally intended for another actor, but John Wayne's performance became so popular, it's hard to imagine anyone else in the role. Okay, question 9, Al. You're perfect so far. I knew you would be. Your phone going off, or is it mine? Your phone is going off. Ready for the next question, or you need to read that? Okay. Question 9. In which 19th... You have a lifeline going, Al. Is that what's going on here?
No, my friend Norm texts me. He says, "You going to watch On Patrol live?"
Oh yeah. Well, it's about to. Well, that's 15 minutes from now. I know you want to watch it.
He's a friend of mine. He's a big fan of the show. Anyway, what's the next question?
Next question 9. Which 1962 movie tells the story of a British soldier leading Arab tribesmen into revolt against their Turkish overlords during World War I? Is it A, Lion of the Desert, B, Lawrence of Arabia, C, Adventure in Arabia, or D, Gallopy?
Well, of course, it's Lawrence of Arabia with Peter O'Toole.
Earlier, correct. And of course, Lawrence of Arabia, you've already talked about this, but it's a 1962 epic historical drama that tells a true story of T.E.
Mark
Lawrence.
mentioned In Harm's Way with John Wayne. You know, that's got a good cast. I'm sure it'll be on television this weekend. You're right, though, Mark. It is. All right, the next one.
Let's go on, because everybody knows about that movie. I don't need to bore you with the anecdotes I'd written. Okay. All right. Actually, research. I didn't write it. I got to be honest. That's Woody Wise. Okay, question 10. Woody Wise's favorite film, Lawrence of Arabia, I believe, out in California there. In which conflict is Gary Cooper's character engaged in the film titled For Whom the Bell Tolls? In which conflict, meaning a war, is Gary Cooper's character engaged in the film For Whom the Bell Tolls? I can't talk. For Whom the Bell Tolls. Is it A, the German-Czech combat, B, Italian campaign in Ethiopia, C, the Sino-Japanese conflict, or D, the Spanish Civil War? That's kind of a hard question. I want you to have a perfect
I've seen
score.
that movie, but it's been a long time since I've seen it.
I will give a hint because I don't want you to mess up your perfect score. No, don't cheat. Don't cheat. In which war is Gary Cooper's character engaged in For Whom the Bell Tolls? Let me think of a hint. I said earlier that these questions won't feature this war in American history, Let me just go through the answers again. That
You're
was a
talking
hint.
about the Civil War?
Yeah. Okay. So is it A, the German-Czech combat, B, Italian campaign in Ethiopia, C, the Sino-Japanese conflict, or D, the Spanish Civil War? What would you think?
Civil War, Spanish
There
Civil
you go,
War.
the Spanish Civil War.
Yeah.
Gary Cooper's character Robert Jordan is fighting in the Spanish Civil War, which took place between 1936 and 1939, several years before the start of World War II. The film is based on Ernest Hemingway's novel of the same name, For Whom the Bell Tolls, which was set during the war. And the conflict in Spain pitted the fascist forces led by General Francisco Franco against a coalition of Republicans, including socialists, communists, and anarchists. The war was a proxy battle for larger political tensions in Europe and around the world, and is widely considered a precursor to World War II. The Spanish Civil War was. Okay.
Well, Gary Cooper was a wonderful actor. He made a lot of good movies, and of course, we mentioned Sergeant York earlier. He was in, because he was basically, then he was a conscientious objector. He didn't believe in the war, but he got drafted anyway. But it's a good movie.
Question 11. Can you name the World War II movie that spotlighted a renowned beach scene with Burt Lancaster and Deborah Kerr? Her last name is spelled.
I can tell you right now without you telling me. From Here to Eternity.
You're absolutely right. I was going to give you choices of Run Silent, Run Deep, Submarine Command, The Dirty Dozen, or From Here to Eternity. You're right.
From Here to Eternity.
It was released in 1953. Romantic war drama directed by Fred.
Seeing them on the beach and the waves come over them.
Yeah, it's set on a U.S. Army base in Hawaii in 1941, just before the attack on Pearl Harbor. Yeah, here, the beach scene in question is one of the most iconic in film history, featuring a steamy moment between Burt Lancaster and Deborah Kerr. The film was highly praised and took home 8 Oscar awards. Ooh, you'll like this question, Al, because I know how you hate Hitler. Which film portrays an assassination attempt on Adolf Hitler? A, Saving Private Ryan, B, Valkyrie, C, Saints and Soldiers, or D, The Pianist, meaning someone who plays a piano?
Valkyrie.
You got it right. You are perfect. You got in first 12.
That movie got panned with Tom Cruise, but I kind of liked it. It wasn't the worst movie I've ever seen. But
I like it when you talk about things you like.
Yeah.
And it is Valkyrie, a riveting film that tells a story of the last known assassination attempt on Adolf Hitler during World War II. The movie depicts the dramatic events of July 20th, 1944, where German army officers endeavored to kill Hitler and seize power.
All right.
Okay, let's move along. Number 13. In which film does John Wayne play a World War II hero in the Battle of the Pacific? A, The Sea Chase, B, Sands of Iwo Jima, C, Where the Boys Are, or D, The Searchers? Which
Sands of Iwo Jima.
Is that your final answer? You are correct. Answer. It's B.
Yes.
Alan Dwan's 1949 war epic, The Sands of Iwo Jima, earned John Wayne his first Oscar nomination after nearly 2 decades in the game of acting. He played a World War II hero. Wayne did not draw on his own experience for the role, as he didn't serve in World War II, a point of contention with director John Ford. Here's a bonus question. Do you know what the first movie is that John Ford directed? The first movie that John Ford directed, John Wayne.
Stagecoach.
Okay. You got it right. I studied that in film class. 1939 Stagecoach. Yeah. Excellent, man. You know your film history.
That's a movie that everybody shows in film classes and stuff like that. So, yeah.
But you didn't care for it?
I liked it all right. I didn't like the remake with Bing Crosby that came out in the 60s. That one was not very good.
No. Next question. Question 14. R. Lee Ermey is well known for his portrayal of a strict military man. Which movie features him as the drill instructor for a character known as Private Pyle? Like Gomer Pyle, USMC, but this is a serious Private Pyle. A, The Thin Red Line, B, Dr. Strangelove, C, Full Metal Jacket, or D, Saving Private Ryan?
What was the question again?
R. Lee Ermey is well known for his portrayal of a strict military man. Which movie features him as the drill instructor for a character known as Private Pyle? We talked about this movie. It was on your list on IMDb's best war movies of all time that you read. I played the trailer for it, but you didn't see this guy in the trailer. I'll just tell you, I don't want you to miss one.
No.
Do You want to take a guess?
I know.
Oh, say it. Are you cheating? I can't see you on camera.
I'm here.
Okay, here's the choices. The Thin Red Line, Dr. Strangelove, Full Metal Jacket, or D, Saving Private Ryan. Strict military man. He shouts a lot. Drill sergeant.
That's a Full Metal Jacket.
You got it right. Yes, it was.
I mean, I didn't see it over, but yeah, that's it.
He's gone. He got sort of typecast for playing those roles, but he was a great actor. R. Lee Ermey. E-R-M-E-Y.
I think he was actually a drill instructor in the Marine Corps, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. He was drawn on real experience. He was unforgettable as the tough as nails drill instructor in Full Metal Jacket. He portrayed Gunnery Sergeant Hartman, a character known for his harsh and intense training methods. Okay, let's move along. 15. What ultimately happened to the German ship depicted in the Battle of the River Plate? A, it was interned in a neutral port. B, it escaped to fight again. C, it was captured by the British Navy. Or D, it was scuttled by her crew.
I don't remember that movie.
What ultimately, I'm going to give you a hint. I don't want to ruin your perfect record. What ultimately happened to the German ship depicted or seen in the Battle of the River Plate? Do you remember what key is not working on my keyboard? My laptop. Right. So let me give you the answers again. A, interned at a neutral port. B, escaped to fight again. C, captured by the British Navy. Or D, scuttled by her crew. What's your answer?
I think they sank it on their own.
So your answer is D?
Yes.
You're correct. The German ship in question, the Graf Spee, S-P-E-E is how it's spelled, was indeed scuttled by her crew under orders from Captain Hans.
Well, there was a movie called The Graf Spee. They came out in, I guess, the late 50s, early 60s, maybe.
Oh.
Let me look it up. The Graf.
Okay.
And it was a Technicolor movie.
This is the Battle of the River Plate, though. But yeah, I catch your drift.
You sure that's the name of it?
Yeah. Well, let me look it up. Or you look it up and I'll look it up. We'll both look it up. How about that? And I need to get to the chat. I can't see the chat right now. I'm not trying to neglect anybody. The Battle of the River Plate. Full disclosure, I've never seen it. It's an oldie. Let's see here.
I told you it came out in the 50s.
No, it was released in the Battle of the River Plate was released December 13th, 1939. Same year as Stagecoach we're talking about earlier with John Wayne. John Ford directed Stagecoach. Yeah. Or maybe that's the actual, you know what? That's the actual battle. Wait a minute.
It's Pursuit of the Graf Spee. It was
I'm so stupid. It was released in 56. I got to give you credit. You know your stuff. You're
1956.
Right. 1956. You're absolutely right, my friend. Wow. Okay. So let's move on to another question. Good job, man. Very impressive.
I didn't recognize the other title. Anthony Quayle is in it, along with Peter Finch. 56.
Wow. All right, next question. Let's. I'm not going to bore everybody with the trivia I'd pulled, but about that. But all right, question 16. What is the title of the world? I can't say world tonight. What is the title of the World War II film that chronicles the tale of American volunteer pilots fighting Japanese forces in China? Your choices are The Flying Tigers, The Great Raid, C, The Red Tails, or D, The Tuskegee Airmen. I'm going to try to put the question on the screen too. I meant to do that earlier, and I totally blew it. Hang on. Let me go and see. I'm going to try to put this question, see if it looks right. It may not work out like I want. No, see, it gets cut off. All right, I tried. See, it gets cut off into two. But your final answer was what? Well, let me just reread it. What is the title of the World War II film that chronicles the tale of American volunteer pilots combating or fighting Japanese forces in China? Your choices are A, Flying Tigers, B, The Great Raid, C, The Red Tails, or D, The Tuskegee Airmen.
Flying Tigers.
You are correct. I thought I heard you say Tuskegee. You are right.
No,
You're
I didn't
still
say
perfect.
Tuskegee.
Okay,
Tuskegee Airmen were about they were black pilots.
Right. And there
Yeah.
was a movie Lucas
And there was
did.
a movie
Right.
about that. It came out, I guess, in the 90s.
George Lucas. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So the answer is the Flying Tigers.
Yeah.
It's a World War II.
Mark got it right too.
Mark, is that he in chat?
Yeah, Mark Fredo.
Mark Fredo. But the Flying Tigers is a World War II movie that tells the gripping story of the American Volunteer Group, AVG. These brave Americans joined the Chinese nationalist forces to fight against the Japanese invaders in China during World War II. They were led by Jim Gordon, who's played by John Wayne in the film. It's a thrilling tale of heroism and international cooperation during the most devastating war in human history. Okay, next question, 17, Al. I think you'll like this one. In 1970, Clint Eastwood starred in a film where a group of soldiers snuck behind enemy lines during World War II to pilfer a significant amount of gold from the Nazis. What's the title of this film? Get these choices.
I tell you right now, I know what it is.
Say it.
Kelly's Heroes.
Yes, it is. Listen to some of these choices. Tightrope. Selection A, Tightrope. No. Selection B, Thunderbolt and Lightfoot. No. C, Escape from Alcatraz. Hell no. Or D, Kelly's Heroes. Yes.
Well, Kelly's Heroes. It also had. I love that song, "Burning Bridges" by the Mike Curb Congregation. They played that on the credits.
And you know who else is in it? Right.
Also, another song from Kelly's Heroes was "All for the Love of Sunshine" by Hank Williams Jr. You know, they played that song when Donald Sutherland was on the Jeep and they were going through the little town there, and they were playing "All for the Love of Sunshine" on his.
You've
speaker.
played it on the Podblast before.
Well, he had it. The speaker was on his tank. You know.
Al, you have a question in chat. It's on the screen from Jim Von Spiegel. Al, when is your podcast on?
Well, I haven't done one by myself in a while. I'll have to do one.
Well, see, we had a kind of a falling out, and now we're friendly again. And like Al, we were doing it every other Sunday at Al's place, but then we all got busy, and now I'm doing this comic book thing on Sunday afternoon. But that'll wrap in a couple months. I'm down to 8 boxes. I do 1 box a week.
Well, I mean, we had Chance and I've been friends a long time, but we
worked together.
Well, we had a disagreement on the podcast, and so we just didn't do one for a while.
Right. But we're cool now.
Yeah.
Oh, and look, and PDF put up a link again for you for anyone that wants to subscribe to your channel. Yeah, Al's great, but we're going to do one for our 5th anniversary with Tom. We're trying to work it out because June 15th is the 5-year anniversary of the Podblast, and that falls on a Saturday. So there's a good chance that Tom will be free from his duties at the Weather Channel as a director.
Well, he's been working a lot because of all the weather across the country, all these tornadoes and storms and stuff. And so he's been working longer hours.
But that's good money. But anyway, that's beside the point. But hopefully he'll be free and we can all be in your studio, Al, where it all began 5 years ago.
Can you hear my chair?
Yeah, I hear it squeaking. You need some WD-40, my man.
Some WD-40. Sorry about that.
But about Kelly's Heroes, like we said, it was released in 70, features Clint Eastwood as Lieutenant Kelly, who leads a motley crew of American soldiers. Isn't Telly Savalas in that cast?
Let me show you something on Kelly's Heroes. Hang on a minute.
Okay. While you're getting it, I'll just read I have one more paragraph here. Leads a motley crew of American soldiers on an audacious mission to steal Nazi gold stored in a French bank behind enemy lines. This offbeat World War II comedy drama heist film is known for its blend of action, humor, and drama. A fun fact is that the cast also includes the likes of, it is Telly Savalas. I remember because I've seen it. I love the movie. I knew that. Don Rickles, Donald Sutherland. The same year MASH was released in theaters, 1970. He had 2 hit movies that year. And who else? Future Archie Bunker, Carol O'Connor is in Kelly's Heroes, like the same year that All in the Family launched. Well, actually launched in January 71, but they started taping them in fall of 1970 and the pilot before that. Let's see what you got. Let me pull you up big.
I have a hang on a second. I have a poster from Kelly's Heroes, but it's downstairs. Also, you know who else was in Kelly's Heroes? He had a part in it. He was in the Love Boat.
Are you talking about Gavin MacLeod?
Yes, he's in Kelly's Heroes.
Stubing, and that was right before Mary Tyler Moore started, 1970. Yeah. He was a real dramatic actor. Like he was in episodes of Peter Gunn and stuff, playing a bad guy. He was bald forever, though. You go back and watch these shows he was in the 50s. He never had hair. It's kind of
who
like that
else
joke
was
in
in-
Back to the Future. Didn't he ever have hair, the principal?
Another favorite person in Kelly's Heroes was Don Rickles. He was
Yeah,
in it.
yeah. Mm-hmm. And
He
so that's
ran
what-
he ran the store where they could buy goods and stuff like that. And I remember there's a scene in it where Donald Sutherland, he was kind of a hippie of the time. You know, they didn't have hippies in World War II, but he portrayed one. But anyway, he was asleep up on a like above where Don Rickles was working, and he wakes up when they start talking about the gold. When Clint Eastwood is talking about the gold, Donald Sutherland, his character, wakes up and he looks down, you know, and he just, I forget what he says. It was kind of funny. And so Don Rickles kind of rolled his head. He says, "That's oddball."
What a
oddball.
Man, he's a great character actor. He makes me laugh in anything he's in, even in I Dream of Jeannie rerun.
But you know, Don Rickles he could play a serious role as well.
Oh, very versatile. Yeah. And look at the comment for you on the screen by Jim Von Spiegel, who's watching on Facebook Live. He says, Don Rickles is in it, to your point.
Yeah. He was great in it. You know, I saw it at the theater and I love the song. I've got the 45 record on the jukebox by the Mike Curb Congregation.
Wow. That's cool. So let's do another question. And let's see.
I think I've answered enough.
Yeah, well, On Patrol Live's on. I know you can watch it on your
Well,
Peacock
ask
streaming.
some other people here, just ask another question, see if they can get it.
Okay, so you're not necessarily signing out. You just want to
I'll
open
see
it
if they
up.
can answer it. Yeah.
Okay, let's do another one then. Okay. What a great movie that is, Kelly's Heroes. All right, question 18. Let's open this up. Anyone in chat that wants to answer, please.
I have Kelly's Heroes on DVD, by the way. Anyway.
Cool. We got to watch that on your big screen. Al has a movie theater size screen in his home theater. Came from a theater called Phipps Plaza, which is an AMC movie theater in the Atlanta, Georgia area, and a ritzy shopping mall called Phipps Plaza. Yeah.
All right, what's the next question? Yes, I do.
Question 18. Okay, 18. Name this epic war film set during the construction of the Burma Railway in the early 1940s. A, The Great Escape. B, The Bridge on the River Kwai. C, Ben-Hur. Or D, Dr. Zhivago. I never can. Dr.
It's Dr. Zhivago.
Say it again. You're the professional.
Dr. Zhivago.
Dr. I can't do it.
Say Zhivago.
Zhivago. Okay, I did it. Dr. Zhivago. Dr.
Well, that's not it. It's not Dr. Zhivago, that's for sure.
But you know the answer. Let's
answer.
let someone in chat. There's probably a delay because the stream went down. Oh, look what Mark Frito says. Don Rickles was also in Run Silent, Run Deep. Have you seen that?
He was, and I've got a poster for that movie too.
Tug, the unapologetic geek, guessed B.
What?
He guessed B. But selections name this epic war film set during the construction of the Burma Railway in the early 1940s. A, The Great Escape. B, The Bridge on the River Kwai. C, Ben-Hur. D, Dr. Zhivago. He's right. B, The Bridge on the River Kwai. And you knew that answer, Al.
We talked that earlier. I know. Yeah.
I know. That's why I'm going to go ahead and score you an A+, because you've gotten everything right. And it was The Bridge on the River Kwai. It was a hit with both audiences and critics. It was the highest grossing film of 1957. And you know who's in that? Alec Guinness is in it. Sir Alec.
He was in the clip. He was in the clip. Also, William Holden.
The future Obi-Wan Kenobi, for those that don't know the name, Alec Guinness. And it also scored that year's Best Picture Oscar Award of 1957.
And the song, The Bridge on the River Kwai, is called the Colonel Bogey Mark.
And it won the Oscar for Best Director, Best Actor, and Best Score, Best Music. And the film also won Best Adapted Screenplay. But the writers, Carl Foreman and Michael Wilson, were not there to accept the awards. Both men had been blacklisted and subsequently led to Europe in order to work. They fled to Europe. They fled to Europe in order to work. Instead, the author of the book on which the story is based, who was French and non-English speaking, received the credit and the Oscar award. Years later, the writers Foreman and Wilson received their awards after their death. Oh, that's great. Well, they're dead. What good is that? But I guess it's good, just to set the record straight. Question 19. Which of the following is not a World War II movie starring John Wayne? A, The Dirty Dozen. B, Back to Bataan. C, They Were Expendable. Or D, The Sands of Iwo Jima. Again, which of the following is not a World War II movie starring John Wayne? A, The Dirty Dozen. B, Back to Bataan. C, They Were Expendable. Or D, The Sands of Iwo Jima. I'm going to try to put this on the screen.
Well, that one's easy.
I know. Even
See,
I know
somebody
that.
else can answer it. This friend of mine posted on Facebook. He says, I've been up all night making voodoo dolls for, well, never mind. They'll find out soon enough.
Wait, let me see that.
Making voodoo dolls.
Where's the voodoo doll comment? Let me find that. That's
no. I saw this on my phone.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm reading the questions and trivia. It's a different screen. I'm sorry. She says I'm ignoring the YouTube chat. I'm sorry, Keebler. I'm not ignoring. I'm not trying to ignore anybody. I
can't post them because it's a chances. It's his StreamYard account, not mine. I'm just a guest.
Well, see, I'm trying to put it on the screen.
I can't post the comments. You have to post the comments, not me.
Well, we're going to fix that because there's a way we can link our StreamYards and you'll be able to do that. So there's the question. And it looks funky. I'm going to have to do a space in between the selections. It just looks weird. Okay. And Tug answered A, which is not a World War movie. Let's move along. What is not a World War movie? He's right. It's A, The Dirty Dozen.
He wasn't even in The Dirty Dozen.
Correct. It does not star John Wayne. Some of John Wayne's notable World War II.
If they made The Dirty Dozen today, it would be full of foul language because back in '67, I mean, they didn't use the F-bomb. I mean, it was just kind of like, it's so lame compared to what they would make today.
Right.
But The Dirty Dozen made a lot of money.
Oh, yeah.
It was an MGM movie.
I got to look that up. But let me ask the next question. I'll look up the box office of Dirty Dozen. This will allow chat to catch up. Okay, question 20. Can you identify the 2003 epic that tells the story of a British frigate relentlessly pursuing a superior French privateer across the South Atlantic Ocean and into the Pacific Ocean during the Napoleonic Wars? Is it A, the Seahawk, B, the Admiral's Pursuit, C, Master and Commander, the Far Side of the World, or D, Battle at Sea, Napoleonic Warfare? Let me put that on the screen. I'm going to try to put this in the chat.
See, somebody can answer it.
Yeah. Let me do a space. It's going to break it up and look funky, but let me just try. Because that's a mouthful. All right, well, that's up. Let me let people catch up. See, that's not going to work. It's too many words for the individual thing. Let me look up the Dirty Dozen's box office really quickly. Hang on. Dirty Dozen. Let's see here. And I got a couple more clips to play later. And I want to talk about meeting Christopher Reeve 30 years ago this month, 9 months before he was paralyzed. And I have some video of him from that event at the Castlegate Hotel in Atlanta, which is no more. Oh man, my D key doesn't work, so it says the Dirty Dozen. The Dirty Dozen. Oh, there it is, but it pulled up. Anyway, so let's see. You said it made a lot of money. You got me curious as to how much money it earned. It cost $5.4 million to make, and it earned $45.3 million. Yeah, that's a healthy $40 million profit.
It did really good.
Yeah, it sure did. Let's see if anyone answered the question. Can you identify the 2003 maritime epic that tells the story of British frigate relentlessly pursuing a superior French privateer across the South Atlantic and into the Pacific Ocean during the Napoleonic Wars? Is it A, the Seahawk, B, the Admiral's Pursuit, C, Master and Commander, the Far Side of the World, or D, Battle at Sea, the Napoleonic Warfare? Let's see. Do you want to answer? Let me look.
Let's see. I don't know.
Thank you, Danny, for linking Tug's channel. Post the question, then the answers. Okay. Okay. You know what? I'm so dumb. I can do that. I can do that. Let me try that. Of course. I'm so well. She said, yeah, I see what you're saying. Well, I'll do it with the next one. Let me just answer. Okay. The answer was C, Master and Commander, Far Side of the World, directed by Peter Weir, based on the series by Patrick O'Brien. The movie takes viewers on the high seas adventure during the Napoleonic Wars. In a switch from the book, the movie sees our British heroes led by Russell Crowe's Captain Jack Aubrey pursuing a French ship rather than an American ship. This change was made to make the film more palatable to American audiences. You can almost feel the sea spray as you watch the thrilling chase unfold. Okay, question 21. I'm going to do just what Keebler suggested.
I don't think Danny feels good. He says, I feel horrible, but I'm listening. Sorry about that, Danny.
I'm sorry, Danny. Danny Staten in South Carolina. There's this comment you just referred to.
Yeah.
I did answer it, by the way. It says Tug. Where? Oh, I need to make overlays. Yes, I can do that. Thank you, Keebler. I'm still learning StreamYard. See, my flock, Sarah in Southern California, for months has been trying to get me to do a one-on-one training session, and I've been too busy.
You cut your audio off tonight too.
I don't know what happened with that. I don't think that was anything I actually did. I think that was just a gremlin.
Yeah.
Now I want to look. Well, let me. Oh, he did answer it. I see it now. See, sorry, Tug. I somehow missed your comment. All right, I'm going to try to post the question. There, it works. Yes, I didn't need to put 21. I can edit that out. But there is the question. What is the title of film that features Denzel Washington and Meg Ryan exploring the concept of bravery during the Gulf War? Oh, and I didn't do the selections yet on the screen. Is it A, The Three Kings, B, Courage Under Fire, C, Honor in Battle, or D, Bravo 2-0?
Danny said Mexican food screwed him up.
There are a lot of bean burritos or something.
Yeah.
I don't like how it looks weird when there's the selections A, B, C, D. That looks effed up. But Tug guessed B. Well, let's reveal the answer. Keebler guessed B, and he says also the Unapologetic Geek says that's a good movie. Anything with Denzel's a good movie, I think. What do you think, Al? We like him.
I met Denzel. I worked on a movie he was in called Remember the Titans. Remember that movie?
Mm-hmm. And you had lunch with him, like I did with Martin Landau.
With him multiple times. Anyway, I used to run dailies on movies a lot. And it was shot here in Atlanta and Rome, Georgia at Berry College. And so I went to Berry College for, I guess I was up there 4 or 5 days running dailies. And so, I was staying in a hotel, but, when I was off, I'd go to the set and watch them shoot film.
Pretty cool.
And of course, the lunches on sets are really good. Anyway, I was sitting there eating lunch, and then I was sitting by myself. And then Denzel says, come on over here and sit with us. And so I went and sat with Denzel. He was really nice. I worked with him for 7 weeks. In fact, I have he signed a script from Remember the Titans. It's in that closet up there. I'll pull it out and show it to you. He signed it for me.
Wow. I don't think you've ever showed me that signed poster.
No, it's a script.
A script. I mean, that signed script. You never showed that.
I have it.
We should show that on camera on our 5th anniversary show.
We had a rap party. Rap party was at Old Smith's Bar and Grill.
Okay, Tug, he's got to run. Yeah, thank you. You have a perfect score, just like Al Hardee does. Incredible.
Who's Lobo? Stuff. Lobo's arrived.
Yeah, he's in California State.
Oh,
I think he's in Southern California. Thank you so much, Tug. Thanks for being here. I need to have him on too as a guest. I've been meaning to do that for a while. So, about Denzel, you said you were eating lunch all by yourself, and Denzel
he invited me over.
That reminds me of a song, "All by Myself," which got used in a lot of commercials. Who sang that? Trivia. I know you know it.
There was a scene in the movie because he plays a football coach at a high school. Anyway, there's a scene in it where he's in his kitchen watching film, and of course, then they didn't have video, so he had a projector, 16 millimeter projector. He was watching, and that was my projector. I loaned them.
Oh, cool. Loaned them.
It's in the movie.
But who sang that song All By Myself? You know a lot about music.
Eric Carmen.
You got it. I knew that one. That's very impressive. Look what Jerry Dobson said. He's watching on Facebook Live. He says, I'm still here, just listening as I watch. I'm watching the original Planet of the Apes, which is a better film than what? The new ones? I forgot to
don't
share
care.
out
I don't,
his.
you know, I didn't like the original. I don't. Those movies just don't
Really?
interest me.
I love it. That terrible lobotomy that they did.
Apes
did to that poor astronaut.
I don't want to watch those dirty apes. No,
Take your stinking paws off me, you damn dirty ape. That was.
I didn't care for the TV series, but you know, whatever.
Well, the TV series only lasted like 13 episodes after the first original 5 films. Let me just share out to Jerry Dobson since he's with
you know,
us.
speaking of the TV series Planet of the Apes, you know, Roddy McDowall was in the lead in that. And you know, he was a big. Did you know he was a big film collector? And he had, he had all the shows. He had the 16 millimeter copies. And you know, the FBI raided him and said, you know, that he took the films and he had to give them back. And he says, no, the studios gave them to me. I'm not giving them back. You know, that was back in the day when, you know, if you were a film collector, it was kind of a secret society. You didn't let people know.
That's how I got all my Fall Guys on film. Every episode, a large chunk came from a guy named Ray Quartz in Florida, who in turn sold them to Cliff Thomas. And I hope Cliff Thomas of Madisonville, Tennessee, is still alive. He's an older man. Haven't heard from him. He used to sell on eBay. I turned him on to eBay. I'm like, you need to do this on eBay.
I met him at a film convention a couple of times.
I've never met him. We talked on the phone a lot, but I never met him face to face, Cliff Thomas. But those prints came from Ray Quartz. He had gotten I guess from a TV station.
I think Ray Quartz passed away.
Yeah, that's the only reason I mentioned him by name. I know that. Yes, he sadly is gone.
Mm-hmm.
But Planet of the Apes, yeah. I'm surprised you don't like that twist ending, and it was written in part by Rod Serling, the original.
It's okay. It was all right.
I found it very dramatic.
You know, speaking of Charlton Heston, I met him when I worked at Turner. When CNN was downstairs, we were upstairs. TBS, we were upstairs, and CNN was downstairs.
Cool. Do you remember the second
drive? And anyway, he was Charlton Heston was on a show, a noontime show, talking. You know, and so I went down there and met him. I got a lobby card in there where he signed it for me. A movie called The Naked Jungle.
That's awesome.
I showed him the lobby card. He says, "Oh my God, where did you get this?" And I said, "I've had it for a long time." So he signed it for me.
Wow,
it was nice. I liked it. And, you know, Charlton Heston was a kind of a tall guy too.
Yeah. So the answer was Courage Under Fire, starring and the question.
Right.
Yeah. So what was the title of the film that features Denzel Washington and Meg Ryan exploring the concept of bravery during the Gulf War? Yes, Tug, perfect score. As have you, Al Hardee, Courage Under Fire, selection B. And it starred Denzel Washington and Meg Ryan in a gripping narrative set during the Gulf War. The film delves deep into the concept of bravery and the moral complexities that come with war. Washington plays Lieutenant Colonel Nathaniel Serling, who is tasked with investigating the worthiness of a deceased female pilot, played by Meg Ryan, for the Medal of Honor. Okay, question 22. Let me put it on the screen. Can you recall the name of the 1966 movie in which a United States Navy gunboat is assigned the duty of safeguarding American lives and assets during the period of the warlords in China circa 1926? Boy, that's a mouthful and a tough question. Woo.
Well,
the whole question managed to get on the screen. Let me do the selections. You're right. I didn't read the selections yet. Sorry. You're right. Well, all right. The questions are A, the Sand Peoples, B, China Station, C, the Yangtze Patrol, or D, Warlords of China. Let me put those selections on the screen. I'm going to try to do it in a way where it won't look so messed up. I don't know if this will work or not.
So is that show Naked and Afraid still on television?
It's
Brandon Priest Garbage Truck Video says he watches.
Oh, wow. I don't know. He asks a lot of offbeat questions, and that's fine. So those are the selections. Let's see if anybody is.
What was the question again?
It's right here on the screen, Al.
Oh.
Can you recall the name of the 1966? So it's a 60s movie. The name of a 1966 movie in which a United States Navy gunboat is assigned the duty of safeguarding American lives and assets during the tumultuous period of the warlords in China.
It's the Sand Pebbles.
There's the selection. Sand Pebbles. Okay. Well, are you right? Let me see. Because I don't know. It's the Sand Pebbles. Yeah. Selection A.
It was a movie with Steve McQueen.
Man, you're good. You know a lot about film history and music. I need you to
It was released by 20th Century Fox. I have a poster for it. One sheet.
Man. And who directed it?
I can't remember.
Robert Wise, who directed The Sound of Music.
Right. He did direct that.
And
Yeah.
Star Trek: The Motion Picture and Two People, a movie in which Lindsay Wagner was fully nude with in a love scene with someone we talked about earlier tonight, Peter Fonda. Anyway, and have it on 16 millimeter film.
Steve McQueen's character gets shot. He gets killed. Spoiler.
It's set in the year 1926, as I already said, in China.
He gets killed.
Let's see. Okay. Yeah, you're right. And it stars Steve McQueen, Richard Crenna. Richard Crenna was a good actor. He was in First Blood. Remember in Rambo?
He got started in The Real McCoys with Walter Brennan.
Oh, wow.
Remember The Real McCoys?
TV show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I wasn't alive, but I remember from reruns.
That's where he got started. It was on that TV show.
And get this, Candice Bergen was in it long before, what was it, Murphy Brown? Back in
Candice Bergen made movies. She was in a Western that I really like called Soldier Blue. It was based on a true story about the massacre of some Indians in this village. It's based on a true story, but Soldier Blue is a tough movie to watch too. But yeah, she made movies before Murphy Brown.
I think I should start making this interesting and give away some prizes. Have some prize questions. Like
Who her father was?
Yeah, but go ahead and say it because I'm talking too much. Go ahead, and I'll get a Pepsi while you tell us.
He was a ventriloquist.
Oh wow, let me make you big.
Her dad was a ventriloquist.
Ventriloquist?
Mm-hmm.
Well, anything else you got to say? There's the question, Al, if you want to read it. I got to get some Pepsi. I mean aloud. Can you read it aloud in your broadcast voice? Okay, no.
What? Where did you go?
Reading that aloud in your broadcast voice, the question on the screen. That's what.
Oh, in the movie The Great Escape, what does Steve McQueen's character use to entertain himself while in the cooler? Anybody know the answer? No, Keebler, he hasn't given any choices yet. I know, but let him give the choices and see.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm back. Let me get the choices. I know I'm off mic. I'm back.
Well,
I'm back.
Keebler says you didn't put any choices on the screen. I know the answer, but go ahead and.
All right, here they come.
Yeah.
Give me a sec.
I won't say.
We already talked about it anyway. Here come the choices. Sorry, Keebs. The answer is K. My flock. So funny. Hang on. I'm trying to do this where it won't look funky. Bear with me. I know this is a long delay. All right. Let's see if this works. There's the choices. There you go. Anybody want to answer in the chat? Those are your choices. And again,
I know the answer. See if anybody can do it.
There's the question. And sorry, listeners, there's the choices. Well, go ahead and answer, Al. What's the answer? Al?
A ball and a glove.
That's right. See, perfect score. By the way, I have these ribs I wanted to show I got today from Kroger grocery store. They have a special St. Louis ribs, a full rack.
I was at Kroger today and they had them there.
Were they making them fresh?
Yeah, $12.99.
Yeah, with your Kroger Plus card. I can't wait to dig into them tomorrow with all the sides like mac and cheese. I'm going to gain so much weight this weekend.
I'm not a big ribs fan. They're okay. I'm not
one of them. They fall off the bone. They're so good. Of course, homemade is best, but What are you going to do? Oh, let me put you back on. Sorry, buddy. Exit solo.
Yeah, you're right, Jim. Edgar Bergman. He was the ventriloquist. That's her father.
And you're right. We talked about it. You're right. The answer was A, ball and glove. And while he was in solitary confinement, Steve McQueen's character used a baseball and glove to entertain himself. Yep. Okay, next question. Let me get it ready. Which dramatic war film of 1960? This is your wheelhouse, Al, and Tom, if he's still watching. I know he's working. Maybe he's driving home by now and is listening. Which dramatic war film of 1960 revolves around the British Royal Navy's relentless pursuit of a German battleship during World War II? Is it A, Sink the Bismarck, B, Battle of the North Cape, C, For King and Country, or D, Action in the North Atlantic?
I showed the DVD earlier.
Yeah.
You want me to tell you?
Well, hold on. Oh, Jim Von Spiegel is playing. Hang on. Let me just give people a chance. There's the question. Which dramatic war film of 1960 revolves around the British Royal Navy's relentless pursuit of a German battleship during World War II? And let me put the selections up really quickly.
Here it is.
Oh, you already... Okay. Well, we got to hurry it along. I got so many questions here. There's where the... Do that again. Wait a minute. Let me try. One thing. I'm just... Lord help me. I'm just trying to learn how to do something.
Jim answered it already.
Sink the Bismarck. Oh, see, now I've learned something new tonight. I can make the selections look normal on the screen. There's the question. There's the choices. There's Jim Von Spiegel's answer A, and he's right. And Al, of course, knows. And he's got the movie he talked about earlier. That's why I said earlier in the show, you gave away a lot of the answers, which is great. Sink the Bismarck is the correct answer. 1960 British war film based on the book The Last 9 Days of the Bismarck, written by C.S. Forrester. The movie depicts the Royal Navy's efforts to locate and destroy the German battleship Bismarck during World War II. The film stars...
the Bismarck was a huge ship. I mean, it was one of the biggest battleships I think ever made, Wow.
And the film stars Kenneth Moore, Dana Winter, and Michael Hordern. Now, I know Dana Winter. She was in some Quinn Martin shows like The Invaders, but she was also in the original Invasion of the Body Snatchers movie in the 50s.
It's a he.
Dana Winter?
He's a he.
Let me look this up.
It's not a girl, it's a he.
You're probably right, but who am I thinking of then?
That's him speaking in the microphone.
Oh, good grief. You said that earlier. But there is a Dana Winter. There is a Dana Winter, British German actress. Oh, same name, same spelling and everything. I assumed it was her. Wait a minute. Well, let me look up.
I stand corrected. Dana Andrews is the guy. Dana Winters is, you're right. Dana Winters is the girl. See here? Right there.
Yeah, I got to send James Tim Walker. He wants a link.
Yeah, Dana Andrews is the actor. I got it mixed up. But anyway, that's her on the phone.
Let me, give anything you can add about that movie. I need you to help me out for a minute. I got to send James Tim Walker a link to what we're doing right now. Hang on. I mean,
well, actually, the Germans, they scuttled that ship. They sank it themselves.
Wow. What does the word scuttle mean? Is it like a revolt?
Scuttle means it's a word they use when they sink a ship. They scuttled it. They abandoned it.
Can't send it to them. Perfect. There's the link. So Keebler says, my flock, he isn't reading us, so don't worry about it. What? I can't do everything. I'm sorry. People want to play the trivia. They don't. Hang on.
Well, when you put the chat on the screen, you need to acknowledge the chat.
You're right. People are spending their evening with us, and I'm not trying to be rude.
You need to acknowledge. Let me go back. If I was doing it, I would acknowledge the chat.
All right. Well, I think you're right, and I don't want to tick off Keebler. She's a nice lady. She's a nice lady. That's what Jackie Gleason's character said in the Jackie Gleason show. He played the poor soul. You're a nice lady. She is a nice lady. All right. I got to get back to another question. These are good questions. And thank God you made me doubt my route about that Dana Winter. God, I was right. Planet of the
Oh,
Apes.
it's Dana Andrews is
It's an easy
the
mistake.
guy, and Dana
It's an
Winters
easy.
is the woman.
I'm not faulting you. It's an easy mistake. This is too long a question to fit on the screen, I think.
No, you get forgetful when you get old.
It's okay. Question. There's the next question. What is the title of the 1965 film that chronicles the journey of a fictional American cruiser captain from Pearl Harbor to the initial years of World War II in the Pacific, showcasing the typical surface actions and amphibious assaults against the Japanese Empire? That's a mouthful. What is the title? Do you know this one, Al? Oh, I didn't give the choices. Okay. Let me just put the choices on the screen. Question. The choices are A, They Were Expendable, B, Wake Island, C, In Harm's Way, or D, Hell is for Heroes. Let me put those on the screen.
See, somebody knows.
Yeah. That's what makes it fun when people play along. Talking about war movies.
Read the question again so they'll know.
Okay, and I will. I'll do it right now. Okay, so what is the title of the 1965 film that chronicles the journey of a fictional American cruiser captain from Pearl Harbor to the initial years of World War II in the Pacific, showcasing typical surface actions and amphibious assaults against the Japanese Empire? Your choices are A, They Were Expendable, B, Wake Island, C, In Harm's Way, or D, Hell is for Heroes. Mark Frito guessed Harm's Way, In Harm's Way. Thank you, Mark, for playing along.
Starring John Wayne.
Correct. He's right. The answer is C. The film is called In Harm's Way, directed by, of all people, one of the TV Adam West Batman Mr. Freeze's, Otto Preminger. He played Mr. Freeze, one of the Mr. Freeze. After George Saunders, who was the first Mr. Freeze, he committed suicide in 1974, I believe, unfortunately.
Wasn't he German, Otto Preminger?
He's a bald guy. Yeah. He was the second actor to play Mr. Freeze in season 2 of Adam West's Batman. Yeah. And Batman only lasted 3 seasons, 120 half-hour installments of Batman aired on ABC TV altogether. I know that from my book, The Bat Book. Let me look him up. Yeah, I know I'm right, but you got me doubting my reality. Yeah, that's him. He was a director and an actor, and born way back in 1905. So anyway, in Harm's Way starred John Wayne as the fictional American cruiser captain Rock Torrey. The movie provides a gripping depiction of the initial years of World War II in the Pacific, starting from the Pearl Harbor attack. It showcases the intense surface actions and amphibious assaults against the Japanese Empire, providing a look into the typical naval warfare of the time. In fact, some action sequences are reminiscent of the real-life combat in the Solomon Islands during 1942 to 1943. Okay, next question. I had a bonus question. We already talked about it. I said bonus question. First, what's the first movie John Ford directed John Wayne in? And we already talked about that. And you got it right out of the gate. Stagecoach from 1939. Yeah. So I'm going to put up the next question. This might need to be a two-parter. No, I'm kidding. That's a lot of questions. Okay, I'm putting it on the screen now. Here's the next question. After serving in World War II, director John Ford created this realistic war film, showcasing the fruitless efforts of the U.S. Navy battling the Philippine invasion by the Japanese. So we're looking for the name of a movie. Your choices are A, Doctor in Love, B, They Were Expendable, C, Hatari, or D, True Grit. Some of these choices are ridiculous they give. Let me put them on the screen. I think I've learned how to do this without it looking funny.
That one's easy.
Yeah. A, Doctor in Love. B, They Were Expendable. C, Hatari.
B, They Were Expendable.
Okay. There's the question. There's the choices. Mark Frito agrees with you. Hope I'm pronouncing your last name correctly, sir. Frito. And you both are right. Yeah.
But John
job.
Wayne was
Ow.
also in Hatari, which I liked a lot. He was in Red Buttons was in it. What was the female in Hatari? Anyway, that's a good one.
Well, in the movie, the answer was B. Returning from service, John Ford.
They were expendable.
Yeah. Thank you. Returning from the service, John Ford must have been still haunted by the war, which inspired him to create 1948's They Were Expendable. The realistic war film starred the real war hero Robert Montgomery opposite John Wayne in his role as second in command. Robert Montgomery's Elizabeth Montgomery's dad, if it's the same Robert Montgomery.
I don't think it's the same one.
Behind the scenes, it said that John Ford derided Wayne for never serving in the military. But that rumor was rebuked by Robert Montgomery. Now I got to look that up. That's Robert. Let me see if it's the Robert Montgomery from Robert Montgomery Presents. He was a TV guy. And he and his daughter didn't get along. He was jealous of her success in Bewitched. They finally sort of reconciled their differences.
You know what TV show he was in?
Robert Montgomery?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he was starred in Robert Montgomery Presents, but he did a lot of shows. But go ahead and tell us while I look it up.
Let me make sure. I'm pretty sure, right?
That's him. I'm sure it's him. American actor and director. Yeah, that's Liz Montgomery's father.
Oh, it is? Oh, okay.
I'm looking at his credits. Don't looking at his movie credits. Yeah, it's him. There's so many. I'm scrolling through his Relive here, trying to find it. They Were Expendable. There it is. Yep. Played Lieutenant John Brickley. We both know our stuff, Al Hardee. But let's move on to another question. Dang it. Hang on. Bear with me, folks. I pulled the wrong question. Al, what are you doing?
I was scrolling through some war movies we didn't talk about.
Oh, cool.
Like Gallipoli from 1981. That was a good one.
Oh, yeah. In 1970, a film was released that portrayed the attack on Pearl Harbor from both the American and the Japanese perspectives. Can you recall this title? A, War in the Pacific, B, Midway, C, Tora, or D, Pearl Harbor?
What was your question?
It's on the screen. It was a 1970 film. I mean, I'm putting it on now. There you go. That'll help you. I'll read that and let me get the selections on the screen next. I love technology. The selections are A, War in the Pacific, B, Midway, C, Tora, or D, Pearl Harbor. Jim Von Spiegel guessed C. Tora. I'll just reveal the answer to move the show along. The answer is C. Tora. Way to go, Mr. Von Spiegel. This movie stands out because, unlike many war movies, it doesn't just show one side of the story. There's always two sides to every story, right, Al Hardee?
It is.
That is true. Instead, it provides a balanced portrayal of the events leading up to the infamous Pearl Harbor attack in 1941 from both the American and the Japanese perspectives. The title Tora is actually a Japanese code word used to indicate that complete surprise had been achieved. Tora! It's a must-watch if you're into epic war films. Go ahead, sir.
Sarah said, my phone is not letting me type. I'm going to have to leave chat. What's up with that?
Who said that? Keebler?
No, Sarah.
Oh, that's weird.
Sarah.
I think she's probably getting annoyed that I'm not putting the chat on the screen. I'm really sorry. I'm going to get to that. I can't do it all. I'm sorry. Here's the next question. One of the more grim depictions of World War I, which film was awarded the 1930 Oscar for Best Picture. And your choices are A, Mutiny on the Bounty, B, Wings, C, Sunrise, or D, All Quiet on the Western Front.
We talked about it earlier.
We sure did. Let me just put the selections on the screen. I got to make sure I'm reading these for the listeners. I have a lot of listeners after the fact on Apple and the podcast platform.
I have the answer, but see somebody else can get it.
Okay, let me put the selections. Okay. Jim von Spiegel. We have a disagreement. This is interesting. Jim von Spiegel guessed B, Wings. Mark Frito guessed D.
Well, Mark is correct.
Yes. So the correct answer and
All
the
Quiet
question
on the
was,
Western Front.
Right. It was one of the more grim depictions of World War I. The answer is D, All Quiet on the Western Front, which is an adaptation of the 1929 Eric Maria Remarque novel of the same name, titled All Quiet on the Western Front. And it was the first film based on a novel to win the Academy Award for Best Picture. So let's go to question 29. There's 65 questions, folks. If you can't stay for the live, catch the replay. And because I'm going to go through them all, even if Al checks out to watch On Patrol Live on Reels.
Wow, hell, that's already been on for 45 minutes.
Well, it'll be on peak, Monday. I watch them after I don't watch them live anymore because of all the commercials. I like to watch them after the fact. Here's the next question. In which World War II film does Millie Perkins take on the role of the main character? Your selections are, this is some ridiculous possibilities in here. A, Raiders of the Lost Ark. B, Odette. C, The Great Escape. Or D, The Diary of Anne Frank.
I know. See, somebody knows.
I know too. God, that's so rude. You should burp into the mic. What are you doing? Let's see. Keebler's telling me, Chance, my Fluck is using her phone. The battery is swollen. It's really messing up. I'm sorry. Good. Well, I'm glad I'm not, I'm glad she's not mad that I'm not looking at chat like I should, like I normally would be doing. I just got to get these questions on the screen. Oh, Jerry Dobson's got a complaint.
He's watching the Poseidon Adventure.
Oh, he's not complaining. Jerry Dobson, Nostalgia World, says, while you guys are talking more movies, war movies specifically, because Memorial Day weekend is live, I am now watching my all-time favorite, I do mean favorite disaster film, The Poseidon Adventure. Yes, and we talked about that in the New Year's Eve into 2023, 2024.
Not to change the subject, but you know what the best disaster movie Irwin Allen made was?
Towering Inferno.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. All-star cast. Yeah. He actually directed that. Like, I always thought he did direct a lot of the action scenes in Poseidon Adventure, but he's not the credited
director. They didn't have CGI back then, and all the fire stuff was actually real fire. Yeah. Did you know that?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. In the Towering Inferno. We watched it together at your place on your magnificent screen.
We watched it one night downstairs.
Keebler had a guess. In which World War II film does Millie Perkins take on the role of the main character? A, Raiders of the Lost Ark. B, Odette. C, The Great Escape. Or D, Diary of Anne Frank. And Keebler guessed C. Well, let's reveal the answer. The answer is D, The Diary of Anne Frank. Millie Perkins portrayed the main character in the 1959 World War II film, The Diary of Anne Frank. The movie is a biographical drama based on the Pulitzer Prize-winning play of the same name, which was adapted from the Diary of Anne Frank, published after her death. And the film tells the story of Anne Frank and her family as they hid in an attic in Amsterdam during the Nazi occupation. Interestingly, Millie Perkins was a teenage model from New Jersey when she was chosen for the iconic role of Anne Frank. Wow. Question 30. Al, you're gonna like this question. This is a good question about the movie Casablanca.
Right.
What do you think about the movie Casablanca?
I like
Is that
it.
one? Yeah, a lot of people do, and I do too. Let me just quickly put that on the screen.
I saw it on the big screen at the Tower Theater back in September. They ran it down there.
That's cool, Keebler. She goes, I don't know. I didn't watch or read Diary of Anne Frank. Anne Frank. Got to get the name right. It's a very important name. She says, I didn't watch or read it, meaning the Diary of Anne Frank. Well, it's a very good book. Never mind. I don't want to talk about it. In the movie Casablanca, what did Rick possess that everyone desired? Let me show you the selections. For the listeners, I'll go ahead and say them. In the movie Casablanca, what did Rick possess that everyone desired? A, fame, B, letters of transit, C, liquor, or D, money?
Letters of transit.
You are right. You are correct. And those were the selections in case anyone on the replay wants to see them. And Jim Von Spiegel is correct as well. He was right, because he didn't hear your response, so I know he knew.
Oh, yeah.
And so, Mark Frito got it right. So did Jim Von Spiegel. That's absolutely right. Very good, gentlemen. That's great. In the movie Casablanca, Rick possessed letters of transit, which allowed the bear to travel freely through Nazi-occupied countries. These letters were highly coveted by many characters in the movie, including Rick himself, and were the key to escaping the dangerous situation in Casablanca. However, in the end, Rick gave the letters to Isla and Victor, allowing them to escape to Lisbon and continue their fight against the Nazis. Okay, let's move on to another question. Question 31. Which film about World War II depicts the final major offensive by Germany on the European front? A, Saving Private Ryan. B, A Bridge Too Far. C, The Longest Day. Or D, The Battle of the Bulge. That's what she said. Let me put this on the screen, the question.
See if anybody knows.
That's not a joke. I shouldn't have said that stupid Battle of the Bulge. That's a very important piece of world history. Alexa, there it is on the screen.
Messages?
Sir?
From today. For earlier ones, go to the Alexa app. You also have one new notification. From Amazon Shopping. 3 weeks ago, you bought The Mummy Trilogy on Amazon.
Cool.
Now you can help other Amazon customers by sharing your opinion. How many stars would you rate it, from 1 to 5?
5.
Thanks. Your rating will help other customers make better choices.
No, Alexa was over here. Her light was going off, but I don't know what she was. I had to ask her what was going on.
Do you see these selections, Al? You probably know. There's the question. Which film about World War II depicts the final major offensive by Germany on the European front? A, Saving Private Ryan. B, Bridge Too Far. C, The Longest Day. Or D, Battle of the Bulge. Jim Von Spiegel, guess D, Battle of the Bulge. Do you concur with that, sir? You agree or disagree?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm not too sure on this one.
He might be right. I'm not trying to trip you up.
What was the question again?
I put it on the screen. That's a good thing about having it on the screen, is I can just pull it up. There's the question. Which film about World War II depicts the final major offensive by Germany on the European front? And there's the selections. A, Saving Private Ryan. B, A Bridge Too Far. C, The Longest Day. Or D, Battle of the Bulge. Keebler's only seen A, Saving Private Ryan. But Jim Von Spiegel guessed D, The Battle of the Bulge. Do you agree?
No.
I disagree. Oh, you should have agreed. He's right. The answer is D, Battle of the Bulge. It's a film that accurately portrays one of the most significant battles of World War II, the Battle of the Bulge. This was Nazi. It's okay. You're getting tired. This was Nazi Germany's final desperate attempt to turn the tide of the war on the Western Front. The battle took place in Belgium's Ardennes Forest in December 1944 and January 1945. The movie, named after the battle, provides a dramatized depiction of this pivotal moment in history? Okay, let's go to another question. The Alamo, a 1960 film, vividly depicts the precursors of the Mexican-American War, specifically the Texas War for Independence. Can you recall the director and star of this renowned film, The Alamo? Is it
John Wayne?
A. John Wayne, B. Alfred Hitchcock, C. Burt Lancaster, or D. Stanley Kubrick?
John Wayne.
You are so right.
He made that movie. He didn't make a lot of money. He lost money on that. For
really?
United Artists.
I did not know that, sir.
Yep, he lost money on it.
Let's see here.
I have it on Laserdisc. How about that?
You got a lot of cool stuff on Laserdisc, as do I, but you've got some incredible stuff like banned cartoons, right?
Yep.
Like the Cold Black and the Seven Dwarves and a bunch of other ones too.
It's on a Warner Brothers box set that I got years ago.
Hey, did you know
you can't buy them anymore?
You're right, Mark Frito, John Wayne. Those were the choices, and Mark. Guess that John. Jim Von Spiegel said that was Patton. Fess Parker. Yeah. Fess Parker from Daniel Boone. Yeah. Daniel Boone was a man. Big man. I can't sing for crap. There's that. There's the selections. There's the question. I did that super quick. The answer was John Wayne. For real. Al, you are so good, man.
Yeah, John Wayne.
Yep. The legendary actor John Wayne not only starred in The Alamo, but he also directed it. Known for his roles in Westerns, John Wayne took on a monumental task with this film. Portraying
John Wayne gets killed in it too. You know, another actor that's in The Alamo I like. He made a lot of good movies. Was Richard Widmark. He's in it.
I would know the face. The name is not
Richard
ringing any
Widmark.
bells.
Well, if you saw him, he made a lot of movies.
Let's see. John Wayne's dedication to this project, The Alamo, was immense, and he had to fight long and hard to get the film made. This film became an iconic depiction of this key moment in the Texas War for Independence.
And the Alamo is still around. I think it's in Austin, Texas, but it's still there. What's left of it.
Oh, yeah. I'd love to see that one day. I've never seen it. Quite the multi-talented star, wouldn't you say, about John Wayne? Next question. Let me put it on the screen first. Try to time this out. Boom. All right. There we go. Which film unfolds its story during the time of the French and Indian War, a conflict that significantly influenced British and colonial relations, eventually leading to the American Revolution? Get your selections on the screen. I'll just say them aloud now. Your choices are A, The Alamo, B, Fort Apache, C, The Last of the Mohicans, or D, The Patriot.
Anybody know?
Do you know, Al? Don't say it. Don't say it. Do you know, though?
I know.
Let me let chat catch up with the
Let
delay.
somebody else answer it.
And Jim Von Spiegel guessed C, The Last of the Mohicans, and he is correct. Let's move it along, and I'll just, good job. And Mark Frito guessed C.
You guys, who was in that movie?
I'm going to say it in a minute. Yeah, and I do. It's Daniel Day-Lewis, right?
Yeah, he was a good actor. He kind of disappeared. He hasn't made movies in a long time.
We are on the same wavelength tonight, my friend, because I was going to say the exact same thing. He fell off.
Yeah.
He did. Maybe he's just content doing something else because he's got the talent. What's the last movie you saw him in? Can you remember? Think on that while I read this really quickly.
One that I have here on DVD called My Beautiful Laundrette.
Oh, wow. The Last of the Mohicans is a historical drama that places its story squarely in the midst of the French and Indian War. This conflict was a pivotal moment in history that greatly impacted British and colonial relations, and it's often seen as a precursor to the American Revolution. The film does an excellent job of portraying this complex period, highlighting the political struggle and exploring the conflict between the British and Cherokee. Let's not forget.
What my favorite movie Daniel Day-Lewis was in? A movie called A Room with a View.
Oh, yeah, that was great.
It had a great score in it too. That's really a good movie. A Room with a View.
And the last thing I was going to say in my little piece here is, and let's not forget the memorable performance by Daniel Day-Lewis. So next question coming right up, folks. Boy, the chat is on it tonight. Okay, here's the next question. Which actor took the role of Chief Judge Dan Haywood in the WW2 film Judgment at Nuremberg? Let me get your choices up on the screen. A, Jimmy Stewart, B, Cary Grant, C, Spencer Tracy, or D, Humphrey Bogart?
I know.
Well, hang on out. Just hang on 1 second because we got to let the delay catch up to the folks that are playing at home along with us. So let's see. Let me just quickly put that up.
It's an easy one.
Yeah, it is. It is.
A good actor, too.
Jim Von Spiegel guessed C. Spencer Tracy.
He's right.
All right. He's right. I was going to let it catch up for Mark. That is correct. Great job. Great job there, Mr. Von Spiegel. Spencer Tracy played the role of Chief Judge Dan Haywood in Judgment at Nuremberg, released in 1961. The film, directed by Stanley Kramer, is centered on a military tribunal that was responsible for judging 4 individuals who held key roles in the Nazi German government. Tracy's character led the tribunal, bringing these individuals to justice for their alleged crimes against humanity. The film is based on the real Nuremberg trials that occurred post-World War II, after World War II. All right, question 35.
You know what his last movie was before he died?
Spencer Tracy?
Mm-hmm.
Guess who's coming home to dinner? Guess who's coming to dinner?
Coming to dinner, yeah.
Yeah, guess who's coming to dinner?
1967.
With
Katharine Hepburn.
Oh yeah, I knew that. I was trying to. I'm having a brain toot about the African American, that black guy.
He died right after that movie film. He never saw the finished product, and to this day, Katharine Hepburn said she's never seen that movie and she would never watch it
because of Spencer Tracy's death.
Because of her love for Spencer Tracy. Now he was Catholic, and he couldn't, of course, divorce his wife, but they had an ongoing relationship for a long time.
Wow.
But she never saw that movie. She said, I saw her in an interview one time. She said she wouldn't watch it, so she never did.
Now, who was the black actor though? And guess who's that's
Sidney Poitier.
Thank you. It escaped me temporarily. Unbelievable. There's the next question. Do you want to read it for the audience in your broadcast voice or no?
No, you can read it.
Well, damn, I was hoping you'd say yes so I could take a sip of Pepsi. You rascal.
Yeah.
Speaking of rascals, did you see last week on On Patrol Live when this guy fled the cops in handcuffs and they finally caught him?
Yeah.
In South Carolina? That was wild. Anyway. Okay. Let me put the choices on the screen. There we go. Question is, a highly acclaimed 1970 film depicted a group of characters during the Forgotten War and featured one of the most memorable football scenes in film history. What was the name of the movie? Your choices are
Smash.
It is. Okay. A, Full Metal Jacket. B, Apocalypse. C, MASH. Okay. It is MASH. Al, you're just on fire tonight. Of course, and you said this too. It's a classic dark comedy. You said that earlier tonight in the program that offers a unique view of life and work in a mobile army surgical hospital. That's what MASH stands for.
What was the girl that played Hot Lips? I liked her.
Sally Kellerman in the movie.
I love the scene where she's taking a shower and all the guys are sitting out there and they pull up the
PA? No,
they pull up the curtain. They can see her showering. She gets all mad.
Yeah.
And then Elliot Gould sitting there and says, "What's wrong with her?"
Yeah, I love Sally Kellerman. Yeah, and her voice. And of course, she was in Rodney. She played Rodney Dangerfield Squeeze in 1986 or 85. What was it? I think it was 86. It came out. Back to School, and she was in the Twilight Zone. She took 2 spins in the original Twilight Zone in season 1, and she was in the second pilot to Star Trek, Where No Man's Gone Before, the first one that Shatner did as Captain Kirk. Yeah. But yeah, MASH, of course, the movies that spawned the TV show. It's a dark comedy about the Mobile Army Surgical Hospital during the Korean War. The football scene, well, that's one of the most memorable parts in the movie.
It's a good stone. They just got high and played football,
It's a good reminder that even in the midst of war, there's room for a bit of fun and games. The film was, let me breathe. The film was not just about the Korean War, though. Many believe it was also a commentary on the Vietnam War. Fun fact, the movie was so popular, everybody knows this, it later inspired a beloved TV series of the same name. No, you think?
I have the original one sheet for it.
And you also have, don't you have all of MASH on DVD?
Mm-hmm.
The whole series. Next question, it's on the screen, folks. What is the title of the 1961 film that depicts a World War II Allied commando unit sent to sabotage a German gun emplacement on a Greek island? Your choices are A, the Guns of Navarone, B, Raid on Rommel, C, the Green Berets, or D, the Eagle has landed.
See, somebody knows.
Thank you, because I know you know. And I have a guess, but let me, oh God, it takes me forever to get the selections on the screen for some reason. Let me quickly put them on the screen.
Well, Jim says, he says A, and Sarah says C.
Right, Jim Von Spiegel says A, Sarah guesses C. And Mark Frito also says the Guns of Navarone, A, for this question. And what do you say, Al? Go ahead and let us know.
Oh, we talked about it earlier.
We did. Let me make you big. You're going to show something as a visual aid? What are you grabbing there? Oh, I meant to say it. So I heard you ordered the trilogy of The Mummy, Alexa said. I didn't know there was a third movie. And that is Brandon Fraser in the third one. I saw the first two.
I bought the Blu-ray. I don't know.
That's a question for BK on the air.
There's 3 movies on it. What the hell?
That's a question for BK on there. He's a big Mummy fan. On WBHF, 10 a.m. to noon Eastern time every Saturday, live with his co-host Alan Sanders. Okay, well, it was the Guns of Navarone. I've already revealed that, I reckon. I'm going to put the next question. I'm going to start putting the next question up while I read a little bit about the previous.
We showed it earlier. There's the.
Nice.
It's got a great soundtrack. I mean, the music in it is really, really good.
Looks good.
Yeah. There's a.
So, yeah, the Guns that was released in 1961. The Guns of Navarone, based on the novel by Alistair MacLean. Mm-hmm. The movie follows an Allied commando unit sent to Greece to destroy a pair of massive Nazi guns which threaten Allied naval ships at sea. The film stars Gregory Peck, David Niven, Anthony Quinn, and it's considered a classic war movie.
It is.
When's the last time you watched it?
Oh, it's been a year since I watched it.
We should watch that together with Tom. Make some popcorn, though.
It's got a director's audio commentary, a retrospective documentary, Memories of Navarone. It's based on, there was the Guns of Navarone. Original featurette, production notes, interactive menus, digitally mastered audio, and anamorphic video. It's widescreen.
Cool.
And it's the audio is 5.1 Dolby Digital. Because when the movie came out, it was in 4-track stereo, magnetic on film. They had magnetic tracks on the film, and it was they had a stereo. It was in stereo, so they remastered it.
Very neat. I would have liked to seen that on the fabulous Fox Theater screen here in Atlanta. They used to have I don't know. They used to have the summer Coca-Cola movie classic
they don't
summer
do that
series
anymore.
That was so cool when they did.
They don't do it anymore.
That was so cool when they did. James Von Spiegel says James Darren. Al Hardee, James Darren.
Oh, he's in it.
Jerry Dobson.
Also, he's a crooner. He's a good singer too.
Oh, Jerry Dobson said something about Daniel Day-Lewis of Nostalgia World on Facebook. He said the reason why you don't see Daniel Day-Lewis anymore is because he retired from acting in 2017.
Yeah.
Like Gene Hackman retired some years ago. That happens.
I think, didn't he do a movie about There Will Be Blood? That was one of his movies.
There Will Be Blood. Let me reveal the next answer? Let's see here. Which 1960 movie? Oh, I didn't read this yet, did I? Sorry, listeners. Hang on a second. Let me put it back on the screen. It fell off because there was too many words in it. There's the question. I'll just read it. Which
Sarah
1960?
says she's getting a headache, needs to
I
find
saw it.
food.
Yeah, but she's listening. She says she's still listening. All right. Which 1960 movie features a Thracian slave? I'm probably mispronouncing it. A Thracian slave leading a revolt in the 1st century BCE, before Christ, against the Roman Republic, freeing thousands of slaves and defeating several Roman armies before being betrayed and recaptured. A, Gladiator. B, the fall of the Roman Empire. C, Revolution. Or D, Spartacus. Al, I know you know the answer to this one.
I know the answer.
It's D, Spartacus. I'm sorry, players. I probably answered before you could type, but I'm just going to try to hurry
Hardee is
along.
starring Kirk Douglas, and Tony Curtis is in it too.
Yes, he is.
You know, I like that movie, but I can't watch it anymore. I've seen it so many times. I just don't care to see it no more.
Kiva, thanks for still being here, man. Ma'am, I'm not good about the chat. I'm going to get better tonight. Yeah, the answer was Spartacus, based on the true story of a slave revolt in the Roman Republic in 73 BCE. And it features a slave who led a revolt against the Roman Republic from 73 to 71 BCE. Interesting how, time counts down to the birth of Christ, right? So 73 to 71 BC, known as the Third Servile War. Spartacus freed thousands of slaves and defeated several Roman armies before being betrayed and recaptured. The film was directed by Stanley Kubrick and stars, as you said, Kirk Douglas, Sir Laurence Olivier. He wasn't knighted yet then. He was just Laurence Olivier. Tony Curtis, Peter Ustinov, and Gene Simmons. Not Gene Simmons from Kiss, the lead singer, when the makeup with the tongue.
Gene Simmons, the female, she was also in The Robe.
Yes.
Richard Burton.
Jean, like My Flock's mom. My Flock Sarah in Southern California's mother, her name is named Jean, with the same spelling, by the way. All right, so next question. Putting it on the screen. Which 1976 film starring Charlton Heston, who's come up a lot tonight, narrates the story of a crucial battle in the Pacific Theater during World War II? Al, I know you know. Let me just give the answers. Is it A, Tora, 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 B, Midway, C, the Battle of the Lake Gulf, or D, 30 Seconds Over Tokyo? I know you know it, and you probably have it in your collection.
I might. I don't know. See somebody knows. I know.
All right, let it catch up. I'm going to put the choices on the screen. I'm going to do like Tug suggested earlier and have overlays so I can have these ready. This is really slow because I'm learning this, but I'm going to, instead of in comment, there you go. There's the selection. So which 1976 film starring Charlton Heston narrates the story of a crucial battle in the Pacific Theater during World War II? Your choices are A, Tora, 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 B, Midway, C, Battle of the Lake Gulf, or D, 30 Seconds Over Tokyo. Oh, Mongolian Monsters here. Great channel. They're live every Tuesday and Thursday night. It's a duo, a man and a woman duo, Stephanie and Mogs, as I call them, and they talk about UFOs. They talk about Bigfoot. They talk about the unexplained. They talk about music. They talk about pop culture, and they just talk with their fantastic audience in the chat.
What is that? Is it Mongolian Monster?
Yeah, you should subscribe to their channel, Al. It's awesome. Mark Frito, guest Midway. Jim Von Spiegel, watching on Facebook Live, guest B, Midway. And they're all right. And you knew it, Al, didn't you?
Yeah, Midway.
It was Midway, a 1976 film that retells the Battle of Midway, a significant World War II battle that took place in the Pacific Theater. The film starred Charlton Heston, Henry Fonda, Toshiro, my friend Glenn Ford, and Hal Holbrook, and is a fairly accurate account of the battle in which the Americans, having broken the Japanese naval code, ambushed a Japanese invasion force heading for Midway Island. The film was widely regarded as a strong depiction of the battle and a turning point in the war. Next question. We have 65 questions, question 39. So we're getting near the end. Let's see here. So let's get to the next one. Put it on the screen. Bum, bum, bum. In which 1964 movie does a U.S. Air Force general lose his sanity and order his bombers to attack the Soviet Union? Let me reread that. I read that badly. In which 1964 movie does a U.S. Air Force general lose his sanity and order his bombers to attack the Soviet Union? Your choices are A, The Day of the Bomb, B, By Dawn's Early Light, C, Dr. Strangelove, or D, The Third World War. We have a guess from the great Mark Frito. He says Dr. Strangelove, which is selection C. Let me just see if Mr. Jim Von Spiegel he also guessed C. There's the choices. There's the question.
Oh, they're right.
And there's the guesses. Yes, they are. It's Dr. Strangelove. Right on.
And it was Dr. Strangelove, and it says, or how I stopped worrying about the bomb, or something like that. That's right. That's right. Remember the actor that rode the atomic bomb? He was going, yeah. He's rather. Did you know the actor?
Yeah.
He was in Blazing Saddles.
Oh no, it wasn't Peter Sellers. Yeah.
Well, Peter Sellers was in that movie, but the guy that rode the bomb when they dropped it, he was in Blazing Saddles.
Not Gene Wilder.
No.
It was Cleavon Little.
No.
Who was it?
His line in Blazing Saddles, they were trying, and then they put up this little gate there in the desert, and it was like 10 cents to get through the gate when they could just gone around it. And he says, we got to go back and get a shitload of dimes. Remember?
Slim Pickens.
Yep. Slim Pickens. We got to go back and get a shitload of dimes.
I heard on a radio show, someone was talking about how he got that name, Slim Pickens. That's an interesting story. Have you heard that story?
He was in a movie that I have on DVD, a Western called Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid. And remember the song by Bob Dylan, Knocking on Heaven's Door?
Of course.
Knocking on. Well, Bob Dylan was also in that movie. He had a small part. But when Slim Pickens got shot, he was by this little river, and he was dying. He was going to die. And the song plays Knocking on Heaven's Door while he's dying.
Cool. Yeah, I remember that.
Pat Garrett, Billy the Kid is a wonderful movie. They just remastered that. It's coming out on Blu-ray, I think, in a 4K version too. It's a great Western.
The director of Dr. Strangelove, you know who that was, I'm sure.
Yes.
Stanley Kubrick. And his name's come up a lot tonight, and it did in the Keebler's trivia game. The movie Eyes Wide Shut came up. What a strange film that is. But
well, he's got a movie coming out that was shot here in Atlanta called Megatropolis. And they premiered it at the Cannes Film Festival, and it's gotten all kinds of reviews saying it's a masterpiece, and people are saying, I don't understand what in the hell's going on. But Adam Driver stars, he's in it.
Oh, wow. And of course he did The Shining. I mean, so many, Clockwork Orange. I mean, 2001, A Space Odyssey, 2001. I call it 2001. Oh. But Stanley Kubrick directed Dr. Strangelove. It's a dark comedy. They say black comedy. People get confused. Like the younger generation, they hear black comedy, they're going to think it's like the Jeffersons or something, No.
It means it's kind of like a quirky, off the wall comedy,
Yeah. And it's a comedy about the Cold War. Hence, Slim Pickens. Yeah. In the movie, an unhinged U.S. Air Force general orders his bombers to attack the Soviet Union, leading to a path of nuclear holocaust. And the film also starred Peter Sellers in 3 roles, and it's a satirical look at the dangers of nuclear war. Next question's a real easy one, Al, and everybody that's playing along in the chat. It's on the screen right now. In which Clint Eastwood directed film does Bradley Cooper portray a war-torn veteran's struggle upon returning home? Al, I know. Hey, hold your tongue for a minute. I read that so poorly. Your choices are A, Sully, B, Gran Torino, C, Invictus, or D, American Sniper.
I know.
Hold on. Hang on. I know you're chomping at the bit. Let me just at least put the, for the replay, I'm going to put the choices on the screen for the replay value, if there is any. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Sully.
It's D, American Sniper.
I said to wait. Okay.
It's just like, well, nobody
It
was
is.
saying.
It is. Well, there's a delay. Bradley Cooper portrayed.
I'm not a Bradley Cooper fan. I watched that movie on Netflix, Maestro. It was horrible. He played Leonard Bernstein, and I just
He had that horrible prosthetic nose. It's so offensive.
Oh God, it just looked so ridiculous, making him look Jewish. I mean, it was just like, oh my God, he looked like Pinocchio.
They might as well put like a Groucho Marx mask on him with the mustache and the grotesque nose and the glasses or something.
Yeah.
But Bradley Cooper, of course, portrayed the war-torn veteran in the Clint Eastwood directed film American Sniper. The movie is based on the memoir American Sniper, the autobiography of the most lethal sniper in U.S. military history by Chris Kyle. In the film, Bradley Cooper plays Chris Kyle, a Navy SEAL with exceptional accuracy as a sniper. The plot centers on Kyle's experiences in the Iraq War and the struggles he endures when he returns home. That's another thing we're going to talk about, like coming home. There's a lot of movies dealing with soldiers returning from conflict, whether it's Vietnam or World War II, that deal with shell shock and drug addiction and terrible things. But American Sniper, I'd forgotten that Clint Eastwood directed that. How could I forget that? Al?
What?
Oh, I thought I lost you. The film, I can't see you right now. I'm looking at my trivia game. The film is celebrated, American Sniper is, for its powerful storytelling and compelling performances, especially that of Bradley Cooper. Okay, next question. Question 41. And our friend Jim Gossett just texted me. I can't read his text at the moment. I'll look at it in a second, but I want to keep the game moving along. Here, Al, here's the next question for you. Which film portrays the personal readjustment of GIs upon returning from World War II? That's a very broad question, I know. But the selections are A, The Best Years of Our Lives. Sounds like a soap opera. B, The Train. C, Where Eagles Dare. Or D, Purple Heart. Now, be honest, Al, are you stumped by this one a little bit? Or do you know?
I think I have the right answer.
Jim Von Spiegel guessed D, Purple Heart. Again, I'm going to repeat it one more time. Which film portrays the personal readjustment of GIs upon returning from World War II? Is it A, The Best Years of Our Lives, B, The Train, C, Where Eagles Dare, or D, Purple Heart? Jim Von Spiegel guessed D, Purple Heart.
I'll be honest with you. I don't remember the movie Purple Heart.
Then what? Let me put this. What? Then do you guess one, Al? I don't know.
Well, I could be wrong on this one because I don't know. I'm going to say A, The Best Years of Our Lives.
As did Mark Frito, and you're both right. It is The Best Years of Our Lives.
Because the guy comes back, the main character, he comes back, his hand is missing. He's got like a, they could make prosthetics, but he has a little hook for a hand, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
But The Best Years of Our Lives is a movie that portrays the personal struggles of three GIs, each with different challenges as they attempt to adjust to civilian life.
I don't think there was a movie called Purple Heart.
Right.
Not that I know of.
Yeah. They try to adjust to civilian life after returning from World War II. Yeah. One of the veterans, played by Harold Russell, is a double amputee who reflects the real life experiences of the actor.
I think he was an amputee. I think it was true. I mean, you know,
the film.
I don't think that was his first movie. I don't think he was not a trained actor, if I remember correctly.
I think you're right. It was a double amputee, reflects the real life experiences of the actor. The film shows the difficulties that returning veterans faced, such as finding employment and dealing with post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD. Despite the struggles depicted in the film, it is considered a classic and won 7 Academy Awards, including Best Picture in 1947. The next question is simple, but while I put it on the screen, Al, this is interesting. This is not to get personal, but you almost went to Vietnam, but you had a heart murmur, right? You want to talk about that? And you were drafted, were you not?
I was drafted, yes, sir.
And tell us about that real quick, if you don't mind.
Back when they had the draft, I was drafted. It was 1969. Yeah, I got drafted anyway. See, back then they had the lottery system, and if you had a high lottery number, like from 300 on up, chances are you wouldn't get drafted. But my lottery number was 99, and so I knew I'd probably get drafted. So
sorry.
What?
No, I'm sorry. 99. I'm sorry. It's a serious story. I didn't mean to interrupt you. 99. You know the song 99 by Toto? Isn't it by Toto? 99? Go ahead.
I don't know.
You were draft number 99.
I don't know about Toto.
Okay. It's a band.
Oh.
You've heard of Toto.
Yeah.
Africa
Well, the group was named after the Toto, the dog in Wizard of Oz.
But I totally derailed your story, and I'm sorry. It's a serious, important story. So you were drafted. You were draft number 99, and you were called in to take a physical, and
I went down and signed up to join the Navy because I didn't want to go to Vietnam, so I figured I'd been on a boat somewhere. So I signed up to join the Navy, and the recruiter says, "Well, after your physical, come back and we'll finish your paperwork." Anyway, so I went for my physical in Raleigh. I had to be at the courthouse downtown in my hometown at like 6 a.m. We drove to Raleigh, which was about an hour and a half away, on a bus. There was probably about 100 of us, and so. To make a long story short, I had a heart murmur, and I didn't know I had a heart murmur. And the guy says, "Well, we can't take you right now," but he said, "Go back to your local doctor and double check and make sure you have a heart murmur or you don't have a heart murmur." And Dr. Yates was my doctor, and he said, "Yes, you do have one." And so he had the paperwork from the draft board. I took it, and he okayed it, and he sent it back to him. And they sent me a draft card and said that I was 4F, which means I was no. 4F means you're not qualified. I was something else that I would be called in a national emergency or something. And then they reclassified me as a 4F, and then I didn't have to go. So I went down to the recruiter and told him. He said, "Okay, whatever." I was scared to death, though. I was just like, I knew I was going to go to Vietnam. Are you still here?
Yeah, I was listening. I think
Oh,
I put
well,
my
that's
ribs away.
it. That's it, basically.
A comment popped up. Basil Chesterman, you guys are still live? Yeah, come on up, Basil. I got to send him a link. You know what? I didn't send him the link. I'm going to text him the link.
But I don't have a heart murmur now. It's gone away.
Well, that's good. I was going to ask you about that. If you take medication today for that.
No, I don't. In fact, I went to the doctor last month and had an EKG, and my heart checked out fine.
Well, that's a good thing. Sorry, buddy. I'm going to send you and Sarah the link, but Sarah, don't come up yet. Just because we're playing this game, and I don't mean to.
Well, send them a link so they can join, because I'm going to sign off here pretty soon.
Okay. Well, let me get to the next question. Next question's simple and quick. But let me text Tom, our buddy Tom Basil, the link because he might want to come on the show here. And
he can do it in his car, I guess. He's driving home from work.
Well, I don't know if he could. I wouldn't recommend him driving and Podblasting at the same time.
But if he's got a holder, he can put the phone there. He can just drive, and
All right, I sent him the link.
Maybe that's not a good idea.
I'm going to send Sarah the link while I have it handy too. Hang on.
I don't think so.
All right. She's eating anyway. So, yeah, we're still live. So let's get on with the next question. So easy. So easy. Al, what year did the World War II film Patton make its debut? Your choices are A, 1980, B, 1970, C, 1962, or D, 1984.
B, 1970.
That's correct. And no, Brandon, I don't mind. He says, Chance, buddy, you don't mind me downloading music and putting it on my iPod Touch while listening to the stream? Of course not. I'm just glad you're here. No, He's in Canada.
People have iPods still.
I guess so. Apparently.
Well, I've got a makeshift one. See, I got a little.
Oh yeah, you got it, man. You got a transistor radio or 2 or 3. I mean, you've got old tech as well as modern tech.
It's my first transistor radio. Where is it?
You got it right there.
No, it's somewhere else. Where did I put it? Oh, here it is. Hang on, I got it.
But yeah, about Patton. Yeah, it did debut in 1970. The film took nearly 20 years to make. I did not know that. Did you know that, Al? 20 years to make a movie? How could that be? I guess because it's historical.
This is my very first transistor radio.
Hang on, let me give you a solo shot. Hold on, we got to see that.
It's a Sears Silvertone. Look at that. It still works.
Boy, you talk about nostalgia.
I got this one. I was in junior high school. I think I was in the 6th or 7th grade, and it still works.
That is so cool, Al Hardee.
Now it's AM only, but
turn it on. Can you turn it on?
I don't keep a battery in it because I don't want it to corrode. But
does it take a 9-volt battery or what?
9-volt battery, yeah.
Wow. You don't see many devices these days that take a 9-volt battery when you think about
6 transistors, yeah.
Everything's AAA or AA, it seems.
Yeah, that's it.
That's pretty cool. All right. Very nice. Thank you for playing show and tell with us tonight. That's cool.
Remember our friend Moby that passed away?
Of course. Moby in the morning. Yeah, I was at his funeral. Yeah. Oh, let's see what you got. Hang on. Let me make you big again. Now, you were his producer on WKHX.
Yeah.
100,000 watt station, but it's not a clear channel, right? Well, FM, it doesn't matter. Right? No, yeah. Wait a minute.
No, when I worked there, it was owned by Cap Cities ABC, and then Disney bought into it. See, there you go.
And Disney treated you well, you said.
Oh, yeah.
Very well. And you were an on-air personality or a jock spinning the country records.
Yeah, Kicks.
And Moby was a highly, highly paid morning personality, highly rated morning person. Very funny man.
Yeah, he was a morning show guy. Yeah.
Yep. All right.
I think he passed away a couple of years ago, I think.
Yeah.
The last time I saw Moby, he was at when we were at WTZA.
Yeah, he came in the studio.
Mitchell and they were on the show, and I produced Yeah,
you were running the board, weren't you?
Yeah, that was the last time I saw Moby.
Yeah, what a great man. A funny guy. So, of course, about Patton, General George S. Patton was, of course, played by George C. Scott, George and George, right? And it was released during the Vietnam War, and it was just an impressive war movie, one of the best of all time. And it does not shy away from showcasing the glory and harsh realities of World War II, making it a standout in cinema history. Okay, next question. That's another one about Spencer Tracy, Al. Well, there it goes on the screen. Wish you could get that radio to come on.
I have to put a battery in it.
Is there one handy or no?
No.
Will you read the next question? It's on the screen, if you don't mind, just so I can rest my vocal cords.
In the film 30 Seconds Over Tokyo, Spencer Tracy portrayed the legendary Jimmy Doolittle. However, who was the actual star of the movie?
And here come your choices. Multiple choice. This is all multiple choice or true false tonight.
You say needs a battery.
As we're live, it's Memorial Day weekend 2024. Your choices are A, Anthony Quinn, B, Tyrone Power, C, Van Johnson, or D, David Niven.
I know. See if somebody knows.
Let's give it a sec. Yeah. Brandon wants to know, what year did Full Metal Jacket come out? 1987.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier.
Yep. That was a big trend in Hollywood, the Vietnam movie, and it really Platoon started that. It's just like in the late 70s, Star Wars caused a whole wave of space movies to be released because Hollywood loves to copy success, right? And TV shows too, like Battlestar Galactica and Buck Rogers in the 25th Century. Well, you had all these Vietnam movies. I really think the movie that started it all was First Blood in like 1981. But yeah, Full Metal Jacket was released in 87, Brandon, in Canada. and I'll give you the exact date. I said it earlier, but it was released. Maybe I didn't say it premiered in Beverly Hills, California on June 17th, 87, released wide in the US, wide release on June 26th, 1987. And it made $120 million, but yet only cost about somewhere between 17 and 30 million to make. But it made 120 million bucks. Whew. Okay, Al. I guess we can spill the beans about the answer to this question, which is in the film 30 Seconds Over Tokyo, Spencer Tracy portrayed the legendary Jimmy Doolittle. However, who was the actual star of the movie? Was it Anthony Quinn, Tyrone Power, Van Johnson, or David Niven? Go ahead, Al.
Does anybody know?
No, I think everyone fell asleep.
I'm falling asleep myself.
I see you yawning. I know. I'll have to do the rest solo. What do you say? What do you say? What do you say?
You know, I'm not really too sure. I'm going to go with Van Johnson.
Wow. Answer is C, Van Johnson. Good job, buddy.
Yeah.
While Spencer Tracy played the lead role of Jimmy Doolittle, Van Johnson was also a major star in the movie, playing the role of Ted Lawson. Lawson was one of the pilots who participated in the bombing raid over Tokyo. The film is a tribute to the bravery and sacrifice of the men who conducted the mission. Johnson was a popular actor in the 1940s and 1950s, appearing in numerous films, including Yours, Mine, and Ours, and The Caine Mutiny.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here's question 44 of 65. I know you're not going to make it to 65.
Well, Bogart was in the Caine Mutiny too.
Yeah. Good job. Next question. Do you want to read it just to take turns? I mean, if you want to. You don't have to. I mean, out loud.
I'm not sure how to pronounce that word. It's,
okay. I can't either. That's not, I wouldn't pass the buck. I'll just try.
It says, which historical epic movie of 1968 details the events surrounding the 1854 Battle of
Balaclava? Let's just say Balaclava.
During the Crimean War.
Or Balaclava. Balaclava. I don't know. Okay. Oh, and here come the choices.
I'm not too sure of that one.
I can't even pronounce this either. The Crimean War or the Crimean War.
Crimean, I think.
These are hard. These are hard to pronounce. Let me just put them on the screen, guys. Listeners, bear with me. I'll do my best. I'll probably mangle each and every one of these selections. Dude, this is ridiculous. By the way, about the draft, Al, do you think they should bring back the draft, the military draft?
No, I think there's enough people that join. I don't think they need the draft anymore.
I don't know. I heard it's really dropped off. I don't know. That's the thing about nostalgia. Is there good nostalgia or is there bad nostalgia? I think there can be bad nostalgia, but it's still nostalgia because we remember like potted meat food products, you know, like bad food things that used to be popular, which aren't anymore. Like that pickle loaf.
Think about it is, I like potted meat. It's good on a sandwich.
Yeah, I like deviled ham.
I like deviled ham too.
Yeah, I know. I'm in the minority with that, but that's cool that we have that in common. I won't eat spotted dick, but that's another story. So there's the choices. And look, it's hard to pronounce. Let me just try again. Which historical epic movie of 1968 details the events surrounding the 1854 Battle of Balaclava during the Crimean War? A, the Crimean War. B, Sevastopol. Sevastopol. C, the change of the Light Brigade. Or D,
it's the charge of the Light Brigade.
What did I say? I said the change
of the Light Brigade.
I know that. As I'm getting punchy too. The charge of the Light Brigade. Selection C or D, the thin red line. I'll just reveal it because we're running out of time here. So the answer is C, the charge of the Light Brigade. It's a 1968 British historical film directed by Tony Richardson, loosely based on the British cavalry charge against the Russian troops during the Crimean War. It starred Trevor Howard. It was in Superman the movie as one of the Krypton elders, and Vanessa Redgrave. The film explores the petty feuds between commanding officers, their disregard for their soldiers' lives, and the hardships caused by the abysmal supply chain, like we have now, Al.
Yeah, it's true.
Question 45, and put on the screen. What is the name of the 1969 movie that recounts the true story of the British Royal Air Force's outnumbered defense against the German Luftwaffe following France's defeat in the early days of World War II? Is it A, Nights in the Sky, B, Battle Above the Clouds, C, Battle of Britain, or D, Never So Few?
All right, see if somebody knows. I got to take Sonny out. He's got to go pee. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. I know that's not all going to fit, and it didn't. But there's the question, and I'll put the answers on the screen. Question is, what is the name of the 1969 movie that recounts the true story of the British Royal Air Force's outnumbered defense against the German Luftwaffe following France's defeat in the early days of World War II? Is it A, Knights of the Sky, B, Battle Above the Clouds, C, the Battle of Britain, or D, Never So Few? And I'll put those selections on the screen. And I do have a few clips to play, and I want to show you some great video of meeting Chris Reeve in 1994, May of 94, here in Atlanta, Georgia, for about 9 to 10 months before he was tragically paralyzed in a horse riding accident. And I have some interesting photos to show from that day and things about that day. So there's your choices. I'll just go ahead and answer it. The answer is C, the Battle of Britain. It's a 1969 war film that tells the story of the Royal Air Force's victory against the German Luftwaffe during World War II. It stars Laurence Olivier, Michael Caine, and Ralph Richardson, and is known for its accurate portrayal of the events and impressive aerial combat scenes. So let's move on to the next question. What is the title of the comedy where Kelsey Grammer plays a talented but unconventional Navy submarine captain? Is it A, Down Periscope, B, Under Siege, C, Run Silent, Run Deep, or D, Up Periscope? Mark Frito is still with us, and he guessed C for Battle of Britain. He's right. Let's see here. Let me put this one on the screen. This question. I'm going to repeat for the listeners so there's not just some silent lull. What is the title of the comedy where Kelsey Grammer plays a talented but unconventional Navy submarine captain? Is it A, Down Periscope, C, Under Siege, C, Run Silent, Run Deep, or D, Up Periscope? I'll put those selections on the screen too for anyone that's watching after the fact or live. Al is walking his Cocker Spaniel, Sonny, at the moment. I'll just go ahead and reveal the answer. The answer is A, Down Periscope. My flock guessed A, and my flock in Southern California is correct. Down Periscope is a film where Kelsey Grammer plays Lieutenant Commander Thomas Dodge, a talented but unorthodox U.S. Navy officer. The film has a comedic twist on military life, with Kelsey Grammer's character being assigned to captain of the USS Stingray, an old and worn-out diesel-driven submarine, rather than the modern nuclear submarine he expected to be the commander of. The movie is a riot of humor and fun, and he and his mismatched crew participate in war games, quote unquote, and engage in some hilarious high seas antics. Okay, question 47 of 65. Question: who was not a cast member in the movie The Best Years of Our Lives, which is set in the period following the end of World War II? A, Virginia Mayo, B, Barbara Stanwyck, C, Dana Andrews, or D, Frederick March? Repeating, who was not a cast member in the movie The Best Years of Our Lives, which is set in the period following the end of WW2? Al will know this one.
What's the question?
It's on the screen.
Oh.
I've already said it twice, but I mean, when you get around to your monitor, it's right there. I'm now going to put the choices up. You'll know it. See the question?
Who was not a cast member? Yeah.
Right. Who is not?
What are the choices?
Right here on the screen, my friend. Ask and you'll receive. A, Virginia Mayo. B, Barbara Stanwyck. C, Dana Andrews. Or D, Frederick March, who's not a cast member of the film The Best Years of Our Lives. Survey says Keebler. Thanks for still being with us. I know this is kind of monotonous, all these questions, but it's important. It's more. Well, I'll just tell you, we got to hurry along. It's someone you like a lot. She was in The Big Valley. So who do you think that would be?
It's Barbara Stanwyck. She was not in it. You know.
Correct. Barbara Stanwyck was not in The Best Years of Our Lives, which was directed by William Wyler and starred Myrna Loy, Frederick March, and Dana Andrews. The film tells the story of three veterans. And Dana Andrews was the guy in front of the microphone in the other movie you talked about earlier, Al, that we got confused, or you did, with Dana Winter. Oh, hang on. Let me make you big. You're so funny. Oh, Y106. Yeah, that's
before they were Cumulus owned.
Yeah, and that was the country station, WYY. That's the station. Well, I sold advertising on 6 Cumulus stations, but I primarily focused on YY, that station, for years. Mm-hmm. And it became an oldie station after it was a country station. It was a pretty good heritage country station for a long time in the Atlanta, Georgia area. And then it became what an oldie station.
It was an oldie station with Scott Shannon's True Oldies, and that was before it went talk.
And then it went
news.
It went news and then talk. Right. It was News Radio 1067. I still have a big old sign in my home of that, and then it was the new Talk 1067.
That's right.
So let me get to the next question. I guess I finished talking about that. Yeah, Dana. The Best Years of Our Lives tells the story of 3 veterans returning home to small town America and dealing with the challenges of readjusting to civilian life. The movie was a critical and commercial success, winning 7 Academy Awards, including Best Picture. Did you know that? I didn't know that. The Best Years of Our Lives was a Best Picture winner, Best Director winner, and Best Actor winner for Frederick March. And last week I honored Dabney Coleman, who recently passed away, and he said Frederick March is his favorite actor in an interview I played. And I played one of the actors on Buffalo Bill with Bill Tush last week, Al. You probably didn't see it, but just saying. Next question 48 to 65. Which 1964 movie depicts the true story of a group of British soldiers defending an outpost against a massive enemy force during the Zulu War in 1879? Is it A, Soldiers of the Queen, B, Zulu, C, Zulu Dawn, or D, The Battle of Rorke's Drift? And I will put that on the screen.
You know, I was looking at this disc for Todd's Boot. This is one of the older discs where it takes 2 sides to play the whole movie because it's so long. It's an old disc.
Oh, and those can get rot, like with the glue, just like Laserdisc could in the center. You know, the glue that holds the 2 discs together. Yeah, that's dangerous.
Well, no, it's one disc, but you know, each is like.
Oh, I see what you mean. I get you. Yeah, you have to flip it like a Laserdisc, like in the old days. That is weird.
I guess I need to get a Blu-ray copy of it.
Well, how long is it? How long is the movie? Does it say, or is it too difficult to read?
It's 209 minutes.
Oh my God. So think about that. 120 minutes is 2 hours.
It's 209. So that's how much? That's
Mark Frito gets Zulu Dawn. Zulu Dawn. Last call. The answer. That's what I guessed, Mark. This is the first one. It's tricky. The answer is B, Zulu. I think that's too tricky of a selection, but which 1964 movie depicts the true story of a group of British soldiers defending an outpost against a massive enemy force during the Zulu War in 1879? The choices were A, Soldiers of the Queen, B, Zulu, C, Zulu Dawn, and D, The Battle of Rorke's Drift. Correct answer was B, Zulu. It's a British war film released in 1964 that tells a true story of the Battle of Rorke's Drift during the Anglo/Zulu War in Southern Africa. The movie tells a story of a group of British soldiers defending an outpost against a massive enemy force of around 4,000 Zulu warriors. Despite being outnumbered, the British soldiers managed to hold their ground and win the battle. The film is considered one of the most popular British military war films of all time and stars Michael Caine, Stanley Baker, Nigel Green, and Jack Hawkins. I remember Shaka Zulu, probably no relation or no correlation. I remember it was one of the first miniseries that Fox ever did in like 1986 or 87.
Well, Mark Fredo is right. Tom's Boot runs 3 hours and 48 minutes.
Oh, let me see that comment. That's a great comment.
It says 3.5 hours. So it says I divide 209 divided by 60 comes out to 3.48. 3 hours and 48 minutes. Good grief. I forgot that it was that long.
Oh, wow. Can you imagine being in the theater? You'd have to get up and go to the bathroom, even if you hadn't eaten or drank.
I think it had an intermission in it.
Dude.
I could be wrong, but. Let's see.
Okay, well, let me ask the next question then. Which renowned American director co-produced the Clint Eastwood directed films Flags of Our Fathers and Letters from Iwo Jima? Is it A, Robert Zemeckis, B, Mr. Martin Scorsese, C, Andy Wachowski, or D, Steven Spielberg? Who co-produced the Clint Eastwood directed films The Flags of Our Fathers and Letters from Iwo Jima? That's question 49.
Spielberg.
You're right. I'll just go ahead and throw it up on the screen.
Yeah.
So we can hurry it along. Yes, it is Steven Spielberg. And I still have some clips, folks. Jeez. Let me just do this and do that. And bam, and I'll tell you my little paragraph. There are the choices. And yes, the answer was indeed Mr. Steven Spielberg, who collaborated with Clint Eastwood as a co-producer for the war films Flags of Our Fathers and Letters from Iwo Jima. Spielberg, known for his own masterpieces in the realm of cinema, partnered with Clint Eastwood to create these films, and these films that provide different perspectives on the Battle of Iwo Jima. It's a stellar example of two great cinema minds coming together to create riveting narratives. Question 50. We've hit a milestone question. Which actor starred in the movie Objective Burma? A, Errol Flynn, B, Kirk Douglas, C, Robert Taylor, or D, Burt Lancaster? All great actors, classically trained actors.
We talked about that earlier, too.
We sure did. Let's just let Mark and the others have a shot at it. Now, they're probably going to be right. There's the question. Right.
You want me to tell you?
Well, 1 second. Let me just put the options up. 1 second. I'm trying to hurry it along.
We talked about it earlier.
I know we did, but not everybody can hear everything. Everything. I sound like a hillbilly. Not everybody can hear everything. I will have these on cards next time we do trivia, where I don't have to struggle to put them on the screen. It just slows the show down. Oh, hold on. Let me make you big. Hang on, Al Hardee. Hang on, Al Hardee. There you go.
Who's that guy? There he is.
Look at that.
Errol Flynn.
It's 65 questions, Keebler. She goes, no, she's saying my trivia show is not never ending. It's only 25 questions. Oh my goodness.
This is really a good, that Errol Flynn box set. This is out of print now, but it's good.
Look at that. Let me take this off. Yeah, that's cool.
I've had it a long time.
Very nice.
It's a TCM thing. TCM doesn't release DVDs anymore, but you can see the
that stands for Turner Classic Movies.
Yeah.
Well, the answer was Say it, Al. What was the answer to this question?
Errol Flynn.
Yeah, it was. It's the great Errol Flynn.
You know, Errol Flynn was a horrible womanizer. I mean,
wow.
he could not be with one woman. I mean, he had to have all he could get his hands on.
Really, a real horn dog, huh?
Yeah. And did you know? I read this. I don't know how true it is, but they say it's true. After he died, they removed his
pecker.
Yes,
his penis.
To see, because he had so many people, and plus he became a severe alcoholic, and that's what really killed him.
Good Lord!
Yes, look it up.
It's got a new segment. It's Gossip Corner with Hal Hardee. Gossip Corner, inquiring minds want to know. All right, let's get back to the game.
Let me ask. Go see. Did Errol Flynn's penis get removed?
Oh, get out of town. Next question's a real good one.
It says the actor had massive genital warts upon his death.
Disgusting. I guess he raw dogged it then. No protection. Wow.
Here we go. He says the actor Errol Flynn had such massive genital warts upon his death that Vancouver's chief pathologist removed them and soaked them in formaldehyde to allow medical students to research them. When the city's coroner heard of this, he immediately scotch taped Flynn's warts back onto his penis.
Dude,
that's
nasty.
Maybe they didn't remove it; they just took the warts off. But
this is a family show, sir. I'm kidding.
Look, you can see it. I googled it. I've heard that story. I mean, I've heard that. So.
Hey, welcome back, Danny Staten. I guess you were watching wrestling. Al, you'll know the answer to this. What is the final line in the movie Casablanca? We have a guest from Danny Staten. Play it again, Sam. Here's your choice.
That's not it. That's not it.
It's your choices are A.
It looks like the start of a beautiful relationship.
Here's the choices. A, round up the usual suspects. B, Lewis, this could be the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
That's it right there.
Or C, the problems of the three little people don't amount to a hill of beans in this crazy world. Or D,
who does he say that
to?
What actor does he say that to in Casablanca?
Mark Frito is right.
Yeah,
the answer is just like you said, Al. You're right too. Of course.
What actor does he say that to?
You're asking me trivia? Yes, we're still on, Shane B. I had 65 questions. We're at 50 something right now. We're nearing the end.
No, what actor did Humphrey Bogart say those lines to in Casablanca?
Well, I don't know.
One of my favorite actors. He's since he was in Lawrence of Arabia, but he was really old in that. Claude Rains.
Oh yes, of course.
Yeah.
Well, that final line is, Lewis, I think, the beginning of a beautiful friendship, spoken by Rick Blaine to Captain Louis Renault. The line has become iconic and is often referenced in pop culture. The ending of the film, directed by Michael Curtiz with a Z, Curtiz, and starring Humphrey Bogart, is considered one of the best in cinematic history. As Rick and Louis walk across the rainy streets of Casablanca, the line serves as a perfect conclusion to the story of their tumultuous relationship.
Yeah, Mark got it right. He said Claude Rains.
He's gotten just everything right. I am impressed with his knowledge. He knows a lot more than I do. Let's put the next question up. What is the name of the 1977 historical epic movie that portrays the 1944 Allied attempt to bypass the German Siegfried Line defenses? Is it A, Armored Assault, B, Watch on the Rhine, C, Battle of the Bulge, or D, A Bridge Too Far? And I will put that on the screen right now.
All right, Mark, what's the answer?
What is the name of the 1977 historical epic movie that portrays the 1944 Allied attempt to bypass the German Siegfried Line defenses? Is it A, Armored Assault, B, Watch on the Rhine, C, Battle of the Bulge, or D, A Bridge Too Far? Your clock is early. It's not. It's 3 minutes till. Did you set it that way, Al? To be 3 minutes off.
You hear the cuckoo clock?
Yeah, but it's only 11:57. It's not.
Yeah, it's a little slow.
I'm going to put the choices on the screen. Oh, my flock's playing along. She guessed C. And that's Battle of the Bulge. And Mark Frida says, I stopped watching movies made after 1977. Shane B., our friend who will be on with me Sunday doing an unboxing here live, guessed D, A Bridge Too Far. Well, let's reveal the answer because it's getting late. The answer is D, A Bridge Too Far. It's a 1977 war film that depicts the true story of Operation Market Garden, a failed attempt by the Allies to capture important bridges in the Nazi-occupied Netherlands during World War II. Led by Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery, the battle raged on for 9 days in September 1944. The film features an international cast and is known for its stunning cinematography and realistic portrayal of the battle. Despite the movie's critical acclaim, the real-life attack failed, making it a tragic moment in World War II history. Okay, next question. Now, question 53 of 65. In the movie The Great Escape, what title is given to the leader of the escape group? Is it A, Secret Leader, B, Captain E, C, Big X, or D, Number One? I missed this. Or D, Number One. Al, do you know the answer to this?
I think so.
Well, don't say
I'm not too sure.
I got to put it on the screen. Oh, and Shane B's guessing. There's your question, and I'm just going to allow people to chime in really quickly. Where's Sonny, Al? Is he by your feet? Your dog?
Yeah, where is he? No, I don't know where he's at. I took him out to pee. Yeah, he's laying there somewhere.
That was kind of sad about Danny Cochran's dog. His dog chewed up a comic book, a #1 edition of a great DC horror comic book, The Witching Hour. And the male person put the package over his fence where his dogs are. And he did a YouTube video about it. I feel so bad for him.
Yeah, he's out $150.
Yeah, it cost $150 for that comic book. That was an interesting video. Potatoes is my answer, says my flock. And then Shane says potatoes to her. All right. Let me reveal the answer. We got to hurry along. The answer is C. In the movie Great Escape, the leader of the escape group is given the title of Big X, like Racer X in Speed Racer, whose real name is Roger. He is portrayed as a brilliant strategist and mastermind behind the escape plan. In reality, the leader of the actual Great Escape was squadron leader Russell Bushell, who was called Big X by his fellow prisoners due to his height and his role as the mastermind behind the plan. Okay, question 54. In the WW2 movie Stalag 17.
Stalag 17.
Stalag, yeah, I was okay. Let me put it on the screen. You read it because you're the broadcast professional.
I'm not a professional.
I just play one on TV.
17.
All right, here you go. Read that, my buddy. See it?
You know what TV show was based on that movie?
Hogan's Heroes.
Yep, that's easy.
You want to read that for everybody listening?
Well, it says in the World War II movie Stalag 17, which actor portrayed the character of security officer Frank Price.
And here come the choices for you to read to everybody. Right. Yeah. Hang on.
I know the answer without you putting them up.
Well, here that comes. I just want to allow time for people to catch up. There. The choices are what, Al? A, what?
Harvey Limbeck, Peter Graves, William Holden, and Robert Strauss. It's C, William Holden.
Ooh. I know it's YouTube, my flock, but this runs on Fistful of Radio and Apple, and I'm trying to have a fine line between audio-friendly content and visual content. I'm trying the best I can. The answer was B, Peter Graves. He portrayed the character of Frank Price in Stalag 17. The film is set.
I was wrong then. I said William Holden.
Well, it was Peter Graves. Selection B. That's okay. What? You've missed what? One? That's not bad.
I thought William Holden was in that movie.
Well, listen, I'm going to get to it. Yeah. Peter Graves portrayed the character of Frank Price in the WW2 movie. The film is set in a German prisoner of war camp and follows the story of Sefton, played by William Holden, as he tries to uncover the identity of a traitor in the camp. The movie features a talented cast, including Peter Graves, who's best known for his role in the TV series Mission Impossible. So it was a trick question, I think, with those selections. You know, you see the one that you know is in the movie. Well, I mean, you probably knew Peter Graves was in it too, but you see William Holden, so you know that's what the question's designed to be tricky.
Now wait a minute, 3 in a row. Come on now, what does that mean?
What are you talking about?
Shane said 3 in a row, Al.
He ain't lost 3. You haven't lost 3. He's been on fire all night.
I've answered most of them correct, except maybe 1 or 2.
You want to read that question, Al, please? It's a Casablanca question.
What character in Casablanca said, "This time I know your side will win"?
Our side, but close enough.
Yeah, our side will win.
And here's the choices: Isla, Laszlo, Rick, or Sam. And I'll put them on the screen right now. Oh, he's saying I've got 3 in a row. Shane, he's not talking about you.
Okay. I'm sorry, I misread.
So again, which character in Casablanca said, "This time I know our side will win"? Is it A, the Isla, B, Laszlo, C, Rick, or D, Sam? And Shane guesses A, Isla. No Google cheating. Mark Frito guessed Lazio, and I'm probably mispronouncing that. I'm sorry. You know, doing the best I can with some of these names.
It's Victor Laszlo. Your first name is Victor Laszlo in the movie.
And he's right. The answer is B. In the film Casablanca, the character of Victor Laszlo says this line to Rick at the airport.
And this
time I know
the guy that plays Rick Laszlo. What's his name? Have to get.
Use your phone. Because I'm busy reading. I don't know. The character of Victor Laszlo says this line, "This time I know our side will win," to Rick at the airport before they board the plane to Lisbon. This moment is seen as a moment of hope and idealism and serves as a reward for Rick's efforts to help Laszlo and his wife.
Paul Hendred, his name.
Who?
Paul Hendred played Rick. Yeah.
Paul who?
Hendred.
Okay.
Henreid.
Thank you.
He played Victor Laszlo.
So Rick's efforts helped Laszlo and his wife Isla escape the Nazis.
Victor Laszlo.
Laszlo. Okay. Sorry.
Laszlo.
Question 56 of 65. Let me get it on the screen. Which actor portrays the title character in the film Saving Private Ryan? Easy. But let me give you some choices. Don't say it, Al. I know you want to answer. I'm trying to do this as quickly as I can. Is it A, Edward Burns, B, Bob Sizemore, C, Tom Hanks, or D, Matt Damon?
Tom Hanks.
Don't just blurt out an answer. Let me. Don't just blurt. You might not be right. Then again, you might be right, but you might be wrong. Now, Shane B guessed D, Matt Damon. Let me put the choices on the screen. Again, the question is, which actor portrays the title character in the film Saving Private Ryan? Is it A, Edward Burns, B, Tom Sizemore, C, Tom Hanks, or D, Matt Damon? We got 2 guesses for Matt Damon. 3, check that 3. Keebler guessed Matt Damon, and so did Shane B. And you're all right. It is Matt Damon. That's kind of tricky if you've not seen it. Have you seen the movie, Al?
Yeah, it's been a long time ago. The movie's
Right.
20 some years old.
Yeah, and more than that. Let's see.
I'm just getting tired. So I'm
No, we're almost done. Here's question 57. In which year did the World War II movie Father Goose premiere? 1970, 1964, 1958, or 1966?
What was the question?
Putting it on the screen, my friend. And just looking for a year this movie premiered. In which year did the WW2 film Father Goose premiere? And here are your choices. I'm trying to get through this quickly before you turn in. You're up late. Let me see.
Yeah.
In which year? We're just looking for a year. 1970, 1964, 1958, or 1966. Coming at your screen right now, viewers. Sorry, listeners. Do you have a guess?
What year? 1964.
And Shane guessed C, which is 1958. You're guessing B, 1964. Oh, and Tom Hanks played the captain Al in Saving Private Ryan. Anyway, says Keebler. Answer is B. Father Goose had its premiere in 1964. Let me do one little thingy dingy. The answer was 1964. It's a romantic comedy starring suave Cary Grant alongside Leslie Caron, C-A-R-O-N, Caron maybe, and Trevor Howard.
Leslie Caron.
Caron. Thank you, sir. And it was set during World War II. The movie follows a man who ends up caring for a teacher and her female students on an isolated island where he was tasked to spot aircraft. Certainly not your typical war movie, but a delightful one nevertheless. You know, Al, this is unrelated. Did you know that MeTV they're launching an all cartoon channel in June?
Yeah, you know, but I've seen all those cartoons.
You're so negative. I think it's cool.
I may watch some of it. I don't know.
Well, you'd have to have Friendly probably to get it, which is an app. It's a paid app.
I get me TV off the air. Perfect.
Off the antenna. Yeah, you know, but that's only if an Atlanta
I have a
affiliate picks it up.
antenna that picks it up perfect.
Well, you know what? You know this though. You have to hope that a local affiliate in Atlanta picks it up. It's the only way you'll see it on an antenna is, and I'm sure they will. But like either Fox or WAGA has to add it to yet another sub channel, or WSB or.
Well, Channel 11 here has got a bunch of sub channels, but they have a sub channel that shows the same thing as on the regular channel. They could take that off and put it on there.
I saw a Chili Willy cartoon I'd never seen on this morning. Every Saturday morning on MeTV, I think at 8 to 9 a.m. they have like the Woody Woodpecker hour, and it features some of those Universal cartoons like Chili Willy, mostly Woody Woodpecker, and some of the Berry Bear thing. And I laughed out loud. This Chili Willy, he's at war with a lighthouse that keeps shining a light. It's from last Saturday. I happened to watch it in bed today. But you've got to see it. I can't remember look up Chili Willy and Lighthouse. It's a laugh out loud, hilarious. He's never aggressive. He's aggressive in this, breaking the light bulbs in this lighthouse. It keeps shining. It's like the Seinfeld where Kramer, I know you probably didn't watch Seinfeld, where he's got a neon sign shining in his light in his apartment. And it was like that, but it was from like 1953. Hilarious Chili Willy cartoon. I'd never laugh out loud at a cartoon. You would love it. I'm gonna find that
favorite
on film.
Cartoon character was Daffy Duck, and there's a Daffy Duck cartoon with Porky Pig where Porky is tired and he's trying to go to sleep, and Daffy Duck is drunk and he keeps him awake half the night, and as time goes on, poor Porky Pig's got these black circles around his eyes and everything. It's funny as crap.
Hang on, let me find. I need to get back on track with the game. We're almost done with the game. I was trying to find Lighthouse Blues. Lighthouse Keeping Blues is the name of the Chili Willy cartoon. It is hilarious. Is that the right one? Lighthouse Keeping Blues, 1966. It seemed like it was older than that. All right. Well, I'm digressing, and I need to get back on track. But it's got to be the same one. I'm looking at a Chili Willy fan website. That's it. The light's just shining right in his little face, and he gets pissed off, and he goes on the attack. It's pretty funny. And all right, I digress. So let me see if Shane B was right. The question was a grand naval battle between the Roman Navy and the Egyptian fleet near the shores of contemporary Greece is depicted in which 1963 epic film? Is it A, Spartacus, B, Cleopatra, C, Ben-Hur, or D, the fall of the Roman Empire? What say you, Al? Here's the question if you want to read it. A grand naval battle between the Roman Navy and Egyptian fleet near the shores of contemporary Greece is depicted in which 1963 epic film? Is it A, Spartacus, B, Cleopatra, C, Ben-Hur, or D, the fall of the Roman Empire? Shane guessed B, Cleopatra.
No, that's not it.
I don't know. It is Cleopatra. The answer is B. Cleopatra from 1963 features an epic depiction of the battle, a grand naval battle, the Battle of Actium, that occurred near the shores of present-day Greece. The battle was a turning point in history, marking the end of Antony and Cleopatra's fight for independence from Roman rule, featuring complex relationships between Cleopatra and Roman leaders Julius Caesar and Mark Antony. The film almost bankrupted the studio, 20th Century Fox, due to its grand scale. It wasn't at 20th Century Fox that did Cleopatra?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So if you're a fan of high-stakes drama and impressive naval warfare scenes, you're in a treat. You're in for a treat with Cleopatra. Okay.
Cecil B. DeMille, he did a version of Cleopatra back silent days. And did you know after they finished the movie, he took all the sets and buried them in the desert?
Oh, my goodness.
And there was a story about that. They've rediscovered them some years ago, and they're digging them up, and they're going to, try to put them in a museum. But he buried all the sets.
I keep hogging the mic. Do you want to read that question, Al, aloud for everybody? If you don't mind, or are you going to pass? Oh, it does have something. It sounds like I'm just trying to give you ones that are hard to pronounce. I'm not trying to.
Of Nicholas Montserrat's novel, The Cruel Sea. What was the name of the corvette where a significant part of the plot unfolded?
I talked over you. I'm sorry. In the 1953 film adaptation of Nicholas
Montserrat's
novel, The Cruel Sea.
I don't know that one.
What was the name of the corvette where a significant part of the plot unfolded? Your choices are A, HMS Compass Rose, B, HMS Saltash Castle, or C, HMS Castle Douglas, or D, HMS Bluebell? That's a hard question.
Yeah, I have no idea the answer to that. I just have to take a guess.
Mark seems to know. He guessed A, HMS Compass Rose. Compass Rose. I'm going to put it up on the screen because I mangled that.
That I don't know.
That?
Shane said D.
So Mark said A, HMS Compass. Shane said D, HMS Bluebell. Well, let's see. Okay. The answer is A. The HMS Compass Rose is the central ship in the 1953 war film, The Cruel Sea. This film, based on Nicholas Montserrat's novel of the same name, primarily focuses on the lives of the sailors aboard the HMS Compass Rose, or Compass Rose, a compass. HMS Compass Rose during the Battle of the Atlantic in World War II. Interestingly, the filming took place on a real Royal Navy corvette, adding to the authenticity of the movie. Quite a thrilling ride it must have been for the cast. Question 60. We only have 65, so we're the end is in sight of the questions, and then you can go to bed. But I still have a couple more things to cover. Oh, God, I'm nuts. Next question, question 60 of 65. In the film Saving Private Ryan, let me put it on the screen, during the Omaha beach scene of Operation Overlord, what type of gun does John Miller pick up from a wounded soldier? Thank you, Elves. I'm not going to go six. I don't have long after the quizzes. I'm not going to go much longer. I'm getting really punchy, and no one can tune in that long, even in stages. Okay, let me put the selections on the screen. Thank you, PDF Elves. Oh, I never said the choices, for goodness sakes. Shane guessed a Luger. Your choices are, all right, again, in the film Saving Private Ryan, during the Omaha Beach scene of Operation Overlord, which type of gun does Jim Miller pick up from a wounded soldier? Your selections are A, an M1 Garand, or B, Thompson C. Thompson. I'm sorry. C, B, Thompson, C, a Colt 45, or D, a BAR. Mark Frito said a Tommy gun. Shane says, I don't know. And I screwed that up badly. I'm sorry.
I don't know either. I have no idea.
All right. An M1 Garand, or a Thompson, or a Colt 45, or a BAR bar. Keebler guessed A, an M1 Garand. Mark has it, a Tommy gun. And I've lost it. The answer is, my screen flew up. Answer is B, a Tommy gun. Now, the Thompson. During the Omaha Beach scene in Saving Private Ryan, Captain John Miller picks up a Thompson submachine gun from a wounded soldier whose stomach was shot. The Thompson Tommy gun was a popular submachine gun used by the Allies during World War II, known for its accuracy and reliability. I mean, I can't believe how good Mark Frito is. I have to laugh. I mean, just it's unreal the knowledge he has. Unbelievable. That's very impressive. Let's see. Question 61 of 65. We're at the end of the line here. Let's see. Boy, Mark sure got that right. In the film Ice Cold in Alex, which actor portrayed a German character masquerading as a South African? Is it A, Harry Andrews, B, Anthony Quayle, C, Kenneth Moore, or D, Laurence Olivier?
I don't know.
Let me just quickly put the answers up. Yeah, Keebler. Mark, I would not want to play against on your trivia show on YouTube. I want him on my team and with my flock. All right, so let's see. Let's just reveal the answer. It's almost the end of the game. The correct answer was B, Anthony Quayle, who gave a brilliant performance in the film Ice Cold and Alex as Captain Vander Poel, P-O-E-L, Poel, who was actually a German spy masquerading as a South African soldier. Quayle's character kept us all on edge as he guarded his pack, which was later revealed to contain a radio for communicating with the advancing Germans. This film stands out in its time for portraying a German character in a sympathetic light. Okay, question 62 of 65. What film is a fictional account of a British frigate's efforts to prevent French ships from breaking free into the ocean sea during the French Revolutionary Wars around 1797?
Get the answer down. You got the answer from the last one still up.
Oh, sorry. This is too long. It's going to break up. Frigate. Okay. Frigate. All right, here we go. On the screen. What film is a fictional account of a British frigate's efforts to prevent French ships from breaking free into the open sea during the French Revolutionary Wars around 1797? Concurrently, a mutiny is simmering below decks due to the first officer's harsh treatment of the crew. Shane, do you want to save it for tomorrow as a comic? Or we can do it tonight. Why not? But I'll send you a link in a second. You have the link for Sunday, but not for tonight. So I need to get that to you. But hang on. Let me put the choices up here on the screen. Al, let's see if you have a guess. Do you know the answer to this, Al?
I think so.
There's only 3 more questions. Can you believe it, Al? I can't believe you hung in this long. I thought you'd be gone.
I need to go to bed.
I know. The choices are A, the Bounty, B, Blockade Runner, C, Master and Commander, or D, Damn the Defiant. We're just looking for that name, and we have a guess.
I'm going to say A, the Bounty.
Okay, what film is a fictional account of British frigates' efforts to prevent French ships from breaking free into the open sea during the French Revolutionary Wars around 1797? Okay, so you guessed C, Master and Commander. So did Keebler. Guessed Master and Commander.
Is that it?
No, it's D, Damn the Defiant.
Really?
Released in 1962, Damn the Defiant tells the story of a British frigate that's fighting against the French ships.
That's not fair. Now, Mark said D, but he said D after you told him.
No, because there's a delay. That guy's not cheating. He knows. He knows classic cinema like you do. No, there's a delay.
He needs to be on Jeopardy.
I know. No, he knows. He knows. D, Damn the Defiant, released in. Hang on, let me do one quick thingy. I want to put
I think Mark is Googling this.
No, he's not.
Just like
no,
just like
this guy's smart. He's
smart.
Smart.
He's just
Mark is smart. So, the answer is D, Damn the Defiant, released in 1962. This film tells the story of a British frigate that's fighting against French ships during the French Revolutionary Wars, which took place just before Napoleon Bonaparte came to power.
He said no, he's not Googling it.
I believe him. The plot
He's with me. Mark is just looking it up on his phone.
They're just messing with you, man. We know you're not. I believe in you, Mark. Let's see. So the plot thickens as a mutiny among the crew unfolds, triggered by the brutal discipline enforced by the first officer. How's that for some high seas drama? Damn the Defiant.
Next question. Let's go,
63 out of 65. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. Got a lot more comments. All right. What is the title of this 1973 historical film directed by George Pan Cosmatos, depicting a Nazi atrocity in Italy during World War II? Let me get your choices on the screen. Is it A, A Killing in Naples, B, Massacre in Rome, C, Stormtrooper, or D, Night of the Long Knives?
All right, Mark, what's the answer, Mark?
Got to let it catch up. There's a delay. Especially when the stream went down temporarily, it causes even a longer delay. Let's see here. And I bet my stream will be blocked after it's live for those clips I played. Danny says, my brain is starting to hurt. See, there's Mark. He guessed B. What is the title of the 1973 historical film directed by George Pan Cosmatos, depicting a Nazi atrocity in Italy during World War II? Is it A, A Killing in Naples, B, Massacre in Rome, C, The Stormtrooper, or D, Night of the Long Knives? Mark Frito guessed B, Massacre in Rome. Shane B guessed A, A Killing in Naples. Who's right? Do you have a guess, Al?
No. I'm staying out of this one.
The answer is B, A Massacre in Rome. It's a 1973 Italian war drama film directed by George Pan Cosmatos that depicts the massacre committed by the Germans as a reprisal for a partisan attack against the SS Police Regiment Bozen. The film stars Richard Burton, Peter Vaughan, and Marcello Mastroianni, and is a dramatized account of the historical event. All right, here's question 64 of 65. Man, here we are in the home stretch. We're at the finish line, baby. Woo, we put it on the screen. What is the name of the 1979 film starring Richard Burton? He died like in 82 or 83, so this is close to the end of his life. What is the name of the 1979 film starring Richard Burton that revolves around a German army unit in France following the 1944 Allied invasion? Your choices are A, Iron Cross, A, Iron Cross, B, Panzer Leader, C, Liberation, or D, Breakthrough.
I'm gonna go with A.
Okay. Man, you've done really well, Al Hardee. I should take you to lunch. I mean, I'm so impressed with your performance. You know this stuff so well.
Well, I missed a couple, but anyway.
No,
I'll say A.
out of like 65. We have some guesses. Shane B guessed A. Iron Cross. Mark Frito guessed A. It's got to be A. It's got to be A. If Mark says it's A and Shane says it's A, got to be A. Answer's D. Breakthrough. Breakthrough. See, he doesn't watch films after 77. Typically, so I'm giving Mark Frito a pass because he did say earlier films after 77 are not what he's into. But the answer is D. Breakthrough. Let me. There. We got one more question. You're gonna love the last question.
There was a movie called Iron Cross. I think that was with.
If you let me speak, I have the answer right here. Just let me. Well, go ahead. I haven't let you.
Iron Cross. God, what's the actor's name? I can see his face.
Well, Breakthrough was a 1979 war film and an unofficial sequel to 1977's Cross of Iron. That's, see, again, a trick question. They try to trip you up with those answers, those selections. So Breakthrough was a 1979 war film, an unofficial sequel to 77's Cross of Iron. The film follows the story of Sergeant Steiner and his men who are transferred from Russia to France in the summer of 1944. The plot revolves around a general ordering Steiner to contact the Allies and inform them of the Army's plot to kill Hitler and end the war. And end the war.
Cross of Iron had James Coburn in it. That's what I was trying to think.
James Coburn. Yeah, he was in the Fall Guy pilot. And, of course, he was in the In Like Flint movies. I bet you didn't care for those.
Oh, I did. Actually, I like those. They were silly.
Our Man Flint, In Like Flint. Real quick, I'm almost done with the final question. All right, the plot revolves around a general ordering Steiner to contact the Allies to inform them of the Army's plot to kill Hitler and end the war, which ultimately fails. The film also features a sadistic Captain Stransky who seeks revenge by trying to kill both Allied troops and French civilians. Okay, final question out. Excuse me, out. This is one I know you're going to know. But please let others answer who've patiently waited. And those that have left and come back to answer. But you're going to know it. Here's the final question, 65 of our Memorial Day tribute nostalgic Podblast special. In Wolfgang Petersen's masterwork Das Boot, which documents life on board a German U-boat during World War II, what is the number of the featured U-boat? You know, Al, let me put the choices up. I know you know. Hang on, please. Final question. So it's bedtime, but just hang on just a little bit longer. I want to at least give people a choice that are listening after the fact or watching live. Your choices are A, U-58. Don't look at your DVD. I know you got it right there. The B, U-32, C, U-113, or the D, U-66. Ooh.
Well, since I looked at the answer, I'll let Mark see if he guessed it.
He said U-96. There's your question. In Wolfgang Petersen's masterwork Das Boot, which documents life on board a German U-boat during WW2, what is the number of the featured U-boat? Is it A, U-58, B, U-32, C, U-113, or D, U-96, or UB-40? There was a band called UB-40. I'm kidding. Thank you, Stone. And Mark Frito guessed U-60. All right. Sorry, Sarah. Go ahead. Go to bed. I'm only going to talk about Chris Reeve and stuff. Go ahead, girl. You do too much. What do you, Al? Are you going to answer that? Now, you know the answer, right?
Well, I looked. I'm just not going to say. I mean, I think the right answer is up there.
And Mark Frito got it right. It's D.
Yeah.
It's D, the U-96. The U-96. Good job. I can't believe how smart he is. He knows his war movies. Good grief. Did you serve, Mark Frito? Were you in the armed forces at all? But the answer, in Das Boot, the featured U-boat is indeed U-96. It is referred to by its number throughout the film as the convention, as is the convention with submarines. I'm sorry. In Das Boot, the featured U-boat is U-96. It is referred to by its number throughout the film, as is the convention with submarines. The movie is known for its realistic portrayal of the experiences of German submariners during World War II and for its intense depiction of life on board a U-boat. Woo! Now, why didn't they mention the Civil War in any of these questions, you know? It's all like World War II. What do you think, Al?
You know, they're not as popular. The Civil War is not as popular as the World War I and World War II movies because it was such a bad time. I mean, war is bad anytime, but the Civil War pits Americans against Americans, and it never was really popular, I suppose, is lack of a better word. I don't know.
Mark
But there's, you know, Ted Turner did a wonderful movie called Gettysburg on the Civil War.
I loved it. Man, I love that. Yeah.
And it's got a great score to it. We ran that when I worked as a projectionist at the Terror. We ran that in 70 millimeter film.
Wow. Good night, Sarah. Good night, all. She says, and then Shane B says good night to her. It's okay. You don't need to apologize. This probably was not your forte. You're not into history. I get it. And it was long. Now, PDF Elves has linked you, Al Hardee. And PDF Elves, if you look at the screen, Al says, be sure to follow Chance's guest. He's my co-host, really. Part-time co-host, Al Hardee at Hardee's Entertainment House Place. But she linked it too. So please give him a subscribe. Now, Shane wants to ask Mark, what did you do to get kicked out of the ROTC?
Now, Amazon does boot on a Blu-ray for $12.39.
On a Blu-ray?
Yeah.
Hey, for a 4-hour movie, that's a steal, right?
For a Blu-ray?
For any movie, for 4 hours on Blu-ray, that's a damn good price.
Well, it says 38% off.
Wow. He may not want to reveal the answer, but I'm curious too, Mark. What did you do? Was it substance related or I don't know. Maybe you don't want to say. That's very personal. Keebler says she covered your butt in history on Wednesday, meaning on her trivia show. Look who's here. Basil made it to the end. Look.
You're not in the bed yet, Mr. Williams?
Well, he's in his home studio.
I just walked in the door. Come on. I just walked in the door.
I just walked in the door.
I just walked in the door.
Were you playing along at all?
How was traffic coming home tonight?
Do what?
How was traffic coming home?
I came home a different way. I came home I-75 and.
Oh, so you didn't go down 285? Then?
No, no, I did not. So to have some sanity. And
I can't believe we started at 7:30 and I'm still here.
I can't believe you're still
4 hours.
That's the only reason.
That's because you're interested in movies.
Yeah, that's the only reason I called in because I went, why is Al still online?
I'm usually I've been asleep an hour by now, you know?
It's way past your bedtime.
It is.
That's what I have. Oh, I don't. It'd be helpful if I had you on it on the screen. I have one of your coasters, Al. I mean, Tom's. God, now I'm tired too. Good grief. Right here.
Oh yeah. Well,
Basil's nostalgic original.
I got one of yours.
Very cool. Thank you.
Al, where's yours?
Yeah,
I don't have one. I threw them all away.
Oh.
And I got these nice pins that Tom designed.
Yeah.
I love them.
Yeah.
I love the pins.
I don't know. I had some somewhere. I don't know what I did with them.
I gave you some, so
I got some somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mark Frito, he answered why he left ROTC. He says, I said the Air Force could kiss my blank. And he said that to a 1-star general.
Whoa.
That's not good.
Whoa.
And that's why he's not in the military today. I'm going to take
Keebler,
my close so I can see it.
Yeah, Keebler, I hear you. I'll get to the chat in a minute. It's rare that we have all three of us on. You know, our 5-year anniversary is June 15th. We got to get together. It's a Saturday. Wow. So hopefully Tom will be free on Saturday, June 15th to hang out at Al's.
I mean,
studio.
I got to work tomorrow because of the weather, and I got to work Sunday. So and I'll be there Monday too. It's like Al said.
Yeah, the thing about it is, there's weather every day. Why can't other people work? Why have you got to be there all the time? Hmm?
They just
That's
had layoffs, remember?
What?
They just had layoffs, remember?
Oh, oh, that's good.
I think it's great. Tom's
I'm
being a
gonna tell 'em
utility.
no.
Tom is the go-to guy. Okay, he's a utility. He's clutch. He's the cleanup hitter. Oh, he's got the fez on. Nice.
Anyway, so World War II, you were talking about World War II. So let's start over and go another 4 hours. And, did you talk about Night of the Generals, Al?
I forgot to mention that. Well, we talked about Peter O'Toole because he was in Lawrence of Arabia, which we talked about. But yeah, Night of the Generals is a wonderful movie.
Yeah, you've
With
got
Peter
the
O'Toole.
poster. What? You've got the one sheet poster to it.
I do. Yeah.
Go get it.
It's in a frame. I can't drag that thing up here.
Go get it.
No.
But yeah, that's a great war movie. It has several twists to it, and it was just a great movie.
It's a war movie with not hardly any action, and it's more of a talkie, but it's such a great story.
Oh, it is. Have you seen The Chance?
No.
He's never heard of it. But anyway, Peter O'Toole is excellent in it.
You'd probably like it. It's actually quite good. It's quite good. It's got Omar Sharif, and I won't be like Al and tell you every little detail about the movie. But it's a very good movie, and it's worth a watch. That's for sure. And it's a little over 2 hours, isn't it, Al?
Yeah, yeah.
And
Peter O'Toole plays a general that he's warped. He's messed up in the head.
Well, they all were.
Well, that's true, but it really portrays him as he's just messed up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You also talked about you had to have talked about Inglourious Bastards.
Well, yeah, we mentioned that.
It came up. Yeah.
Yeah, because what a great movie. Because I'm seeing clips of that all over TikTok for some reason. All of a sudden, this morning, and the gentleman who played the Nazi interrogator, who won the Academy Award, I forget his name, but he is so good in it. He is. You really can learn to dislike the guy just because of his role in that movie, because he plays a German officer so well.
Yeah. Tom Courtney's the guy. He was in it. Tom Courtney.
Well, that's not the guy I'm talking about. His name was.
Yeah, that's true. But he was in Dr. Zhivago, and also Donald Pleasance is in Night of the Generals.
Yeah, but I'm talking about Inglourious Bastards. But okay.
Oh. Well, I couldn't think of the Tom Courtney's name, but I knew he was in Night of the Generals.
Wow. Yeah. Well, there's so many good World War II movies, and they're still making them. They're still making those movies, and for some reason, that's a fascinating topic for everyone because it was a world war, and it involved so many countries. The world. It's kind of like it touched everyone's life. My father was in the war. All of his brothers were in the war. He had all these brothers, and they all came back, and they all made it back. So, which was a miracle in itself. There was Uncle Fred, there was Uncle Bob. It was like 6 brothers. So it's amazing that they all made it back, and thank God they did. But when there was your father, Al, in the Korean War or
World War II?
World War II. He was in World War II as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So did he have any brothers that went over, or uncles, or?
He had a brother that was in the war too.
Yeah. Did he make it back?
Mm-hmm.
No, that's good. Now, none of my brothers, none of my uncles, rather, were at Normandy for over there. They were over there afterwards. And my Uncle Fred was in the Southern Pacific Theater, and I know that he went to a Japanese, not a concentration camp. I don't think the Japanese called it that, but he went and liberated one of the camps that had the prisoners in it. I took the flag, took the Japanese flag down off the pole, which is made of canvas, and everything. So he gave me the rifle that he took off a Japanese soldier, and he took and that flag. I still have that flag. Unfortunately, he gave it to me when I was a kid, and I drew on it with a permanent ink magic marker.
Oh God!
Yeah,
Ooh.
yeah. Stupid.
That's not good.
I don't think I ever told him I did that. I don't think he knows. He would have known that, but to survive and seen what that flag is seen, flying up over that Japanese camp, wow, incredible. But anyway, that flag is still here. One day I'll find it and show it to you. But yeah, I drew on it. I wish there was a way to restore it, and there probably is, but why?
What? Hey, Tom, what camera are you? You're not on your phone, are you?
Yeah. Yes, I am. Yeah, that's my phone.
Oh. Yeah, but you're not backwards.
Well, because I told you how to set that up, so it wouldn't be backwards.
So, are you using the camera on the front of your phone?
Yeah. Yeah.
But it usually when you do that, like on TikTok, the stuff is backwards.
It depends on how you've turned your phone on. It's a mirror effect that you can turn on your phone that everyone uses.
Well, how do you do that?
You go into settings and do it. You'll see a mirror effect. And I turned it a long time ago because I didn't like the backwards crap, you know? How's my print doing? I got this print the other day, the Groom War Spurs from off of eBay, Ginger Rogers and Jack Carson. And Al was keeping it for me. So,
All right. Now I've got my phone here, but it's got everything is backwards.
Well, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it offline. Anyway, we'll talk.
We got one caller. It's not Sarah. She went to sleep. This is Shane B. Wants to show me a comic book real quick.
Oh, Sarah went to sleep. She's an
Well, this is not a comic book show.
I know we're doing one Sunday. He and I unboxing.
Well, can he show it to you on Sunday?
Well,
we're talking about war movies.
Is it a war comic book?
I don't know. Maybe it is. Let's find out. He's right here. Hey, Shane, real quick, what you got?
I'm just giving Shane a hard time. That's all.
You can save. You can keep the show in the war movies. I mean, why was there no love given to We Were Soldiers with Mel Gibson?
That's actually a good movie. You're right. But
that soundtrack.
You can't name all of them. You can't. There's going to be some you just leave out, right?
That soundtrack, the way they implemented it into like the scenes when they're in the Hueys, especially when they're getting ready to go land,
right,
into the war zone, that really stuck out to me in that movie, especially.
That was a pretty graphic movie, was it not? It was pretty bloody, though, was it not? Or I'm thinking of another movie.
It had its moments.
Now, when I worked at the Terra, we played that movie there at the Terra.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was an interesting movie for sure.
Yeah. Shane, I have some posters for it if you're interested.
Oh, We Were Soldiers?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really?
And it can be yours for.
We might have to do a trade.
I think I have 2 or 3 of them. They're one sheet.
Trade.
They're one sheets, 27 by 41.
And the great Al Hardee. It's a pleasure to talk to you.
Sure.
Finally. I've known your name.
Well,
for
what
so
we need to
long.
do, since you're a movie fanatic and I'm a movie fanatic, we'll just do a show, me and you, on movies, you know. But see, the thing about it is, I had a bunch of really good clips to show tonight, not trailers, but from some war movies, but we couldn't get it worked out. You know, it didn't work. So I sent him a few clips and he played them, but you know.
Well, Tom will appreciate this. Al was all concerned about the trailers. He goes, the trailer's going to make your stream go down. I've got clips. The clips are fine. And we put on one clip of his and the stream went down. Das Boot. It was,
you know why it went down? It's the music was playing in it. You know, it's got a great score. And it was like when they were in the submarine and they were going through the water too, you heard this, you know, this music. And so that's why they took it down. But if you show a scene from a movie with just talking, it's fine. But if any kind of music in it, the bots catch it and they take it down. It's so, it's so stupid.
That's why I try to be careful with the clips I use. I try to keep them under 8 to 6 seconds.
Yeah, if you do that,
when I make my
even
videos.
music clips, if you keep them down to a few seconds, then it's okay. They don't have time to catch it.
Yeah, music, I keep those at least about 3 seconds.
Well, that's why you see some people when they run music clips, they're sped up a little bit, so they don't get caught as easy. So, I guess that has something to do with it. People speeded them up. I've heard them do it. So,
well, I just think we talked about social media is getting kind of screwy. Everybody says like, "Hey, that's copyrighted. You can't be playing that."
Thanks for playing along, Mark Frito. He's going to sleep. I know Al's right behind him, but
right, bye, Mark.
Thanks for being here. He knows he has a wealth of knowledge about war movies and movies in general. Shane, what comic book do you have? Shane's going to be on with me Sunday for the next comic book unboxing. But what comic do you have so I can talk with? I want to talk with Tom one-on-one.
It's just this one. This is just the first one. I went and got this collection out of storage. We'll express more about how this collection came to be. But this one, I just found I had to go through them and put them in an order to where I think I want to present them. But this one, Uncanny X-Men number 281. Now let's go back to this side. This is the same comic. If you look at the design of the cover, how this one is, I've been doing some research and looking at how the font is filled in with red. And you see the lines over here, nice, uniform, even down here, the Alliance. Now, you flip it over, this is supposed to be the first print. And the letters are changed. The color is white, and it's cut off over here. Wow, this camera is reversed.
It looks normal to us.
Cut off down here.
It looks normal.
For him, it's
But
reversed. Right.
I've been looking this thing up, trying to figure out what's going on with that. If there was like a misprint between the two covers, and the closest one I found for the misprinted side, this one, damn near $300.
There you go. Cool. Well, we're going to talk all about it on Sunday. I appreciate you calling in. I just want to wrap with Al because he's dying to go to sleep and talk with Tom.
I'm fine. It's 10 till 12. I'll stay up for 10 more minutes.
Shane, I appreciate you calling in, my brother, and we'll see you.
Don't rush. You don't have to rush him off.
Okay.
Are you brushing him off?
I'm not rushing anybody off. Tom, I thought Tom has. Okay, we'll just all be on. That's
hey, I can hang out. You guys talk. Do your thing.
Hey, Shane, I'll ask you a question. I mean, do you go to a lot of movies when you can?
All the time. I'll let him say.
Are you like an AMC A-list member?
No. I catch my movies. If I go to the theater, I'll watch them. I got other services, bootleg and all that stuff, pirating services. Yeah, I watch movies whatever way I can.
Well, do you like to go to the theater?
It depends on the movie. It really depends on the movie. Amazon Plus just put out a movie, a documentary, sort of say, of the Blue Angels. And I watched that today while I was getting my truck worked on at the dealership. And after watching it on my phone, it's supposed to be in theaters. It was in theaters last week. And I want to go after watching it, I want to go to the theater and watch it because it's supposed to be available in IMAX.
Some movies need the theater experience. Now, if you're going to see an art film or something like that, that's a talkie, then sometimes you can enjoy it at home. You know what I'm saying? But some movies deserve to be seen on the big screen. Are
Absolutely.
you going to go see the Mad Max prequel, Futurosa?
I am. I'm not sure if I want to go to the theater and watch it. I'm gonna wait till Monday if I can find it on another platform to watch it on my phone. If not, I'm gonna go ahead and go to the theater and watch it because I am interested to see what they're gonna do with it because of what's her name? Anna
Taylor-Joy's in it. I like
her.
Yeah.
I think her eyes are too far apart.
But that makes her unique. I loved her in the movie The Menu. Did you ever see The Menu?
No, but I've seen The Gambit. And what was the other one she did? Glass and the other one that's in that trilogy. With Bruce Willis, Sam Jackson.
Yeah.
Wow, I can't think of his name. But yeah, she was one of the kidnapped girls.
Right. Well,
I think she's a fine actress, but I just think her eyes are too far apart.
I just like her. I think she's really good. But my favorite, I like Fury Road. I like that one. But I'll go see this one.
Your favorite Beyond Thunderdome. I know that about you.
I love Beyond Thunderdome.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorites. How do you watch a movie on your phone? That's not very much fun, is it?
I was I've been driving trucks cross country for about 14 years now. Yeah, I've gotten used to it.
Oh.
That's how I started my YouTube channel on my phone. It doesn't bother me. I've just grown up in such the experience of appreciating movies.
I don't know what kind of phone you have, but you can use AirPlay and send your phone signal to your television and watch it on your TV. Did you know that?
Yeah, I had a TV in the truck, but it was just so much easier.
I'm talking about at home too. If you don't have, you can, if you're at home watching TV, you can send the signal to your phone through AirPlay.
Yeah, it just never bothered me. I don't really care for the cinematic value of what I need to fill my vision.
Right.
I just need to see what the story is about, and I can see everything that's going on my phone of what the story is trying to encapsulate. And that's all I really need. And I make my decisions from there, whether or not I think this movie is good or bad.
Well, what is your YouTube channel?
I am Sick 2210.
Oh, I'll have to look that up.
I have a shirt. Here, I'll show you. Look at his logo. Hang on. He mailed me a shirt. And Sarah.
Let me get a pen and write that down. I'll have to go.
Wait, where'd the other guy go?
Where did Tom go? He probably went to bed. I got to go to bed too.
He's no slouch himself. He's a Emmy award-winning director at the Weather Channel. He's worked at Turner, Cartoon Network.
Well, that's where I met Tom. We both worked at Turner. Okay, then what's his?
Just got to work at the Weather Channel. I was afraid he'd leave because he's tired. I was afraid he's going to go to sleep, but it's okay. What's up?
Oh, I didn't scare him off, did I?
You did not. No, you did not. He's just tired. That's all.
So what's your website again on YouTube? I am
Sick 2210.
Okay.
SICK 2210.
Yeah, I see it on the screen. How did you come up with that?
You really want to know the truth?
Well, if it's not, I wrote it down.
Okay, this would be a fun story. As a young lad and discovering the internet, I found a certain site that had adult content, and you needed a username. And I don't know, just out of my ass, I said Sick 2210.
But look at the logo, Al.
Was it 2210 when you found the site? What? There you go.
Look at the logo. Look, he's got a mic and a headset.
Who made your T-shirts for you?
A friend of mine. She She has that logo copyrighted, so if I still deal with her, she's gonna continue that logo. But if not, I'm gonna have to create a new logo. All I gotta do is alter it a little bit.
Right.
That's fine. But she moved from here in Georgia to Minnesota, and she's kind of back and forth, so she's not really making products anymore. But
No.
yeah, I just love that design because I love the skulls. On my YouTube, I got a skull with the headphones on the back steps of a 18-wheeler. Well, the cab anyway. And the headset kind of signifies what I'm wearing right here. This trucker Bluetooth. And I just felt right to my personality.
It's badass.
But yeah, Al, I've always wanted to talk to you, man. Shit.
Well, cool. We'll have to do a podcast to talk movies. That's fine with me.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I typed in your thing on YouTube, but I'm not seeing it. Are you sure?
Thank you for linking Shane's website. Our website. Now you got me doing it out. His YouTube channel. Sick 2210 on YouTube.
I put a space in there. I guess it doesn't need a space.
No spaces. All one word, capitalized. Sick 2210.
Oh, okay.
Hey, DJ Wise AZ is in the house.
Hello, DJ.
And, PDF Elves is the one who's been linking everything. Thank you for that. Thank you for being a moderator here and linking everybody up. That's how it works. And Tom, I'm so sorry because I wanted to give him a long moment, and just solo or whatever. But he's just tired is all. This guy's
didn't mean to run him off.
You did. I don't mean to say you did not. You did not. That's just how he is. He gets tired.
Oh, I found it.
Oh, let me make you solo.
Is it a black guy with a piece of metal in his lip? Yep, that's it. That's it.
Let's see. Let me go to your page. Let's see.
Yeah, that's me.
It's a little blurry, Al, but
yeah. It's the camera won't focus on it.
I was going to say if you tilt it, you might see it a little bit.
You have 192 subscribers and 143 videos.
I'm working on it.
Well, I've only got 168. So, let's see.
I'm going to have this Emmy award-winning animator on in June on the Podblast, James Tim Walker, and he sent me a trailer I'm going to play. He may still be watching. I'm not sure, but he's just an awesome artist, and he's got a great story. He got Parkinson's disease, unfortunately. He had to learn how to draw with the opposite hand, and he did it.
Oh.
They told him, you'll never draw again. He said, the hell you say.
I picked up 2 subscribers tonight.
Good. That's how it works.
Oh, yeah.
You are. And,
so Shane, you'll have to subscribe. Hardee Entertainment -Al's Place. That's me.
Oh, I'm already subscribed to you.
Okay, that's cool.
Subscribe tonight.
Cool.
I forget who put your link.
Yeah, somebody
in the
put it
chat.
up there. Yeah, I just subscribed to you. Yeah, cool.
And Al will play cool film footage because Larry WACHS showed Al this app you can get on your phone, and it gets rid of the flicker of a projection light.
It's called Pro Movie.
Right, and he puts really high quality.
It's really good, Shane. It's now it's free if you want to have the little Pro Movie logo on your stuff. If you pay for it, then that logo goes away, and it's
Like
not
StreamYard.
expensive. Yeah,
like StreamYard or something.
So, but if you use the freebie, it's up there. It's not, but it's good. I mean, when I shoot video, I use Pro Movie.
There's your link again, Al. There's your plug from PDF Elves.
Nice PDF. Yeah, cool.
Now, Al's been in broadcasting forever, and at Turner from 76 to 91, he ran the films, and that's how these reruns and cartoons and movies would be shown. He was the guy running them. That beamed all over Superstation, WTCG, and WTBS all those years. He had every Adria Magini on film. He had every Space Giants on film.
And every Lost in Space.
Every Lost in Space. He just took
Lucy, Andy Griffith, and the Beverly Hillbillies.
And he sold them. He still has a lot, though. You still have a lot. You have a Charlie's Angels mint print. You got
I have a bunch of Untouchables. I have The Big Valley, Bonanza, Gunsmoke. Yeah.
I want to trade for that Gunsmoke. You said it's LPP color.
It's mint. It's absolutely mint.
I want that print.
It's still on the. It's on the green. I mean, yellow Viacom reel.
All the years we've been hanging out, you just mentioned it for the first time the other day on the phone.
I didn't know you were a Gunsmoke fan.
I am. Yeah, I am. And Cliff Thomas had all the Gunsmokes, like he had all the Fall Guys and the Wonder Womans. I bought mostly Wonder Womans and Linda Carter Wonder Womans on film and all the Fall Guys.
You can watch all of those on the Roku channel. They have Gunsmoke. They run the half hours and the hours.
On demand?
Yes, you do it on demand. Yes. Just search Gunsmoke. You'll pull them up. So.
Well, guys, I've got some more stuff to cover before I go to bed.
Shane, I'm glad you came on, and we'll get together, and I'll send you.
I have one question to ask both of you right quick.
Okay.
Your opinion. What do you think about the current state of Hollywood? In the sense of, does it feel like, I know they are completely out of ideas, in the sense of remaking the same stories and then at the same time doing remakes of classics that just fall flat.
Yeah.
What do you think about the current state of Hollywood?
Al, that's your question, because you see a lot of things I'm not aware of that are kind of original.
Yeah, Hollywood has a problem with trying to rehash old, like they're going to redo Barbarella, the one that James Fonda was in. I don't know why they want to redo Barbarella, but if it depends. Like I went to a screening of Wildcat, which was a movie directed by Ethan Hawke. It's mainly an art house picture, and it's based on the life of Flannery O'Connor, a writer who lived in Millersville, Georgia, and Maya, his daughter, plays the lead. And movies like that, they are original. So if you have, a good story, it's not, a Marvel movie or whatever, then Hollywood would survive. But the thing about it is, a lot of moviegoers don't like that sort of stuff. They just don't go see it in droves, and it's sad because Wildcat is a wonderful movie, but it's a story. As long as if a movie has a good story, I think it'll sell regardless. But you're right, Hollywood does like to rehash old stuff because the previous one made a lot of money, so let's just make another one. It's crazy, but I don't know. I think movies would do a lot better if the theaters would come down on the price of movies, because it's so expensive to go to the movies. I mean, I'm an A-list member and I pay $25 a month, so I get to see 3 movies a week for that. But if you go to the movies, even by yourself, you buy a ticket, usually it's $14-15, and if you buy a popcorn, then that's another $25. So it's expensive to go to the movies. I think theaters need to, come down on their prices a little bit. But Hollywood does need to. I think Hollywood will always exist. Movies TV shows will be made, but they've clearly run out of ideas on a lot of things. You're right. So I don't know why they have to keep making sequels, and like they want to do another Indiana Jones movie. Why? I mean, the last one didn't do well, so I don't know.
Yes.
Disney ruined the Star Wars franchise because he kept cranking them out. And after a while, you say, what's the point? What is the point?
We could have a 7-hour discussion about Star Wars. But
I never was a big Star Wars fan. I mean, some of them were okay. I watched a movie the other night on Netflix called Rebel Moon. Have you watched that?
That is Zack Snyder trying to
It's basically a Star Wars story is what it is. In fact, it started out to be a Star Wars story, but I watched it and actually kind of enjoyed it. But it's different, but it could have been a Star Wars. I kind of enjoyed that because it was a little bit different. So, but if you have Netflix, I watch it and see what you think.
Yeah, there's still some original ones like Lighthouse, bizarre movies like that. But you're right. I mean, there's so much repetition, no doubt. But that's the way it's kind of always been. Like I was saying earlier, the Vietnam trend of the 80s, the copycats. After Star Wars, you had terrible movies like Star Blast or whatever, these knockoffs.
Well, it's just like George Miller. He keeps making these Mad Max movies. Now, I thought Fury Road was a fantastic movie. A lot of people didn't care for it, but I liked it. So the one that's out now is not getting the greatest of reviews so far.
Yeah, I just don't know how to take it. How do we do a prequel to a spin-off movie that's supposed to be placed in continuity, and we're bringing in a new character, Furiosa, and you're going to do a Mad Max movie without Mad Max? It's like, how well is this going to do? I think it's going to do good. It's definitely going to be #1 at the box office and on its opening weekend. It's definitely going to get that, just simply because of the fact that there's so much interest and speculation about it. And you got Chris Hemsworth.
He's the bad guy in it. But see, from what I understand, he's not a menacing bad guy. Usually a bad guy is just mean and nasty, but he was kind of a likable bad guy. I haven't seen the movie. I've only what I've heard. I'll have to judge for myself.
Yeah, in the originals, you had like these guys with mohawks and stuff that looked like really menacing guys. They even had a parody of one of the dudes in Weird Science. Hey, look at the comment from Keebler about movies, Al. Do you agree with that statement? Most of society use internet instead of spending money at the movie theater.
Well, that started with the pandemic. I mean, it's a shame, but I mean, I still like going to the movie theater. I still like sitting in a theater. I just like it. So I'll continue to do it as long as they're around.
What's this about Civil War? She's saying
people like, if a new movie comes out that was just in the theater and you pay $20 for it, it's a lot cheaper than going to the theater and spending 14 or 15 and having to drive and then having to pay for your snacks and stuff. So I don't, and if you got a family, it is cheaper, but it's still nice to get out and go to a movie, in my opinion. That'll never change, but it's changed for a lot of other people, so.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of blame towards the pandemic, towards that, to where people beefed up, they're getting this free money, and they beefed up their home theatrical experience. I can definitely, I gotta say my best theatrical experience was when the first Disney Star Wars Force Awakens came out. I avoided anything about that movie for about 2 months. I was over the road and I finally went and watched it. I went and watched it on a Tuesday morning, and it was me and 3 other people, and that was great. And we sat there and did it Mystery Science Theater 3000 style. I might have been the first one to say something, and we just had a conversation about the movie and just riffing on it. But it was awesome. And I mean, the movie was fine. And the other two, ugh.
Yeah. Hey, Keeblers has an interesting comment for you guys. She says, have you all seen Civil War? It just came out. It's about it's a future about America in a civil war, and she says based on what the media is doing to different groups.
Civil War was absolute
I want to go
crap.
see that. I haven't seen that movie. I want to go see it. So I'll catch it before it leaves the theater. It's still in the theater.
Civil War was absolute crap. The way they hyped that movie up and propagandized.
Well, isn't it about a photographer? It's about a lady photographer.
It's about 4 photographers, photojournalists, if you will. It follows them, and there's not, spoiler alert, there's not much war in Civil War.
Well, I think too the poster was not a great poster for the movie, but I mean, I do want to go see it. So, listen,
check it out. It's definitely one I would recommend checking out. just to see it for yourself kind of status.
Well,
I'm
Some
up
of the hype.
guys. I've got to play James Tim Walker's trailer. It's like 6 minutes long. I can't go longer than 5 hours. So, what's your favorite war movie, Shane? Do you have
War
one?
movie? It's somewhere between We Were Soldiers and well, the first half of Full Metal Jacket. Somewhere between those two.
Very good choices. Solid. Al, you've already talked about yours. I know you love those submarine movies, and
yeah, I
Dodge
do.
Boot is probably your favorite, right, Al? And your favorite, and we didn't talk about the war TV shows. No time for that now, but I know 12 O'Clock High is probably one of your favorite TV shows of all time about World War II. Yeah.
Well, listen, I'm gonna have to say goodnight. It's after Shane. It's good to see you again, and we'll get together soon. Okay.
Good to see you, sir.
And I'll see you Sunday, Shane. Sunday, I'll be in backstage 5 till 3 our time. Looking forward to it.
All right. Good night, fellas.
Night.
Oh yeah.
Al, hold on, Al.
Yeah, I'm here.
Let me just say thank you. Let me make you big. Thank you for all your time on this. Tonight, you stayed up later. I'm looking at you.
I say
stayed up later than normal.
I'm going to go to bed.
All right. Well, you take care. I'll just show you out, but I appreciate your time, and I hope we can do that 5th anniversary show with Tom on Saturday, June 15th. He doesn't know what the weather's going to be like then. We'll see. Hopefully he can make it.
All right.
Good night. All right. There goes Al. And there goes Shane. Thank you, Shane, for being here and calling in. Thank you, Tom Williams, Basil Chesterman. I knew he wouldn't be on long because he worked so hard today, and he's got to be beat tired. Got a few more things to cover. And thank you, Keebler. She says that Civil War is like the one called The Hunt, right? Where a certain group where it's being hunted down. Yeah. That's I've never saw it. I heard about it, but I never saw that movie. I've got to talk about the character actor of the week. I said I would do that last week in my Dabney Coleman tribute, and it's Tom Berenger. I don't have any clips, don't have any pictures, but Tom Berenger, knock on wood, is still alive. He was born May 31st, 1949 as Thomas Michael Moore. He was nominated for the Academy Award for Best Supporting Actor for his portrayal of Staff Sergeant Bob Barnes in Platoon that we talked about tonight. So see what I did there? We're still talking about war movies, kind of, sort of. But as Al said, the first movie he did was Looking for Mr. Goodbar. I think he told me that actually offline before we were live backstage. So yes, and that's a very unusual movie. I think it's been, or it was not available on home video, and that had Richard Gere in it. No, I think Richard Gere was in it. Let me look it up. Looking for Mr. Goodbar. But we're talking about Tom Berenger, who has a very good character face. Hang on a second. Let me look up. That's a strange movie with Diane Keaton when she was younger, Looking for Mr. Goodbar. Hang on a second. And she plays a teacher. She's dealing with deaf students and stuff. Hang on. There I go down a rabbit hole. Looking for Mr. Goodbar. 1977 film. Let me just look at the cast and the box office. Always like to do that. Directed by and written by Richard Brooks. Released October 1977. Did $22.5 million at the box office. Tuesday Weld's in it. I love Tuesday Weld. Richard Gere is in it. Yeah, I'm right. Okay. And that was before he did that movie, Gigolo. All right. So Tom Berenger. He was born in Chicago on May 31st, 49, to a Catholic family of Irish ancestry, with his great-grandfather and grandmother settling in Chicago. He has a sister named Susan. His father was a printer for the Chicago Sun-Times, and he was a traveling salesman. Let me just see. Tom Berenger worked in regional theater, and in 1972, he also worked as a flight attendant for Eastern Airlines. I loved Eastern Airlines. There's some nostalgia for you. I have some Eastern Airlines memorabilia in my collection. I love it. He transferred from San Juan, Puerto Rico to New York in 1973. I'm going to talk more about him next time in the interest of time. I had more prepared about Tom Berenger, but I want to play some interviews. So let's just go on ahead and talk about something very interesting about Christopher Reeve, meeting him for the first time. And I have some video, and then we're going to talk about a guest coming up in the month of June here on the Podblast. I want to talk about this event. It was an awesome event. And here's a flyer from it. Here in Atlanta, Georgia, there was a hotel called the Castlegate Hotel. It's been since demolished. And Chris Reeve made his first Atlanta appearance. At that time, he hadn't done many convention appearances. This is before he was tragically made a quadriplegic. Here's how he looked around that time. There's his lovely wife, Dana Reeve, at the time, his second wife. And this was at a convention in Mackinac Island in Michigan for Somewhere in Time, another cult film that Chris Reeve starred in, a romantic time travel movie that he co-starred with Jane Seymour in and Christopher Plummer and others. And it's just a wonderful movie and has a great fan following. A lot of romantics love that movie, and they would have a convention at the hotel, the Grand Hotel on Mackinac Island in Michigan. So flash forward, that was taken just a couple weeks before he appeared at this convention, and he was there for just one day only. There's the back of the flyer, and I think it says on the front, yes, one day only. It was Saturday, May 14th, 1994, and also Noelle Neal was there, as you can see, the second TV Lois Lane in the George Reeves Adventures of Superman TV series. She replaced Phyllis Coates, who passed away in 2023, sadly. Getting back to this flyer, there's the front. I already showed you the back. Dixie Trek was the name of the convention. Here's the inside. Anyone watching on TV talks about the events, and there was a nice little charity for the Georgia Special Olympics. That was a charity near and dear to Chris Reeve, Special Olympics. The premiere of Superman the movie in Washington, D.C. on December 12th, 1978 benefited the Special Olympics, as did the premieres of Superman 2 and Superman 3. That was a big charity that Chris Reeve believed in. And I can't say enough about how nice Chris Reeve was. I got his autograph. Here's my little name badge at that event over 30 years ago in May of 1994. May 13th through the 15th. And also they had other events like a screening of an extended version of Superman the movie on 16 millimeter film, a print that I'd since purchased myself, but I didn't have it at the time. Now I'm telling on myself a little bit. I brought my friend Rich Sidewater with me to watch the Superman the movie extended version on film. And we brought in beers and, he wouldn't pay the admission price, and I was cheap, so I made him a phony badge. There's the phony badge I made for Rich Sidewater, and I had a typewriter with a font that was similar to the official font, but not really as close. And I made a photocopy of my badge and just sort of made this, and it worked. Just to watch the movie, a 2.5 hour movie. And he didn't meet Reeve or anything. He didn't go into the dealer's room, or he's not a collector, my friend Rich, but there's that. And there's the legit badge and the bogus badge side by side, but I digress. And here is my autograph I got of Chris Reeve at that event. Look at that excellent handwriting he had. To chance yours, Christopher Reeve. That's very rare. I love that shot. It's an iconic publicity shot in color. The first Superman the movie, directed by Richard Donner. I just think that's really excellent. I'm going to show you video of Chris from that event. I have the whole thing on video. I didn't have a chance to convert it. I'll do that later. I wanted to do that for the 30th anniversary of meeting Chris Reeve. And he had just completed a movie, Village of the Damned, which is a remake, of course, of the classic one. This was the version directed by John Carpenter, about the creepy children with the glowing eyes, the alien children. And Chris Reeve acted in that with Mark Hamill. And did you know they both have the same birthday, or had the same birthday? Sadly, Chris Reeve, of course, is no longer with us. But Mark Hamill, Luke Skywalker, and my Superman shared the same birthday, the original actors. I think that's so cool. Now, also in attendance was a buddy of mine at the time, Jim Bowers. And here he is dressed as Superman. At the time, he was a manager of Wolf Camera and Video. And I met him through someone at a comic book shop who, I was trying to locate the extended TV version of Superman the movie, and a comic book shop employee says, well, you need to talk to this guy, Jim Bowers. And I was in Decatur at the time at a comic book shop, and he gave me information on how you could contact him. He goes, you can find him at Wolf Camera and Video, which I did, and we were friends at the time. He's since moved to Nevada State, And he made a lot of inroads with Richard Donner, with Chris Reeve himself, and he was a big supporter of Chris Reeve after his tragic accident, riding a horse that rendered him a quadriplegic. Here's a little letter that Jim sent me. He would always send me nice things. Look at the date, January 12th, 1995. Nice letter. Chance, sorry to hear about your car accident. I'm glad, I can't even read it. I'm glad you or no one else was hurt. And so he sent me nice stuff. He was just a nice guy. I would hang out at his house sometimes. And he showed me his great memorabilia, a collection, which I'm sure has quadrupled at least by now. But he started a website, capedwonder.com. It's an excellent website that deals with the Christopher Reeve Superman movies. He has a lot of rare stuff. So good guy, a really good guy. And, that's how he looked in his younger days. And that's a Superboy costume from a show that the Salkinds produced, Superboy. Yeah. Gerard Christopher and then Newton playing the title role. Gerard Christopher took over from Newton, and that's a Newton costume that he's wearing there, not a Chris Reeve Superman costume. So, now I want to play a quick clip of Chris Reeve at that event at Dixie Trek 94, talking to the crowd. This is the tail end of it. And the audio quality is not ideal. It's with a camcorder back then. I need to convert mine digitally, but here's just a little part of that. And I made the newspaper because I asked him, is it true that you were paid $1 million to act in Superman the movie? And he goes, no, it's shameful how little they pay me. I got box lunch and bus fare, he joked. And I knew it was Marlon Brando that was paid the big bucks for just basically 14 to 16 days of work. But I just wanted to see what Chris would say, and he was really quick on his feet. But let's look at a little bit, and then I'll show Tim's trailer. Another guest who will be on, the author of Shaken Not Broken, James Tim Walker, a wonderful artist, animator, and I consider him a friend. He's out in California, but I'll show you a trailer of that. But here's Chris Reeve at Dixie Trek 1994, over 30 years ago.
Yeah, I think honestly we would fall in that category. Yeah, I'm not sure we should have made that movie. I just wasn't very good. I don't want to blame anybody else. I just wasn't very good. Man. Did I enjoy Making Summertime? Does it look like it on the screen? Yeah. No, I'm going to say this. Yes, we did. It was an enchanted summer. It was May to August of 1979. And if you've ever been to Mackinac Island, or you've never been, you must go. You must go, because it really is a wonderful piece of American history. You get off the boat and go back. You really go back to another time. And it's a place every couple should go. You should, it is so romantic and so inviting. And a lot of that got on the film. A lot of times when you're making a movie, you get tense and people are competitive and there's a hurry and whatever. Somehow all that left. It was an absolutely mellow, enjoyable experience doing the film. And I think that's fortunate for the story we're trying to tell. Way in the back.
Did you enjoy doing Saturday Night Live?
Did I enjoy doing Saturday Night Live? I did, right up until the moment before. All week I've been rehearsing. This was just about around Easter time back in 1985. And all week I've been working with the writers, and I particularly enjoyed, I knew I had a sketch coming up with Billy Crystal, in which we were going to do Superman at the Old Age Home, which was a really kind of a sweet idea. But all week we did not have the opening monologue. You're going to go out live at 11:30, you got to fill 5 minutes, and they're saying, it's coming, don't worry, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Finally, it's about 7 o'clock on Saturday evening, there's still no monologue. We've got to do a dress rehearsal at 8. And they go, all right, what's going on, what's going on? And at that moment, out comes the costume person with this huge bodysuit. And stuck in my face, this is the monologue. The monologue was, I had to go out there wearing a bodysuit. But now by this time, we're so close to air, and I was so panicked, it's like, oh, okay, you know, and again, it's how a lot of stuff happens. Before I knew what was going on, there I am doing live from New York, the Saturday Night Live with Chris Reeve, and I got the ears flopping around, and I don't know what kind of spectacle I made of myself, but that was, in retrospect, I wish I had a little bit more planning. But actually, if you never saw that, there's one of the scenes is a highlight in the years of Saturday Night Live. The deal with Superman at the Old Age Home, and sitting out on the porch at night, and Billy Crystal plays some guy named Izzy Fishman or something, and also there, you know, a retired car dealer or whatever. And we're talking, and Superman's sitting there with a bathrobe and sort of white hair and glasses and stuff, and you just see he's still got this S on his chest, right? And he's sitting there just talking about the old days, and saying, well, I remember, I was faster than and he's filling in the blanks with all this stuff, right? And this goes on for a while, and so finally, you know, you're thinking this guy's like totally loopy, he's trying to talk about the old days. And then the staff comes on and they bring up this big cake and they're singing, happy birthday to you, happy birthday dear Superman, happy birthday to you, and oh, thank you. And aren't you going to blow out your candles? And he takes it to the cake and just goes, oh, good. And the cake goes, boom, flying across the room.
There's more to it, but I got that from the Caped Wonder YouTube channel. Jim Bowers, his channel, instead of my video, I was a little bit further back. My video is pretty clear, but I want to say hey in the chat to Corey's comedy channel. Thank you for popping in and saying hey. Thank you for linking his channel. He's live on Sunday, and then he does what he calls super secret chats, and he does magic. Corey's comedy channel. Very nice guy, and he's very very kind to everyone that shows him love. He returns that love every chance he gets, and he's just a really nice person. He's in, I think, California State, or is it Las Vegas? I should know, but he's in the western region of the USA, and he's a magician, and he's funny. He's a comedian magician, and there he is. There's Corey. So and I'll be looking for your stream on Sunday. If you're doing one, it's a holiday weekend. You may have plans, not sure. But if you're live, I'll make sure I'm there. Yeah, he's in Vegas, baby. I haven't been to Vegas since November 2017. I caught the Donnie Marie show, and I loved it. You can call me a sissy. I know there's a lot of people that like heavy metal and hard rock, and I know that's probably alien to you to say that I enjoyed the Donnie Marie Vegas show at the Flamingo. I was staying at the net right across the street, and man, that was a heck of a vacation. At the Caesar's Palace Hotel. I had a suite, and so the Flamingo, and that was just, I'm a fan of Donnie Marie, the old show, because I'm an old fart, and I really enjoyed that Vegas show. It was immensely entertaining in November 2017. That was one of the most popular Vegas shows in terms of a live performance in Vegas history, is my understanding, or at least at the time. It had the best attendance, and I think COVID killed it, like a lot of things, unfortunately. And I got a great deal because wow, family show, fun show. You know, there was a terrible incident in Vegas a few years back, and so there are all these deals to bring people back to Vegas. I'll just leave it at that. But hello to Corey, and Corey's comedy channel says, if the atomic bomb ever goes off, hide under a slot machine. It will never be hit. Yeah, no. I had good luck. I got on a hot machine, which is rare. Two of them. A Wonder Woman machine, slot machine, that's based on the Linda Carter series. There's two. There was one based on the World War II era. We're talking about war movies tonight earlier, so it's kind of coming full circle there. And then there was one on the modern 1970s, late 1970s Linda Carter show. And they were really well made by Williams Electronics. They had clips from the show, music, new versions of the classic theme. I just love that. And I won a bunch on it, and the classic Wheel of Fortune slot. I'm not a big gambler. I'm not trying to encourage anyone to gamble. It's entertainment. If you have a budget for entertainment, consider it entertainment. Set aside some money as if you're going to lose that money. You just want to play for some fun. And that's what I did. But that Wheel of Fortune slot, if you get the big spin, everything's a winner. That's exciting. Yeah, UFO man, how you doing? Still here? Yeah, I'm going to wrap up. I can't go 6 hours. I've gone over 5. I'm trying to keep this to 5 hours. This airs also on Fistful of Radio out of Atlanta at 2 o'clock East Coast time and 11 a.m. West Coast time at 2 o'clock Saturday and Sunday. So what you're listening to or watching now will air there for the live audience on Facebook Live, YouTube Live, Twitch, and Twitter Live, or actually it's X Live, I guess, which sounds like really dirty. But yeah, so anyway, listeners, I want to encourage you to go to the YouTube channel, The Nostalgic Podblast with a C, if you want to see the clips I've been playing tonight. And and see what Al Hardee looks like and Shane B looks like and Tom Williams looks like, who's a director at the Weather Channel, my good buddy, and otherwise known as Basil Chesterman, his online alias. And yeah, if you want to check out what we look like, then you are more than welcome to subscribe, or don't even subscribe, just lurk. That's fine, but you got to subscribe to comment. My good buddy, My Flock, Sarah in Southern California, suggested I turn that on, and I did. So to comment, you got to be a subscriber. I don't know, supposed to be a good thing, I guess. No, you're too kind, Corey, and I appreciate you being here, my brother. So now let's get on with some nostalgia really quickly. And thank you, Danny Staten, Super D, as Corey calls him, for doing those links. That's awesome. Yeah, and Keebler, thank you for hanging in. My gosh, you've been here throughout the whole show, gone over 5 hours. Unreal. So now let's look at, I've covered the 30th anniversary of meeting Chris Reeve, the only time I ever met him, just a mere months before he became a quadriplegic, tragically. But he was just really great. Now here I'm going to play a little clip. This is about 6 minutes long. It's a trailer to the story, the real life story of James Tim Walker. Here's his book, Shaken Not Broken. He's won multiple awards for his animation work. He worked for Hanna-Barbera Studios and many other animation studios. But then he was slapped hard with Parkinson's disease. And let's just watch the trailer. The trailer tells it far better than I can, his story, a little sampling of his story, which he'll elaborate on when he's a guest on the Nostalgic Podblast.
This is a good one. This is me as a director showing the Hollywood elite how to act out a scene. There's Goofy, Wilma, Mickey, Yogi Bear, Fred Flintstone, Huckleberry Hound. I got into animation. I did 50 years in animation. I had a great career. In 2008, I was diagnosed with a devastating disease. The neurologist puts me through these tests, and he just throws a left hook that drops me right to the ground. Lateral Parkinson's disease on your right side. Then he says, 90% of the people who get it laterally get it on their left side.
Parkinson's disease is probably the most complex movement disorder that we deal with. Part of the brain that creates dopamine is degenerating. And so that abnormal communication in Parkinson's disease leads to a whole host of symptoms. The most common things in Parkinson's disease is a resting tremor, meaning while the hands are just at rest, they're shaking at a slow pace. So is stiffness, rigidity, slowness of movements, and worsening posture, a worsening gait or walking function. It's extremely debilitating. One patient in particular that I was fortunate enough to treat recently is a patient that was a cartoonist. Over time, he started feeling that he couldn't draw, and that's how it presented for him.
I've got a mortgage, kids, bills. What am I going to do? I'm through. I'm done. There's no way out of this. There's no cure. There's no way out. That was my thinking for about 42 seconds. And then there was a moment of clarity. I'm a proud member of a 12-step group that has kept me clean and sober for 24 years. And this was at 8 years of sobriety I was diagnosed. It could have destroyed my life, and I fought the disease with everything I had. I went to the bookstore, I bought a sketchbook, I opened it up, and for the first time in my life, I wrote with my left hand, and I did the first drawing left-handed. Taught myself to draw and write left-handed, and I saved a career. More watercolors.
Initially, patients will have the ability to use supplemental dopamine in the form of medication to try and help alleviate these symptoms. But over time, patients will need to use more and more dopamine to get the same effect, and they'll find themselves having fluctuations when they're on their medication, and that will happen throughout the day, several times per day. This is the time period where a procedure like deep brain stimulation can be extremely helpful. The idea is that we use the brain's natural language, which is electricity. And instead of making the brain talk in a particular way, we're disrupting the brain from talking in an abnormal way.
And so we did a Zoom phone call, and then they said, now we want you to come up and visit us at Stanford.
Typically, patients have it done on both sides of the body, and the total procedure takes somewhere around 2.5 to 3 hours, and they can go home the next day. Then we bring them back for the second stage, which can be anywhere from a few days to maybe a few weeks later. And the second stage is where we take the back end of those wires, which we tucked underneath the scalp, kind of behind the ear, and then we create a path underneath the skin to connect from the top of the head to the chest. And that procedure itself takes about 30 minutes and is an outpatient procedure.
Dr. Bush met me at the doors to the operating room, and he's shaking my hand. He says, now, Tim, are you ready to do this? Are you absolutely sure? Come on, let's get in there. Let's go. I'm ready to go. Let's go. Let's go. You would think I was going to Disneyland or something. I mean, I never stopped to think about anything. I never considered any other hospital. It was always Stanford medicine.
We set him up for deep brain stimulation, and I actually had him awake in the operating room because I knew that his problem was drawing, and we guided the electrode into its final location, turned the stimulation on, and had him start drawing.
I couldn't really see the paper or the pencil because there was a light or something in the way, something was in the way. But I'm drawing away, and then all of a sudden I say out of the clear blue, I go, oh my God, it's Dino the dinosaur. And they all cracked up.
It was very powerful, and it was very moving for all of us in the operating room. The amount of reward that I get comes from seeing how our patients respond. It's the reason I'm here. It's such a powerful therapy, and it's arguably the top 1 or 2 procedures out of everything that we can do in surgery that has an immediate and life-changing impact for something that a patient has been dealing with for decades.
This cover title was given to me by a friend of mine, Shaken Not Broken, because I was shaken but I wasn't broken, I could still do it. And I came up with this, an artist's journey through hell.
He's doing tremendously well, and he's drawing again. He's actually sent me some of his artwork that he's drawn since, which I've framed and put up in my office.
It takes away the shaking. It takes away the slowness and the stiffness. It's given me my life back. Almost 20 years later, I'm fighting this disease still, and I'm telling you, you can do it. You can fight this. You can beat it. You never, ever, ever, ever give up.
How about that? He's going to be back on the Podblast. It's been a couple, 3 years, and I didn't have StreamYard. I can present his artwork much better and do this properly and professionally. Also, either my fault or his, doesn't matter. Like, there were some audio issues in the first interview where the audio was a little low. Won't have that this time. And that is a remarkable story. And he's a really nice guy. And there's his book, of course, Shaken Not Broken. And I don't know why my little blurry there. Now, I guess I had a little smudge. It looked like the old Star Trek show. They actually would put Vaseline around the lens of the camera in the first season of Star Trek when it would show a pretty girl, typically. Like Jill Ireland's character in This Side of Paradise. And they did that, I think, with, I know, in the Menagerie when you saw this pretty yeoman, on the Starbase. Anyway, I'm digressing, but no Vaseline here. It just had, like, I guess a grease smudge or something from my greasy fingers from eating all this food, like ribs. Memorial Day weekend. All right, so I think I've covered. Comes a comment. I think I've covered everything. Hey, thank you, Corey. This is a funny joke. I didn't want to put it up during that serious piece, but he says, I just joined Gamblers Anonymous. They gave me 3-to-1 odds that I wouldn't make it a week. And then he also says, you do an amazing job with your live streams, Chance. Thumbs up. Thank you, Corey. You do as well. Very engaging. And actually, I like it when you take a sip of a beverage. You do a funny face. I don't know if you're aware of it. You make a funny face with your eyes, and it just tickles me. I don't know why. It just does. It's funny. So thanks for the kind words, and thanks to Shane being here. Of course, thanks to Al Hardee being here, and we'll have the 5-year anniversary of the Podblast special, hopefully June 15th on the actual 5-year birthday live, and then I'll be back here with Shane B on Sunday. Oh, and I did have another clip of a war movie. I don't think I played this yet. Actually, I just can't tear myself away. I've gone over 5 hours and I'm still going. I was going to talk about a war movie that's not a conventional war movie. It's Starship Troopers.
Rico, what's the moral difference, if any, between a civilian and a citizen?
A citizen accepts personal responsibility for the safety of the body politic, defending it with his life. A civilian does not.
The exact words of the text. But do you understand it? Do you believe it?
I don't know.
Most of you will not live to be in the mobile infantry. The trouble is, you are not good enough the way you are. That's at your side.
Whoa, what's going on? Hey, what's going on? War! We're going to war!
One rule. Everyone fights, no one quits. Don't do your job, I'll shoot you. You get me?
We get you, sir!
Welcome to the Roughnecks.
Badass Roughneck!
You smash the entire area. You kill anything that has more than 2 legs. You get me? We get you, sir!
Let me tell you something. I'm from Buenos Aires, and I say kill them all!
That would be my worst nightmare because I can't stand a lot of insects. I can handle spiders or certain bugs I can't stand. It's not smart to put out there what my fears are, but it would be a total nightmare for giant insects to invade the earth. Oh my gosh. But I thought that was a great non-traditional war movie in Starship Troopers. So I'll play a little bit of this trailer. Hopefully it won't cause the doggone stream to go down. Let's look at this. I consider this a war movie. At least part of it is.
Hello, my name's Forrest Gump. Would you like a chocolate?
Oh, thank you.
It's funny what a young man recollects.
You're the same as everybody else. You are no different.
Your boy's different.
Are you stupid or something? Mama says stupid is as stupid does. I'm Jenny. I'm Forrest Gump.
She was my most special friend. My only friend. We was together all the time. We was like peas and carrots, Jenny and I.
Run, Forrest! Hey, stupid! Run!
Now, you wouldn't believe it if I told you, but I can run like the wind blows. Who in the hell is that? That there's Forrest Gump, Coach. Just a local idiot. I never thought it would take me anywhere. They even put me on a thing called the All-America team. Well, you get to meet the President of the United States.
Congratulations. How does it feel to be an All-American?
I gotta pee.
I believe he said he had to go pee.
Now, maybe it's just me, but college was very confusing times.
Have you ever been with a girl, Forrest?
I sit next to them in my home economics class all the time.
Have you given any thought to your future?
Go! What's your sole purpose in this army?
To do whatever you tell me, drill sergeant?
You're a damn genius. You are going to be a general someday, Gump.
Yes, drill sergeant!
They sending me to Vietnam.
Listen, you promise me something, okay? If you're ever in trouble, don't try to be brave. You just run, okay?
Okay.
Where you boys from in the world?
Alabama, sir.
You twins?
No, we are not relations, sir. For some reason, what I was doing seemed to make sense to people.
Forget about me and get yourself out!
Been awarded the Medal of Honor.
How come? Now, my mama was always telling me how miracles happen every day. Some people don't think so.
Jenny!
But they do. You can come home with me at my house in Greenbow. I'll take care of you.
Why are you so good to me?
You're my girl.
Paramount Pictures presents Tom Hanks.
I'm not a smart man, but I know what love is.
Robin Wright.
Will you marry me? I'd make a good husband, Jenny.
You would, Forrest.
But you won't marry me.
Gary Sinise.
I never thanked you for saving my life.
And Sally Field.
My boy Forrest is going to get the same opportunities as everyone else.
A film by Robert Zemeckis.
What's my destiny, Mom?
You're going to have to figure that out for yourself.
The world will never seem the same once you've seen it through the eyes of Forrest Gump.
My mom always said life was like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get.
That was a great movie with a lot of heart. And I like that director, Robert Zemeckis, who had done the Back to the Future movies, of course, and Jessica Rabbit, Who Framed Roger Rabbit, and a lot of other movies. And that was the first movie that made me go, wow, look what they can do with CGI. You know, I mean, I know there's others before, like T2, a couple years before that, Terminator 2, and the Abyss, I think, before that. But this movie was like, I couldn't believe what they could do. You know, and I'm not contradicting myself. I like practical special effects, but where they can combine like old film with newly filmed things and combine it, it was amazing, I thought. And then one other war movie trailer, and then I'll finally sign off. This is Hamburger Hill.
In this dirty old part of the city.
If you want to walk out of this place, you will listen to people who know. You be an individual, and I'll be tagging your ugly, toothless face straight on its way to a long box with metal handles.
Strangers to the land and to each other.
Some of you think you have problems because you're against the war. You demonstrated in school, you wear peace symbols on your steel, and you have attitudes. People, you have no problem except me and him.
This is one weird place.
15 soldiers. A war made them men.
I'm gonna save your life and you're gonna save mine.
A bond made them brothers.
Blackjack wants us to take this hill.
What's he gonna do with it?
They fought the battle to stay sane.
Love this Camaro.
It's you.
To stay human. And to keep each other alive.
Great movie. I'm going to cut it right there in the middle of the trailer just because I'm nervous about that music and the bots and, you know how that goes. I always thought trailers were a good selling point for a movie, but it's funny how some studios, if you play a trailer, they don't like it. And I don't get that. You know, a trailer is not the movie itself, and maybe you'll sell a stream or two, or get a subscriber, or get a product of a Blu-ray release sold of a classic film. Who knows? But whatever. It's not my call. No rights given or implied. All right. Well, again, Shane B will be with me at 3:00 for another comic book unboxing. And he was on tonight. There we go. Thanks to my flock. Southern California Sarah designed that. Appreciate those are the actual boxes I'm unveiling. There were 17 long boxes down to 8. So I'm halfway through this weekly project. And who knows what we're going to find. I'll let someone in chat pick the box. They're numbered. There's the remaining boxes. We went through part of box 8 on the top last week with Open by Chance, the YouTube channel. So hopefully no one will pick that one. But hey, I'm going to pick a number from 1 to 10 and someone in chat. The first person that guesses the number correctly will choose the box that we go through of collectible comic books. These are really good books. And then I hold up the piece of paper so you know it's all on the up and up. So that's what we have coming up next. And then, by the way, my wonderful fellow game show people, I apologize. I said I would get back to remembering the classic game show MCs of the past who sadly are no longer with us. And I was going to talk about Peter from Press Your Luck. But because I slipped my mind that this was Memorial Day, so I wanted to have the great Memorial Day quiz, which we did tonight. So that's why it got preempted. It got bumped, as it were. So I apologize about that. And I'm going to say goodnight. I'm impressed, Chance. 5-hour live stream. How do you do it? It's caffeine. It's not. It's the legal drug caffeine. It's Pepsi Cola, and I probably should switch to the Pepsi Zero, but I'm drinking the regular Pepsi. No alcohol, no dope or anything like that. Good night, Danny Staten. And I agree. Yeah, Corey, Forrest Gump is an incredible film. It still holds up. How could it not? So good night to Corey. Good night to Danny Staten in South Carolina and anyone who's still there. UFO man. I appreciate everybody. And we will see you next week right here on the Nostalgic Podblast. Oh, and I didn't do a shout out. I quick shout outs, and I didn't mention the sponsor. Oh my gosh, I didn't mention. How could I forget? There is a great deal right now. We're getting past the graduation season. You know, depending on when you're listening to this, it's probably way past graduation season. But there's always a birthday right around the corner, and this gift, the gift of Remind magazine, would only set you back $12 for an entire year. Unbelievable. And what is Remind magazine? Well, they focus on the decades of the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 90s, and that's it. All things nostalgic. There's puzzles, games, interviews, wonderful photography. It's an awesome magazine. And right now, for a limited time, you can give the gift of Remind for a whole year, 12 monthly issues delivered old school in someone's mailbox that you love and care about for only $12 out the door. And let me tell you, the retail price is $4.99 plus tax at Barnes & Noble or newsstands. And yes, there are still newsstands out there, especially in major metropolitan cities. But you can give this for $12. That's for the first year. And then the next year it's $24, which is still not bad. That's $2 an issue. But give the gift. They'll think of you each and every month. Give the gift of Remind magazine. They accept all major credit cards. You can order online at remindmagazine.com. Please mention the Nostalgic Podblast when you order, and a kind order specialist will process your gift. Or give yourself the gift of Remind magazine. You'll be glad you did. And that's the latest issue as we're live about baseball movies. And my favorite one was the Bad News Bears. It just was. So we'll get back to the classic game show hosts of yesteryear, the MCs, next week, next Friday at 7:00 Eastern time, 4:00 Pacific time here in the Nostalgic Podblast. And I'm just scanning to make sure I covered everything. It's amazing. I'll do a marathon stream, and then will have forgotten something that I intended to talk about. Unbelievable. I'm just looking really quickly here. Let's see. Yeah. All right. So we'll see you hopefully if you're into comic books, or even if you're not. Great artwork. There's movie adaptations like these behind me. There's something for everybody, whether you're into comic books or not. So we'll catch you then. And thanks for being here on the Nostalgic Podblast. good night. And please remember the soldiers that sacrificed everything for our freedoms here in the USA. If you're overseas, I know you get it, but I honor all of the members of the armed forces on Veterans Day and the ones that sacrificed on Memorial Day. I never served. I wish I had, but I never did. I thank everyone who has served in the United States Armed Forces, or even if you're Canadian and you served up there, thank you for your service there too. But appreciate everybody. Let me just scan the comments. I'm still here, says Corey. I'm like a magazine stand. I have a lot of issues. Now that's comedy. Thank you, Corey. Now you've got the good stuff. You're like double stuff. You're like Oreo double stuff. And I love double stuff. So, all right, I'm finally signing off. Good night. You can hear us at Fistful of Radio every Saturday and Sunday at 2, and Monday evenings and Wednesday evenings out of Atlanta. You can listen to Fistful of Radio on any internet surfing device for free. No app required. Just go to fistfulofradio.com, hit the little play button, and then we're on Apple and, of course, tunein.com, pod.co. All the major podcast platforms have the audio version of this show. And if you're listening to that, you want to see what's going on, hit the YouTube channel, The Nostalgic Podblast with a C, not nostalgia. It's The Nostalgic Podblast. Just Google search The Nostalgic Podblast. You'll see the YouTube channel with the videos also on our X, or formerly known as Twitter, and on Twitch and Facebook Live, in the group The Nostalgic Podblast. And now we started a new page, The Nostalgic Podblast Facebook page, because there's different things I can do there that I can't do on the group. We got over 6,000 members in the group. Last time I checked, I had 50, but I just started the page like yesterday. So if you would, please give it a follow or a like. I would greatly appreciate it. Again, this is Chance Bartels, your host, signing off. Good night.